Pinto riding on board with Pro Sport Sim Racing's Mercedes AMG, having just crossed 1 quarter complete, but still 3 quarters, 18 hours of racing to go in iRacing's special event Falken Tyre Spa 24 Hours for 2024. Leading the way with a very competitive top 5 at the moment is Falken Sim Racing Team's BMW, from BMW M Team BS Competition, BMW M Team Redline, Virtual Coach GG by G&G have almost caught the leading 3, and they're bringing Team Redline number 21, the Ford Mustang, along with them. David Haynes here with Derek Watson. There is only 2.5 seconds to cover your top 5 cars after more than 6 hours of green flag racing at Spa.
Yeah, that's incredible, isn't it? I know I said that earlier, but I want to stress it again because I think that's the best word for it. It's incredible that we're this far into the race and your top 5 are that close. So within 2, almost 3 seconds. I mean, heck, even at your top, 9, 10 plus, maybe 9, are within a minute at this point. This is that where everyone says, hey, I'm still in this. Like, we still got a shot at this, whether you're, Team Redline in P5, Williams in P6, even Apex in P8. This isn't undoable. Like, we think we have a strategy, we're going to play it out. And that's the fun of this, is knowing that there's that level of competition. I think I heard Paul and William talk about it earlier, about the level of competition in the top split of endurance racing has gotten so thick that's why we're seeing some of the levity, if you will, of these cars. Here's a car down pit road, by the way. Man, see how narrow that is? You're right, maybe the Ford doesn't fit down there. I just realized how thin that is. That is P21 and the 88 machine coming down pit road. So pit cycles they're always underway in an endurance race, right?
Yeah, the window starts a couple laps wide, and then it gets 5 laps wide, 10 laps wide, and then the stints are 25, 26, 27 laps, and then we have a window that wide eventually. So yeah, just past the top of the hour though is when we start to see a lot of the pit stops. The question is, how far past the top of the hour are some of the cars in our top 4, top 5 going? The answer is not very far for Virtual Coach GG. Sven Haas is on the lane, and it means that there's just 4 in our top 4 for the minute, and they're going to appear somewhere. I think that might have been them just coming in past in that shot. Jonas Rutten can still go a couple more laps here. Miranda Talva in second can go a few, but we're watching and waiting. How many is this number 20 in third place going to go? Remember, they came out of their last pit stop in the lead of the race, almost deliberately dropped back into third place here, and that's where they've sat for almost the last hour.
And that takes a lot of skill and discipline to do that, right? That sounds simple to say and kind of weird, but it takes discipline to be okay riding in third place, because as a driver, that's not what we're taught to do. We're taught to lead. We're taught to go fast. We're taught to control the race. And sometimes to try to get to talk to a driver as a team engineer or a principal or a leader or a manager, hey, listen, I need you to fall back and run third for a while. That doesn't always work out the way you want it to. Like, sometimes that's like asking like a cat to roll over. It's just not going to work out.
Yes, we'll see what this next wave of pit stops brings us. It did bring a halt to the charge that Grid and Go were mounting to try to catch the top 3. I bet they would have loved to have caught the race leaders before their low fuel alarm came on, but just before they could, it called. Still Sven Haas in the 001 after the pit stop that they have just completed. Didn't see many driver changes that I can recall at the last stops, so expecting maybe a few more this time around. I did make note, for example, of what the driver strategy was looking like in the number 20. Of course, it currently runs third, and Diego Pinto ran 80 laps, and then Chris Lawlam's in. He's up to 78 now, so Lawlam's almost reached as many laps as Pinto had, but there is no one else I see that could get in the car, so it's either back to Pinto or Lawlam stays in at their next pit stop, which I would say is probably 3 or 4 laps away. Expect first and second cars in front to need to peel off earlier as we watch your top 3 BMW M4s.
And that's such a weird negotiation to have amongst a team, right? About how long does someone stay in their car for, and how much of it is planned versus how much is just because maybe, hey, listen, you're crushing the lap times right now. Why would I pull you from the car? I know you're supposed to get out this hour, and someone's supposed to get in. But why? If you're crushing the lap times, do I just mess with the schedule and keep you in, or do I follow the schedule? And there's other things considered. Driver's comfort. I know for a lot of times, we talk a lot about, iRacing supporting VR and VR headsets. But I feel like, if you are someone in a VR headset, there's no way you can sit there and do as many sits comfortably as other drivers. And that's not to knock VR. It has many, many, many benefits to the service. But a lot of VR users don't want to sit with a headset strapped to their head for 5 or 6 stints. They're typically willing to kind of run shorter amounts of time.
Got a couple of driver cameras, I believe, and last time I checked in on any of them, no one was wearing a VR headset. Close between first and second here. And I think you're probably still one more lap away from Falken sim racing team needing to pit, but it's clearly condensed up a little bit in your top 3 over the last lap or so. Jonas Rutten and that number 44 have led the way most of this stint, while the 89's been in second and the number 20 has been in third. So it makes sense that just right towards the end of the stint, they might bring up the pace with a little bit of spare fuel in the cars behind, and the car in front might be looking at, I'm going to make this number, right? Yeah, just. And might need just a tiny bit more saving than they'd otherwise been doing. You're seeing them all just get really close right before they need to pit.
Yeah, all getting really close. Right on board Chris here from BMW Team Redline, watching the side-by-side battle ahead. He's going to try to back up and stay in line here. And, man, it's almost kind of makes me wonder if they are pitting. Because if you are pitting, I guess you do want to be the lead car if you are pitting, right? So if you are pitting this lap, why not make the pass, David, and make sure you control the entrance into pit road and not hope someone else hits it correctly?
Yeah, it could be the plan. I spoke earlier about the pit exit here at Spa with the endurance pits. It's not like the pit entry isn't also a little odd, as you've got to stay right in the bus stop and then not make the left-hander on the exit as you dive for pit entry. So on board with Lolum in third. I think the car directly in front of us you'll expect to see pit, but probably Reina Talva now in the race lead for BS Plus competition to stay out. So that'll be interesting from the third place perspective if the car in front of you pits but the car in front of them doesn't. Not too many corners away from the proof being in the pudding potentially.
All right, well, let's wait and see if you are right about the pit strategy here and see what happens as we're riding on board here with Redline and seeing if anyone ahead of them at that 44 or the car in front of them pits here. And it's something we don't probably communicate enough as drivers. I know that there's always the idea that I want to keep my strategy a secret. No, it's the 44 pitting. Good call right there, David. He just peeled off the last second, right in the middle of those two cars.
Yeah, now for as smart as I might think I am, the teams in the race will know just as well as me. I was expecting them to pit, so they were probably expecting them to pit. There's the 1114 PGZ having a spin at La Source. I want to say turn 1, but on the endurance layout, I think Eau Rouge Radion is technically turn 1. It gets complicated like that. So you had second place pit. You're also having fourth place pit. And Garrica Motorsport, they have had a big incident in the Ferrari 296 GT3 at the exit of Jackie X, and then they spin back on the road further down the hill, clearly with significant suspension damage.
And they're trying to get it turned around again here. And there's a car coming up behind, and that car doesn't... I'm not sure that was going to be drivable. The way it was kind of wobbling around there, I wasn't sure if they were going to be able to limp it back around. If you can, that's always the preferred option versus towing, because if you can limp it around, it's typically faster than it is to tow the car back around via the tow trucks that iRacing provides. But you also have to consider what's safer for you and your competitors in that moment as well.
I think there's definitely circumstances where your car is sufficiently damaged that the tow truck is quicker than doing 20 k's an hour trying to limp around. So those cars that we saw pit from inside of the top 5 earlier have weaseled their way around the pit lane and hit their pit stalls. Driver change for the 44 that was leading, so Luca Wunsch goes in to replace Jonas Rutten, and then we'll keep an eye on driver changes at any of those other positions. And then you've got these two out front now, running longer with a little bit of an overcut than some of the other drivers. And based on my powers of perception from earlier, I think this is the in-lap for the race leader BS competition. And BMW M Team Redline 20, Chris Lawlham will continue on for probably 2 more laps as they continue to be one of the most fuel-efficient cars out there.
Well, now we got to see if you're 2 for 2 here to see if you can. No, you're only batting 500 here, David.
So Rainer Talvar's going for 27 laps on this stint. Only did 26 on the last.
So they must have found some way to save some gas that they're happy with, or that maybe they realized they could have gone the extra lap and maybe pitted early. Who knows? But you're right, they're trying the extra lap here and want to ride it out here. We're now at 17 hours and 47 minutes left in this race, and I tell you, it doesn't feel like the time is quickly ticking off this clock here, David. And even as a driver, hours can pass by quickly. It's weird how time sort of speeds up and slows down inside the car, maybe relative to where you are. Look at this. Here's a fast move. Time is now going quicker for Redline as they're trying to make the pass, but don't make it complete.
I can think of a couple of cars that this little battle is good for. Grid and Go, Falken, Team Redline 21 even potentially. Rainer Talvar not going to give up this race lead, even though it probably is the final lap on his stint. We've seen last time around the number 20 cycle to the lead and then rejoined in the lead, but only fractionally. They're going to get nothing for free, nothing easy here.
Yeah, nothing easy here. And I'm curious what you think about this, by the way, as a driver. What is your opinion on drivers trying to make passes on the lap they know they're going to pit anyways? As a driver, if you get passed by someone and then they pit afterwards, does that eat at you? Does that get to you? Does that even enter your head at all as a driver? In other words, do you wonder, like, why bother?
Yeah, I mean, I guess sometimes you do. And the reality is always going to be every team and every car is doing what's best for them, whether it's best for everyone else anyway. So if they're like, no, I'm getting held up a little bit here, even though it's my in lap, I'm going to make this pass. Entries just to the right-hand side here for race-leading BS competition. And they're in. Chris Lawlham in the number 20 goes through to the race lead where they haven't been for the last 50 minutes or so. But maybe when it matters, that number 20 has its snout in front.
Yeah, right now, this is all just a big mental chess game we're playing, a big jockeying for position of setting up whatever you think you can do later. And it's interesting. That's sort of the hardest part of endurance racing for me, is I can predict what my team's going to do or what a team is going to do. But man, running that math for 49 teams and saying, well, that's where it gets a little more complicated, right? It's trying to figure out who's going to pit where and where they'll come out and who's going to win. And that's why we run the race, right? Because you never just quite know who figured something out that we didn't know before. But here comes another long crawl down pit road. We've talked about it before, and man, for this team, this race leading team party, so I was trying to say, this feels like it goes on forever.
Sure does, but eventually they hit their pit stall. We saw a driver change in the 44. In the number 89, no hint of it just yet. Phil Dennis drove 81 laps. Rainer Talvar's now driven 81. But will stay in for a couple more. So there's definitely a perception, I think, across some of these teams that there's someone who's going to have to do some Ironman night hours, Derek.
So I've been wondering this in the past couple races, this is really, I think, our second, no, it's our first 24-hour event with rain enabled, right? Because Nürburgring did not have rain enabled. Sebring was only 12. So I'm beginning to wonder if part of the new strategy for a team might start to be saving people for that moment, right? Like, obviously, I think in every roster, it's fair to say you have a driver who's better in rain or a driver who's better on dry. With that unpredictability of when the rain's going to come or if it's going to come, do you as a team actively try to save a driver and keep them well rested for when rain comes? Or is that just too big of a question mark to play that strategy? I don't know, but I feel like I've seen a lot more Ironmans in this race so far than I'm used to.
I suppose it'll depend exactly how many drivers you've got at your disposal. So there's some teams I'm seeing with like 4 or 5 drivers, but it is very common that you have just 3 driver lineups, and in that case I think you just got to use who's fresh and who's available, and it doesn't really play into the conditions. So we saw some of these cars emerge back onto the racetrack from their pit stops. One of the big gainers has been that Team Redline 21, the Mustang, you see ahead of us, because they are now ahead of BMW M Team BS competition. They are right behind the Falken sim racing team, and they have shaken the 001 virtual coach GG by Grid and Go of Sven, who is just a couple seconds off the tail of this. So Redline 21, big winner of the stint so far. Seeing Chris Lawham get out of the number 20. Diogo Pinto getting in. Where will that car? Will the number 20 resume in the race lead again, like it did last pit stop cycle? It's a real big back and forth between your top 5 at the moment.
Yeah, so that big back and forth is fun, it's exciting for me. I think as a driver, it makes it more exciting to have that battle going on here, and you see the car on pit road here waiting for the service to be complete. Of course, in the past, a few years of iRacing, now it's more common for people to take tires every stop. With some of the new pit stop rules, we now take gas and tires at the same time, so there's never a question about taking tires unless it's maybe your final short pit stop. But otherwise, it's new tires every time here. I'm going to bring this up, David, and I want your opinion as a driver. I do team stuff. I don't typically get in the car. Do you believe if it ever happens, it would be fun to have tire limits in endurance racing?
Yes, we should.
So just picking your brain, and I know there's a lot of what ifs and factors involved. For a 24-hour race, what do you think is an appropriate amount of sets of tires?
Probably like however many stints you expect the race to be minus 30%. So
okay, so there's 23 stints, I believe, in this race.
18 to 20 sets, I think would make it a little exciting.
So there's 23 stints in this race. You said 80% of that? Is that what you said, sorry?
Yeah, 75% of that, yeah.
Yeah, so 18 sets of tires in a race. That would be interesting to see. Do you think most drivers would then try and double stint it at night? Because that's typically like when the track is cooler. Would that be the new meta, so to speak?
Well, I think that's why we should have it, because we don't know until it happens.
Fair enough, right?
You throw new tyres on every stint at the start of the race and then really, really try to save them through the night? Do you go very early on double stinting and then always have fresh tyres to throw at it towards the tail end of the race? We don't know, and the element of not knowing is what can make the long races interesting and not more than interesting, even thrilling, potentially. So we've had pit stops for all of our top 5 now. They're back together and they're closer than ever. Not a bad stop and cycle, all things considered, for the 001, who we saw fighting so hard across the last hour to try to catch the top 3. Now they're there, the 21's there. You have 1.8 seconds to cover all of your top 5. We're looking backwards from your race leader, the 44, and every set of headlights you see is for position.
Yeah,
I've only got 2 eyes.
Wow, look at that. It's like I almost called it an older TV fan would have called it the Brady Bunch view, but that was 9 boxes. But look at this. It's like a quad box, like we're watching NFL Red Zone every Sunday right here with the quad box here. This is a beautiful view from our production team to give us this shot here.
If you're a RaceSpot Glass customer, press the red button to ride on board with your favorite driver. And I will be taking a 50% commission on those subscriptions now.
That's what we need. We need like a live fan vote right here. Like, pick which one you want us to go to full screen. That'd be a cool moment, wouldn't it, just to have that shot here. But look at it here. The different cameras, too. They're not all the same camera. That's sort of funny. We got a cockpit view. We have, I think, a backwards view up top on your top left, a windshield view, and what's the one at the bottom right? Is it a passenger seat view?
Yeah, I think so. Yep. That's with the 4th place car BS competition. Very easy to tell that the bottom left is on board with the Ford Mustang. Like we pointed out, that blue oval gear indicator.
You know what this shot would be good for, David, and it probably won't happen for, at least for me. This is my only 4 hours stint in this broadcast. If or when that 4-letter R word happens, wouldn't this be a great way to show how awful the spray is to the cars having the same kind of camera shot?
Yeah, it'd be even worse at night, surely.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, that would be all sorts of tough around the visibility, around finding where the grip is, around deciding pit strategy, exactly when the rain does come, doesn't come, when it dries up, what the crossover point is like. We can only hope. The predicted early rain in the race that was at a 20-30% probability didn't materialize, so we gotta remain focused. About in sort of 5 hours time there's predicted heavier rain. Whether that happens, whether it remains heavy, whether it becomes lighter but still happens, something to think about coming up in this race. Now only 1.5 seconds, as in racing conditions the slipstream closes up your top 5. It's 0.2 of a second from the leader to second, and then comes 3rd place, 4th place, 5th place. And again, this wedge being driven between your top 5 cars and the rest of the field grows wider. Very easy to pick out on the timing column left of screen, or at the live timing RaceSpot.TV/pages/timing. What was sort of 5-6 seconds between 5th and 6th place is now growing out to almost 15. There is the live timing, scoring, and spotter guide. If you've got enough screens that you could have put each of those onboards on their own, then you can fill up your screens with live timing and all of the other information alongside uninterrupted 24 hours of coverage. RaceSpotTV is bringing you across our and iRacing's channels, from the drop of the green flag all the way to the checkered flag here at iRacing's Falken Tyre Spa 24 Hours 2024.
You know, a couple of thoughts here on different topics. You talked about having enough screens. Have you seen the tweets that Arjuna Kinkapati puts out on race days of his broadcast setup? There's possibly more screens on his PC setups than like a NASA shuttle launch. I tell you, it is just like, I have no idea how he remembers what screen to look at for what. Have you seen these tweets before?
Not recently.
Okay, you should go find one. It's pretty impressive, the number of screens that he puts up there, and I think it's pretty sure there's multiple computers. I would be so lost what I was looking at. But I want to come back to a point.
Director Hugo sits, and it's a lot of screens,
in the RaceSpot
and then some of the 4K screens are actually split up to display, 4 1080p inputs or whatever. So it's screens within screens on screens.
I think I responded to one of Hugo's pictures once and was like, okay, so like, which one runs like FIFA when he gets bored during the broadcast? Like which one is he like? I was playing Minesweeper. Minesweeper's not even a thing anymore on Windows PCs, but you know what I mean. But I want to come back to a comment you made earlier about the rain and the crossover of tires. I think that's something we're not yet ready to talk about the broadcasters because no one really knows that crossover point. We're all still learning together as racers, broadcasters, and everything. But I think the team who's willing to push that line and be correct, which is the caveat to this comment, and be correct about how long you can stay out on dries or how long you can stay out on wet tires or vice versa, is probably the team that can end up winning a close battle like this. Because if you can stay out on dries for 1 or 2 laps longer and get better grip before you have to put wet tires on, you'll do better. But boy, oh boy, if you get it wrong, you're going to know it.
Yeah, and the dry to wet seems pretty simple to me. There comes a point where it's too wet, you need to put the wet tires on. But it's the wet to dry that's been interesting for me, because in those conditions you expect there comes a point where the wet tires overheat, degrade, and the pace gets worse. But they sort of, you reach this crossover point where the track's drying off and the wet tire cars are still getting faster. It's just that the cars that are on dry tires suddenly go 3 seconds faster this lap, 3 seconds faster again the next lap, and the wets don't seem to go away as much as they just plateau while slick tires continue to gain time on a drying track. So that makes the crossover a little easier, I think, wet to dry, because you can stay on wets a long time and then go to dries, and they give performance rather than the wets really going away and becoming undrivable on a drying track, like how slick tires do on an increasingly damp track.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a very interesting topic, and like I said, I know that iRacing offers races on a weekly basis that support rain and have rain. In fact, we have the Rainmaster series that it always rains. But I feel like when it comes to endurance racing, we just don't have enough data yet to know exactly how to get it right, how to get that call correct. And there's a lot of data points I really want to study. I really think there's a big difference, I hope, between, if it rains at the start of a race when there's 49 cars and how fast the track can dry versus, what if we end this race with 30 cars? And all those factors in. So I'm excited for the rain. I love seeing it. I love all the questions around it. It's sort of that thing that you can't prepare for completely. You have to sort of let go and let it happen and be ready and be adaptable. You can't exactly, get your hands around it yet.
So looking through some of the other battles through the field, because there is more than just the top 5. This is Simify Esports, and they're trying to gain some positions against Apex Racing Academy. It's for 24th and 25th. Cars that are not far away from going off the lead lap. We saw that happen to some of the other battles earlier on, as those cars started to see the race leaders appear. I want to say in their mirrors, but it's as much in their rear-facing cameras these days as mirrors, the way modern GT racing cars go. And then I also spot battle for 8th, battle for 11th, battle for 19th. There's plenty going on, not just that top 5. So how good to have a 5-way fight, and it is for the lead of the race at this stage.
Yeah, and that's also the fun of endurance racing as well. As you said, there's more battles than just the top 5. I know as a broadcast, that's what we want to focus on, because everyone sort of cares who's leading, and we don't want to miss that pass for the lead, as it's an exciting moment. But the beauty of endurance racing or any racing is all the battles that happen across the track that feel important to you as a driver, whether you're battling for 1st, for 9th, for 15th, or for 35th. That battle feels tough and intense, and heck, there are battles for 30th that sometimes are more exciting and more intense than the battle for 1st. We don't always see every battle. It's just, only so many of us and so many cars. But, those are the moments that happen. So now we get a double shot here. Watching Team Redline in the big picture up top. And then we got Simify Esports in the bottom. Currently P25 in the bottom, P2 up top. So it's just a great example of how many battles can be happening here at once.
and you can see how much closer the leaders are getting, because in the bottom right they're just exiting Huon. They're in the middle of that corner for your race leaders. I wonder if any of those top 5 approach this stint a little differently than they did the last. Like if you're Sven Haase in the grid and go car, you've caught the top 5 now. Do you try to save more in 5th rather than being that driver a stint ago where he was going all out? He was the fastest car on track because he could see a goal to catch the race leaders. He's done it now. What does the cat do once it's caught the mouse?
That's a great question, and part of me thinks that the danger in doing that is muscle memory, right? Sven spent, a stint and a half catching these guys and having a certain way of catching them, and now to ask him to change that strategy and ride it back can really mess with a driver's muscle memory and how they take a corner, how aggressive they are. It can be weird, but you're right. Sitting in the back of a 5-car train, the question you have to ask yourself and to stare at is, what time am I really gaining here? Yeah, I might be saving fuel, but picking a random number here, David, if I'm losing half a second on the leader, for example, which is a big number, if I'm losing 0.2 of a second on the leader, could I be gaining that if I just went ahead and made the pass and wasn't saving fuel? Saving fuel is not always the answer, because the downside is you're probably losing a little bit of time in the process of doing it.
Still under 2 seconds to cover your leaders. Simify, get close and then lift off, and you can tell exactly how much they lifted there behind Apex Racing Academy's number 97. One of only a few Porsches, and a move made for 4th place. So Sven Haase isn't going to sit and ride, or maybe he thought the pace of 4th place wasn't sufficient to hang with the top 3. So Haase now up into 4th. BS Competition back into 5th. Remember, they led 1 or 2 laps there right before their pit stops. Now they're 5th.
Well, and the mentality for Sven might also be, listen, I was fast enough to catch them. I might be fast enough to pass them. That might be the mentality here, right? If I have the power or the speed or whatever you want to call it to get up there and catch them, why can't I pass them? Might be the mentality we have here as a team. You know, maybe the moments you have. So yeah, he made the pass for 4th. Wants to get up in this battle a bit deeper. We'll see if he can get up to 3rd and key it up there and make some passes. He's got a little bit of a gap here, about half a second maybe to catch 3rd place.
Yeah, I think making that move just opened up a couple more car lengths to 3rd place Semper Quartet. He'll have to close in. You know, I know you talked about this earlier, David. I want to hit on it again because it's still relevant. This track is getting fast. This track is getting cooler and faster. Earlier, about an hour and a half ago when we first started, you talked about the leaders doing a 2:18.7. There is no one in the top, 10. The slowest in the top 10 now is a 2:18.4. The leaders are at a 2:18.2. This track has picked up half a second a lap since you and I started broadcasting. That is incredible speed to find lap per lap on a track like this. The track temperature hasn't changed too much. It's still at 21 Celsius on the track. It has gotten just that little bit darker, though. It was close to dark, but not complete darkness. Now it is complete darkness around the racetrack. Air temperature has stayed steady. Just watching from above, who's saving the most fuel in the top 4? And it looks like Diogo Pinto in that Redline 20 back to saving a lot, sending the race lead out to 0.6 of a second. You can watch lots of battles right here as we go 2 by 2. Battle for the lead, battle for 9th, battle for 17th, and the battle for 25th. I think you see some moves happening potentially around 9th there between Apex Racing Team 99 and Williams Gaming Club. Driver change there for Williams Gaming Club. I think it was La Fuente in earlier, and now Thibaut Prévost is in. And they got a bit of traffic to work through there as well.
Yeah, great shot of just how busy this track is and just how much there can be happening at once here. As I said, typically it's hard to find every battle just because there's so much going on, and we have programs and scoring that can help us. And you can see the intervals and take some guesses, but not always possible. But here's 4 great camera shots of showing the different battles that are happening on track and how close they are in this moment.
I love Le Mans, I love Daytona, I love all those other sports car races, and you get, and the Nürburgring, and you have multiple classes and lots of different sort of race leaders to look at. But here, it's all GT3, 50 cars, 50 teams, all competing for the outright win. It's got a good place in my heart as well. There will only be one winner from this race, but there are so many cars that stand a chance of it.
Yeah, it's one of only, I think, 3 events on the special event calendar that are GT3 only class racing. There's this, there's Bathurst 12-hour, then our final race of the year that we do. That's, I think, an 8-hour race, I believe, that has GT3s only, so you're right. And I think it provides a little bit better racing only because you're not worried about, as a GT3, you're not worried about, you know, a GTP coming in or an LMDH coming in and being so much quicker and taking different lines than you. And I wonder if that's part of why we've not seen as much damage as we're used to this far into the race.
Yeah, it is a different dynamic, quite an interesting dynamic. This is 8th and 9th places that we were talking about, so the driver changes taking place. They're Silver Talons for the Apex Racing Team. 99's the car just in front, and I mean just in front, for 8th and 9th here. The traffic around them looks to be perhaps even the battle for position over 25th there. So it's busy for everyone on track now. We're this far into the race. Just a little bit of field spread. Suddenly everyone's dealing with just a tiny bit more lap traffic. Your race leaders are coming across it every now and again. Not coming across it quickly because it is all GT3s and it is a very high level of competition here in the top of many splits of this year's running of the iRacing Falken Tyre Spa 24 hours. But it comes up every now and again. It's just a little headache, a pain point for your race leaders who we look at here. Pinto, like we said, just got into this car that's now running 2nd place. They're running longer. They've got more fuel than everyone else, and they're still doing some serious saving at the end of the Camel Straight into some of these other braking zones. They're looking to make sure that, okay, if I'm in and amongst this top 5, I will maintain my strategy advantage, which is 1 lap longer than the 89 car in 5th, 3 laps further along than Team Redline 21 and Falken Sim Racing Team, and 6 laps further along than Virtual Coach GG by G&G.
Yeah, so right now that feels great, doesn't it? So you're 6 laps ahead of someone to say, hey, listen, I've got this great lead that I feel comfortable with. And I was just sort of sitting here thinking in my head, though, I know you've used this word a lot in the past 2 hours, but when or if that rain comes, David, that all gets washed away, unfortunately, because you're all going to pit about the same time and put new tires on, and that can wreak havoc on pit stops and fuel schedules and everything in between. So right now, if you are the car in P2, if you are Redline, you're kind of hoping this race stays dry, I think.
You're well placed that you're right. Whether adding extra pit stops, any other concerns, is a potential to take away from the strategy advantage you've built. The status quo benefits you in this situation. Anything that is changed could see you either lose a bit of time. Maybe you can't take the risk that one of the other cars inside of the top 5 can, as far as going to wets early, going to wets late, whatever the crossover point is. So it certainly could keep things interesting.
or even just the fact that every time you come down pit road, you run the risk of a small mistake. You run the risk of an unsafe pit entry. You run the risk of speeding and letting loose the pit limiter too soon. You run the risk of an unsafe pit exit. You run the risk of those penalties every time you come down pit road. So if we come down here and we have to, say, pit 2 or 3 more times to maybe put wets on, take wets off, or whatever you're going to do, that is 2 or 3 more times that you're just sort of rolling the dice and hoping everything turns out okay on pit road.
Everyone would agree it's way too early to be counting any chickens. With 17 hours still to go, the question around whether lots of driver change, driver fatigue to set in lapping traffic still to come. Dark as it is, I think you can see around the source there that they are definitely rubbering in the racing line a little more. So that could be contributing to that increase in speed that you were talking about, Derek. The other side of that is that rubbering in of the racing line will affect where the grip is if, when, how much it rains. And getting off the traditional racing line to find grip in the wet is dependent upon there being a rubbered-in racing line. And if there is a very rubbered-in racing line, like there will be at this point, then that's a different wet track than even with the same amount of rain if you practiced it less rubbered in.
Oh yeah, we found a lot of difference in doing some practice as friends. The amount of rubber on the track grossly affects how the rain behaves, right? Think about taking just any kind of surface you have at home that's slick, whether it be rubber or just take your tile floor as a sort of example. I'm sorry, what?
The slipperier it is. More polished the tile floor, the slipperier it is if you spill something on it.
Yeah, go dump a bucket of water on your tile floor at home and then try to walk across it and just see the difference in it, right? It doesn't get fun, that versus carpet. This example of slick versus non-slick. It's going to be treacherous if that rubber gets all kinds of wet, because it's going to be massive. And there are parts of this track where you can't avoid it. There are parts of this track where you can move offline, and there's parts of this track, due to maybe the nature of how the turn moves, or maybe up through Eau Rouge, where you can't get offline just because there's not enough space to do it. And it's going to be a moment to see what happens, getting 41 cars through those curves.
I think we've got to be careful not to hype up the chance of rain too big, though. Like, it's there, it's out there, it's looming. 24 hours is a lot of time for some weather to take place, but we don't know with any certainty. It's a weather forecast, not a weather.
My local weatherman does it. Nothing happens to him. He hypes it up all the time, but I see your point. Another factor I want to talk to you about and talk to the audience about with endurance racing a little bit is how a day-night cycle works. And that may be worded wrong. It obviously works the same. It's always going to happen. But depending upon where you live in the world and when this race starts and ends, sometimes the day-night cycle will match up to you at home. And when it's night in, it's night outside for you. And other times it's the complete opposite. Like for me, I'm a West Coast American right now. In Portland, Oregon, it is 12:33 in the afternoon, and it is dark in sim. And then about the time it's going to get bright in sim, well, at least for an East Coast American, it's going to start to get darker outside. And I find when talking to teammates and talking to drivers, there's a really weird mental effect that goes with that when it's vice versa, because your mind starts to not understand day and night as well. If you're looking at a dark screen and then you turn around and it's dark outside, you're like, wait, where did the sun go? That, I think, can have a big effect for our European drivers in this race. They're benefiting this time from the times matching.
I have had that before where I just completely committed myself to one of the 24-hour races, and it just feels like the time of day in the sim is what the time of day is, and then you get to the end of it and you're like, oh, why is it dark out there?
Yeah, right? I want to go get dinner. You're like, oh, dinner passed a while ago, See, I find it really weird that I sleep better during endurance racing when working with teammates when the day-night cycle matches up than when it doesn't. Oh, hold on, there's a car off track here.
You got the car off track just as they approach, and there's been a bit of a back and forth already between the top 5. At this point in the race, there are many a flashing headlight like, come on, that's the race leader, we're battling for the race lead. And so down the inside goes Diogo Pinto. Virtual Coach G&G are up into 3rd. Redline 21's in 4th there. I think BS kind of went up and then came back. I was worried about the day-night. And so it was a battle for position here that led to some contact, and that's how Shara Esports ended up wide for like the 2nd time in the bus stop. We saw the replay of them already out in the grass on the other side of it, so they have not been having a good time. And this is for 2nd place. Sven Haase is going to get down the inside of Diogo Pinto, and so from 5th, looking in at the leaders, knocking on the door, that 001 car is now up into 2nd place.
Well, I'll tell you what, Sven has answered that question you asked earlier. You asked out loud earlier, what would he do? Would he be willing to sit back in P5 and ride, or was he going to go and, be full bore and go for it? But I think now you have your answer, David. Sven Haase has interest, apparently, in leading this race. He has decided that he wants to move forward. There's only one more forward spot he can get to, but he has crawled through this field in the past 20 minutes. And I don't mean that negative way. I mean just kind of inching and crawling step by step to get around the top 5.
Great to see someone, show some pace here. We're not just, sure, we're running around quick, but, running around line stern, saving a little bit of fuel, bump drafting, slipstreaming, whatever. There's some aggression, some desire to get to the front from Sven Haase, and it's maybe rubbing some of the other competitors in this top 5 the wrong way, or that's not the way that they're going about it. But I like that. They're in different strategy positions. They've got slightly conflicting goals. And so they all almost mesh up here on pace and on strategy, but not quite. Vuč leads, and now in his mirrors is not the red line number 20, just trying to save fuel, trying to extend. It's a potentially quite aggressive Sven Haase.
Yeah, very aggressive in a moment. Look at that, see the Red Bull car behind trying to keep in line so it can make it happen here. But I want to come back to that spin we saw in that last set of corners there in that for the 88. How to think to yourself that moment, that 88 was probably as nervous as the leaders were, just for different reasons, right? You're a car that's now been spun around, you've had some contact, you're offline, you're off pace, and in your mirror and in your relative, what do you see? 5 cars barreling you down. And you're just hoping and praying that those 5 cars know you're there or see you. And if you're the leaders, you're hoping and praying that that guy doesn't, pull out in line and then he sees all 5 of you. That moment is equally as scary for both sides of that interaction, I think.
Yeah, there's some risk, and you're in this great position inside of the top 5 with the whole race still to play out. You don't want to be taking too much risk. So close for first and second right now over this lap. Sven Haase has majorly closed up.
Yeah, right now only about, a quarter of a second from calling himself the race leader at the 17-hour mark. So Sven's done a great job in the past hour or so, just at one point crawling himself back into the slipstream, back into the draft, now getting up into this field and really getting there. Now the question will be that lap traffic up ahead, David. Do they help or hurt Sven Haase when it comes to taking the lead?
Well, I think the last bit of traffic we saw helped him take second place. So maybe it could help him take the lead if that's what they're aiming to do, if that's their strategy. Great to have our top 5 all back together again. We were sort of keeping an eye on it, almost willing it about an hour and a half ago. Like, 4th and 5th are going pretty quick. They could catch the top 3. And that is what has happened. The only Ford in and amongst this group we ride on board with, Sam Coetzet in the team Redline Mustang. That's
doing a great job here representing Ford.
Do it.
Doing a great job representing Ford here in the top 10. In fact, up in the top 4 as of this point is Sam and Team Redline. Kind of riding in line here. They seem more content than Sven does to ride in line and make something happen later. They now come up through this part of the track and now come down this straightaway here. Watch them here. So then I would get thinking as well, you know, you and I talked about the day-night cycle a moment ago, which realistically I think we sort of take for granted nowadays as iRacers, but some of us, you know, old men, hold on, we got a 88's off track again. That's way behind. Never mind. You and I sort of take for granted, I think, as quote-unquote old timers of iRacing. But remember, there was a point when there was no day-night cycle in iRacing. It was just, you know, day or night, depending upon how we set up the servers to begin. So that's always a cool feature to see it happen in race after race. But I begin to wonder...
Some tracks didn't even have night. You could only select morning, early afternoon, or late afternoon.
That's true.
Spa was one of the tracks where night was selectable. Sebring was as well. But there was a large handful of racing circuits where you could not select evening or night.
Right. Yeah. Man, that's growing over time. Yeah, it's grown over time, a number of tracks. My memory tells me, maybe you remember differently, David, that, you know, the 24 Hours of Daytona was always a night race, if I recall correctly, before the transitions happened, and I think Sebring was a day race. Pretty sure Nürburgring and Spa were just day races, if I remember right.
I think almost all of them were day.
Okay. Yeah, maybe my Daytona memories are warped. I feel like it was a night race, but that might just be me misremembering. I'm not sure. But yeah. But part of this other day-night cycle to talk about is, I want to talk with you about for a second here, as we watch on board was PGZ here back in 21st. They were kind of trying to set up a pass here and get really close to that wall. When you are part of a 3-man team, which does seem to be the norm in top splits, how do you manage sleep? Like, that's got to be an important factor for a team, right? Like, everyone needs to sleep at some point. Very few people are capable of staying up for 24 hours and racing at their peak for all 24 hours. How much sleep do you typically get during an endurance race as a driver?
I mean, I think 3 or 4 can work.
3 or 4 hours, you mean, or 3 or 4 drivers?
3 or 4 hours.
Okay.
So, yeah, you can find a time to sign off, and I've had it many times where, you know, you're racing, you're driving, you're thinking about the racing, you go to sleep. You dream that you're driving the car. You wake up and you drive the car, and so it's rest, but in a way it doesn't feel like it. I think basically every 24-hour race that I've ever done, I've dreamt about driving while I was asleep.
Now, here's a weird question I'm going to ask, but part of your sleep process, like I know drivers who do both. Do you keep the sim open 24 hours, or is part of your sleep process that you kind of have to like close the sim and tune out for a couple hours, and that's how you sleep?
I'd normally leave. I think I'd leave my computer open, but I'm noticing, looking down our drivers in this race, quite a few of them do, you know, log off, disconnect, come back. So amongst the leaders in the 001, there was a time I think there where only Sven was actually connected
in the
to the race server. Nico Rubela is back. Cody Deeth has connected recently. In the 21, for example, Ole Steinbreiten, who's already driven, is disconnected at the moment. So you can piece together that a lot of these drivers, you know, clearly, you know, shut down, disconnect, or maybe they've got to go do a little practice for something else, or they might still, you know, have their computer up, but they're just not connected to this server non-stop.
Right. Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff in iRacing this week. I mean, this has been a busy week across the service. We had Oh, hold on, we got a battle right here. Is that a bump in the corner that I see, or is that just a weird camera angle? I'm not sure what happened there.
I don't think we had too much contact.
Okay. I had a busy weekend of service, David. We had the charity race happen Wednesday night for a special event where we raised, I think, over $40,000 for MS research. This week across iRacing on the oval side for us oval nerds, there's the full-length Brickyard 400. There's Spa happening. I'm 90% sure that PESC went on today at some point, or maybe still is going on. I think it's already happened, I believe. I've lost track of time, to be honest with you, where we are time-wise. But look at that. Speaking of time, here's the time for a battle on the track, and it's right here for P12. Look at this 3-car battle, David.
Heading up the Camel Straight towards Lacombe. It's the Falken car that's going to get ahead. It's the 33 with SimRC and the Mustang, I think, following them through. WSR Esports butt kicker Andrew Caron getting swamped a little bit along the Camel Straight. So he maybe tried to have a bit of a go at Falken Sim Racing. It didn't come off. SimRC and their Mustang has come through as well. And then back to the tail of this 3-car train. WSR Esports butt kicker find themselves. SimRC love a Ford. They loved the old Ford GT3, the old Ford GT2. So now they find themselves in the very recent, well, it's this year. It's a 2024 Ford Mustang GT3 racer.
Yeah, not a surprise here to see them stick with the Ford, obviously. So happy for those guys that they get a new vehicle to drive that they enjoy, because the old Ford and GT3s just about fades itself out. It was very rare to see someone racing that in any kind of special event or any event of any kind, I felt like. So happy all these drivers are getting a new Ford to play with and turn some laps in. You know, and to finish up that sleep conversation, David, and we can move on, I was talking to a new driver who's doing their first 24-hour race today, and he said, hey, on Sunday, I'm going to be racing. I said, no, you're not. He's like, what do you mean? I was like, I promise you, as much as we all love iRacing, after you do 24 hours of Spa on Saturday, the last thing you'll want to do on Sunday is probably go iRacing. I don't know if you feel the same, but typically after 24, I need like a day to kind of like, you know, do something else, right?
Depends exactly how much you drove, how it went for you. Corentin Guinea is up close behind that Falken BMW. Having a look around in places, trying to get an idea here of the relative strengths of the BMW versus the Ford Mustang. For example, the peak and a straight speed. Nope, that's whack. I don't think SimRC are doing 474 k's an hour. Something's misread there, but the 294 for Falken Sim Racing Team B is believable. So is the Mustang a little better?
If they're doing 474, we need to have a talk with them about something.
Yeah, correct. That's not a BMW engine, it's probably a Pratt & Whitney or a GE turbofan. So this part of the lap, SimRC look pretty strong. Nose of the Mustangs going where they want it.
Yeah, doing a great job being patient here, just riding around, sticking the back of that bumper as much as they can. Probably trying to save some fuel, but just being patient here. Not even halfway through the race. I know you and I have talked about many a strategy and many a way to do things, and the ifs and the hows and the whys and the buts, but you brought up a valid point earlier. We got to not count those chickens yet. We're only still at the mark of 17 hours to go.
And I heard the pit lane alarm for someone, because we are reaching that top of the hour that opens the pit window for a lot of cars. This is how the lead of the race changed a couple of laps ago. Virtual coach GG by G&G and Sven Haase done saving fuel. Falken Sim Racing on the racing line might have had a bit of a lift, and I think at least by the time they saw that someone else was trying to take the race lead, they did have a little bit of a lift. Sven Haase leads the race from Luca Wunsch in the Falken Sim Racing Team 44. This is some of those cars on pit lane. Your top 5 still within 2 seconds, and we expect Sven Haase will be the first of these leaders to join the cars already on the lane.
And I feel like you and I have already used a few words to describe it, but I don't want it to be lost on anyone, so I want to kind of say this again. How amazing is that by Sven Haase? How just dominant is that, in a way, by Sven? I mean, you kind of joked that you and I kind of willed them back into being in the draft and willed them into catching the field and willed them into doing this. But, when you and I took over 2 hours ago from Paul and William, they were back behind the draft. And so to do that and then drive your way forward like that is a moment to be proud of as a driver. No matter what happens in this race, and hopefully nothing bad happens for them, that is a moment to remember, to write down, to cherish, to acknowledge, and to praise yourself and your team for later, because that is a dominant performance that you made that happen in less than 2 hours' time.
And it will be so interesting to see how this plays out. They're ratcheting up that speed once again, in 2:17.3 last lap for Sven Haase. I think he might be flashing the headlights at a couple of those lapped cars that he has in front of him, like a battle between Apex Racing Academy and Simify Esports, and also the 40th place car, which is Energy Sim Sport, going to go 2 or 3 laps down through all of this. Presents an opportunity but also a risk to the race leader to be catching these cars. I think we've said that they're catching Apex Racing Academy and Simify Esports for like half an hour though.
Yeah, it does feel that way, doesn't it? And we keep saying that, and then this kind of keeps playing that cat and mouse game of trying to, catch and get away, catch and get away. But I was thinking in my head, as you said, the top of the hours when pit cycles start. Listen, if I was any of the cars in the top 5 right now, and I'm close within a lap or two of fuel, do I ponder saying, hey, listen, we're in the middle of a pack right now. We're in the middle of, a cluster or a gaggle or a pack, whatever you want to call it. Why don't we come down pit road a lap early, get out of this, and have cleaner to drive in? That can sometimes factor into a driver's decision of when to pit, how to, or, in those matters. Not so much for Sven because he's the leader, but listen, maybe if you are second, third, fourth, maybe you ponder, hey, let's go ahead and pit early, find some clean air, and see if we can turn better laps.
A little bit of traffic has spread out in your top 5 there. You saw on the Kemmel Straight one of those Audi R8s trying to stay out of the way best they can. Once first and second place were passed, third, fourth, fifth, all hitting the headlight flasher like, don't forget about me, I'm also on the tail of this. And I'm sure that team, that car knew. But you're just getting towards the end of the stint. A couple of drivers might think, if I can save a tiny bit more, this is going 27 laps. Others are realising, no, 27 laps isn't happening for me this stint. And they're really then putting the hammer down with a tiny bit in reserve. You see a bit more variation of speed right at the tail of this stint. On board with Arena Talva, BMW M Team BS competition. And they are third place.
Yeah, as the speed continues to pick up on the track here,
or they're fifth.
It's going to be less likely that people are able to get extra laps out of their stints, just because you can't do both. You can't get faster and burn less fuel. That's not how science works. I was only like a C student in science, David. Even I know those two things don't correlate.
No, it's so long as you pass the bit about conservation of energy and some of those other laws of physics, you can't make something out of nothing. You can be more efficient with your something, but you can't make more something from nothing. No pit call is yet, so that's 001 going 27 laps on this stint, something we've previously seen them not be able to do. So having resumed in this stint with the leading 5, Sven Haase thinks that even with that pace, he's saved enough to go 27 laps, and it sort of stems a little bit of the bleeding on strategy of some of these other cars around running longer than the 001. They've got pace, they've got a 1 second lead, and apparently they've got fuel as well. These last 2 hours have been good to this car.
I was sort of saying, isn't it surprising in a way to think that he climbs through the field and has the fuel? Like, once again, I sort of joked earlier, you one or the other. I would have thought for sure that by getting through the field and claiming the lead, they would have burned more fuel than normal. But no, apparently not. They're going to try the strategy here and see what they can make of it, and we'll see if it works. But right now, here they are up in the lead. doing a great job. You see the different intervals on the side of your screen here. As far as the leaders, now it's back to about, 2.5 seconds for the top 5. So no different as we have cars down pit road.
Pit lane's a busy place. The Falken Sim Racing 33 and the WSI Esports Butt Kicker 23 are also going to have the race on pit lane that they were having out on track earlier. They pit on the same lap. They're both going to try to brim the tank, put new tyres on and get back out there. Definitely a chance for more driver changes coming along as well. Luka Wunsch might have just stepped out of track limits there. Something that you got to be careful across. Over this 24 hours, you only have 100 incident points to play with, not 100 off tracks. Even fewer than that, 100 incident points. So door-to-door contact, some other things can add up to that. You got to be careful how many off tracks how many track limits abuses you run across this 24 hours, because the drive-through penalty is the penalty. That is a massive penalty here. Race leader in are the 4 cars from that top 5 continue on, attempting a bit of an undercut, I think, based on how much pace Sven exerted over these last few laps and how he actually did break away from those other drivers. He was 1.5 seconds clear before deciding or needing to pit.
Yeah, needing is probably the right word, I would say. Both decided and needed, but yeah, needed to pit would be a great word there. Now, the thing to keep in mind, I don't know if we'll come across this as much as the 100 incident points, David, but once you breach the number 100, it's only an additional 20 incident points before you get an additional drive-through penalty. So the number decreases and the rules get tighter once you get that first penalty on how you get your second, third, fourth, or how many penalties you have. So it's not just one and done. You can get more. Now, typically in top split, I don't think the more will be the problem as much as just the first one. But that first one could throw away a race for you.
Feels like a lifetime between saying that your leader is in versus when they actually hit their pit stop, and that undercut could be helped here. Look at this bit of traffic holding up for a couple of corners. Your now race leaders, Luka Wunsch, Diogo Pinto, etc. It was the Pro Sport, that car, the Mercedes AMG, that didn't get out of the way as quickly for your leaders as you've seen some of the other drivers do, and so it was through a few of those corners. Luka Wunsch was boxed in behind a Mercedes.
So, obviously, multiple times before an event, a special event, iRacing does come out and they put, a BOP out for the event that will, in their minds, hopefully balance the cars and not make it a dominant car or make an overpowered car, might be the better way to say it. And we saw a lot of that come out in the past couple of days, and big talks about how hard some of the cars got hit. So I'm going to come around to a question finally, David, and ask, with all that done, the BOPs added and everything, so on and so forth, are you surprised that there are 9 BMWs in the top 10?
A little bit, yeah, because it's not like we've got 49 BMWs. There are Mercedes, Audis, Ferraris, Porsches, and a couple of other Mustangs out there. And so teams have gone with them, with the free choice of car, at thinking that they could be competitive all the way to go across the 24 hours. So teams have selected those cars. They're here in the top split. And then the BMWs, at least from the track conditions we've seen so far, are looking the strongest.
Now, you and I hinted there's been some rumors across the community that
the race lead here,
we'll come back to that. Hold on.
20 are going to go ahead of Falken Sim Racing team.
It's a great job by Redline 20 to get up in the lead here and hopefully lead some laps here, or some more laps of Spa as the night grows on. And saw a quick picture of the driver in the car there. Still, this 4-car battle is steep, even though someone pits. Man, it does not get any less intense here in this battle. It's still BMW, Falken, Redline, and then BS competition 1, 2, 3, and 4. They're now less than a second apart, David. At one point, it was 2.5 seconds apart.
Yeah, that little bit of traffic that they caught boxed up these drivers. The 001 is back out with a driver change. Cody Deeth taking over from Sven Haase. So those are feeling like some big boots to fill based on the last stint we just saw from that car. but they looked really, really strong. So Cody Death is going to have to hit the ground running if that undercut is going to see them rejoin with a lead. And how hard they've pushed, they'd probably want to rejoin this race with like a 2-second lead or something and make the others have to pedal hard, because if they rejoin and there's only a half a second lead, well, then they're back where they were like 30 minutes ago.
Yeah, sure, right. Yeah, you were part of that pack, and then no one feels as big a need to push. If that's the case, somebody pulled out there. Was that Falken I saw come off there? It's hard to tell in the dark. I apologize.
You've got to be careful making wishes in the dark, because you can't be sure when they've hit their mark. Luca Wunsch is in. He was the next car we were expecting. And then it'll be the BS competition, and then it'll be Team Redline 20. Also got some of the other cars from inside of the top 10, like Marla Racing Team pitting. Sebastian Weldon is in, and you can see he's sort of a third of a Spa pit lane behind the leaders. But the pace that the top 5 have been setting over the last 2 or 3 hours is setting them head and shoulders above the rest. Is there anyone else inside of the top 10 that can hit some pace and some economic pace like Grid and Go have had?
I think the next real test here will be when the sun begins to come back up, which I believe is going to be right around 6 a.m. sim time. So that'll be about 6 hours from now. That's the next time I think that the tides will change a little bit. When the sun comes up, the track begins to heat up. How do people handle that? You know, whose car is set up for what? Maybe we'll see some things change, unless we see a driver swap in the middle of the night. That's going to really just put a new driver in who can dominate. It feels like right now we're just sort of running the status quo and waiting for the sun to rise.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit of movement as far as the pace is concerned inside of the top 5, but then the rest, there's a few other little battles going on, like this one. Apex Racing Team, I think, just getting ahead of Team Hoisingfeld's Mustang at La Source there, and chopping off a little bit of the big nose of the Mustang into La Source. Run up the Camel Straight. Mustang still looks pretty good. And so these two will be still close together for some time. As we've still got a couple more pit stops rolling through the leaders. For example, rejoining the race here, Sebastian Weldon, as we talked about, in the Marla Racing Team number 10. He is behind Cody Death and Luca Wunsch, the cars from those top 5 that have rejoined, as we're going to have Team Redline 21, the only Mustang inside of the top 5, stopping this lap. And you've got this sort of 5-6 lap window of your top 5 pitting, and that remains one of the key strategic differences amongst those cars.
Yeah, it's really the only big difference. The speeds seem pretty equal. I mean, the lap times, you look at timing and scoring, it's about equal through the top 3 or 4 as far as where they're running. So right now it's just purely about that strategy and how to play it out. Who's burning fuel? That'll matter later as we get deeper and deeper into this race here. But now we got a small battle here with these two cars going on, and they're going to come down here through this corner. This is Apex Racing Team P8, Sava Talons in the car, also in a BMW, trying to hold off P9, which would be Debadad. Oh, is it Prevost? You can correct me if you want there, David. That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I like to think you're the more cultured of the two of us when it comes to this name, the name pronunciation part of the broadcast.
Welcome to Pronunciation Corner.
Oh, I always joke.
I mean,
with my
we
friends.
are a so global platform from every corner of the world. Mm-hmm. Drivers, teams, supporters. That, you know, if you put me on commentating Carrera Cup France, maybe I'd get my French pronunciation sorted out, and I could do passable. But that is one of, you know, the 20, 30 languages and countries that all of our drivers come from. You've got Germans, French, Turkish drivers, even Australian drivers like Cody Death. Worse, Queensland drivers.
I always joke with my friends, David. I tell them that, a lot of times that when, especially for the shorter races, maybe the sprint broadcast or 2-hour broadcast when it's a single commentary team, there's a process some of us go through. We'll sit down together before a broadcast and we kind of go down the driver roster and we practice some of the names we've not seen before, and we try to work out how we think it's pronounced, or hey, have you done this name, or have you said this name before? And like, oh yeah, it's this. And I'm like, if you could listen to that part that's not broadcast of like me trying to get through some of those names, that sometimes is 100 times more entertaining than anything on the track.
So this battle between Apex Racing Academy Team Hoistingfeld has the 002 Virtual Coach GG Grid and Go-Kart closing in on the both of them. Not to be confused with the 001 that's leading, just like you can't confuse the Falken 33 with the Falken 44 that's inside of the top 5. It is a team sport, these special events, these endurance races. So you've got a handful of teams that have managed to field multiple cars into the top split. And of course, a reminder, we talk about this often through all these iRacing special events this year and across the years, that it's just one of many, many endurance races going on. iRacing will put out the official figures, but often it's hundreds and hundreds of teams, thousands of drivers. It's a special event for all. We of course want to know, in the highest rated, the top ranked drivers, the top split, who's winning. But it's one of many.
Oh yeah, one of many, and there are just thousands of teams participating in this moment. This is one of 4 time slots for the weekend. All 4 have now launched, but yeah, there'll be thousands of teams participating. Oh my goodness. Got a little close there to Mr. Koch, to the car in front of him. But yeah, it's a great event. Listen, and I tell everybody, I don't care what split you're in. If you won this event, you won this event. I don't care if you're top split broadcast on RaceSpotTV, if you won a middle split, a bottom split, whatever you have. If you survived and pardon the word, endured a 24-hour endurance race and came home with the checkered flag, be proud of yourself. Heck, be proud of yourself if your team finishes a 24-hour endurance race, because that in itself is harder than it sounds.
Yeah, it sure is a challenge. These are obviously some of the most talented, most prepared drivers on iRacing, and as it stands, from 49 starters, I think I'm only seeing 40 cars running at the moment. We haven't gone all the way through the night. We haven't experienced the full possibility of the weather conditions, and already there are a few casualties of this race. Rainer Talvar brings the number 89 into pit lane, leaving us with just the number 20 BMW M Team Redline leading the way and yet to stop. I note that the number 21 Team Redline has rejoined the race in front of Virtual Coach G&G, which is only just ahead of Falken Sim Racing Team Teal. So that sort of 1.5 second lead they had before they stopped hasn't materialized into a race lead again on the other side of the pit stops. They might have had to take just another half a lap of fuel more than some of the other cars around them. Just that thing would have run all the way to empty, and then you've got to refill it all the way to the top.
Yeah, I would think so, right? I sort of joked that there was no way they were saving fuel and passing people. So this may be the result of that. Here's another car down pit road. This is the BS competition car. That's Ryan Barneveld now in the car, yeah.
Yep, so those are the cars that they're battling for position, just heading up Eau Rouge and Radion now. Tough pit exit. You're not at the same speed of these cars. Here's Sam Cotoit on the blend, going around the outside and into second place. Mustang in second, then goes to break the draft, and those other cars that have been on the track still faster up the Kemmel Straight, having carried way more speed than the car on the pit exit is able to. It is an interesting blend out of that. The race leader is just hitting pit entry to bring our top 5, our leading 5, through another cycle. And second, third, fourth, fifth are all reunited. There's one car that is going to join them again shortly.
Man, look how wide they all get out of that corner. You and I have been talking off and on about track limits and off tracks and what it means, you know, whether it counts you're off the track or not. That's one of those corners right there that gets super scary, be just to watch, because how far out the grass they get. And of course, that is, you know, the racing line, quote unquote. You do want to get out there and find more speed by having a wider corner, I guess. But every time you touch the grass, you know, the possibilities are endless, so to speak, of what can happen to your car as far as losing grip or, you know, getting it looped around, or anything can happen out in that grass there. So here's another car down pit road, and this looks to be towards the front of the field. This is Redline.
Yeah, a couple of driver changes happening inside of the top 5 as the in-sim time is past midnight for iRacing Spa-24, Falken Tyre Spa-24. You saw Ryan Barneveld get into the 89, Cody Deeth get into the 001. No driver change in the 21 where Sam Coutert stayed in, and no driver change for the 44 where Luca Wunsch stayed in. For the number 20, it looks like Diogo Pinto is staying in for the moment. It wasn't all that long ago that he got into the 20 either. So just a gradually, slowly changing face. That car's rolling. That car's on pit exit now. I think they're well placed to blend in the lead. That is the 20 just now. And then there's second place. Their teammates in the number 21. Diogo Pinto rejoins with about a half a second lead on board. The splitter is second place. Looking at your new race leader, 2.5 seconds cover the top 5.
Yeah, new race leader indeed. Congrats to Redline for getting up here and assuming the race lead here. Half a second up to them, and look back now, that top 5 number is now back to 2.5 seconds where it was some time ago. And we'll see if that can maybe decrease as tires get warmed up and drivers get comfortable again after that pit cycle. But that's where we stand right now, is about 2.5 seconds back to P5. And again, they're all the way out wide in that grass. It's something that it's just, as a driver, you know you have to do. And, you know, I think as a driver, you get used to doing it. So maybe it doesn't feel as scary as it does to look at it. But it can still be a scary moment out there in that area. Well, listen, I know I just heard Paul and Will say this earlier, but I'll say it again. If you're watching this and you've never done iRacing, you can do this event next year. You know, get yourself an iRacing account, get yourself maybe a wheel and pedal set, start practicing. There's multiple special events, many disciplines, oval, road. I think there's both a dirt road and a dirt oval event that happens throughout the year. But hey, listen, if you love Spa, you love GT3 cars, come try it out. Next year you can be racing somewhere in one of these splits cars and trying to win this prestigious race.
Team Redline are going to try to win this prestigious race because they're first and second right now, and I wonder if now that they've got both of their cars to the front, if they can play a little bit of team games here, if Pinto and Coutert can't work together just a little bit. Third, fourth, fifth, they're not as organised as they previously had been. Ryan Barneveld looks like he's warming up though in third place and not going to let the red lines break away. Cody Deeth doesn't seem to have quite matched the speed that Sven has yet, so he's almost a second behind third there, with Falken Sim Racing right on his tail. The top 5 are still, in endurance racing terms, very, very close, but not as completely compressed as we had seen at some other stages in this race. Coutert closes up in the slipstream of the race leader and cracks the throttle about half a car length back. There's going to be no Mustang front bumper to BMW rear bumper contact there.
Yeah, not quite as close. And by the way, can I talk from Cody Deeth's perspective? And I don't want this to sound down on Cody or that he's not talented, because he obviously is. But what pressure that must be for Cody Deeth, by the way, to get in the car right now, David. He just watched his teammate, you know, just really get through the field in whatever way you want to say, crawl, attack, you know, whatever. Went from 5th to 1st, and now you're the guy who's got to get in the car next. That pressure's kind of on you to maintain what your teammate did, and that can be a lot to deal with.
Yeah, this stint not Cody's first laps in the race though. He'd previously done about 50 or so. So he's now completed 58 laps of the race compared to his teammate Sven Haas's 108 and Nicolas Rubilar's 26. They are a 3-driver combination in this BMW. Compare that to your current race leader, have 4 registered drivers, of which only 2 have turned laps yet. The 21 4 registered drivers, only 2 have turned laps yet. And then in 5th place in the 44, I didn't have that tab open. Okay, 4 drivers, and all of them have driven. So Luca Wunsch, Jonas Rutten, Leandro Andaruti, and Damon Woods have all cut laps in the 44. So compare that difference, Falken Sim Racing team, to how Redline are cutting this up.
Yeah, there's a lot of differences, positives and negatives in that moment. What I think about when you said that 4 drivers have all turned laps in the first 8 hours, it makes me wonder, did any of them really have time to find their groove in the car before it's time to give the car to somebody else? Like, the benefit to a 3-driver team, which is what, this car here we're watching the virtual coach car is doing, is you're going to get enough time in the car at once. Typically, you're going to get comfortable. You're going to have a groove. You're going to have muscle memory. And you're going to be there. When you're swapping between 4 or 5 drivers, 4 is probably the max for the split, I would assume. It's hard, depending on how you make your schedule, it's hard for any one driver to sort of really get in there and have enough drive time to find the group. Unless you're really going to break this race in half, say, hey, you 2 are racing the first half, we'll race the second half. I don't know how else you do it and keep everyone sort of not rusty.
There are 2 5-driver combinations in this field. One of them, unfortunately, though, is already retired. Hydro Race Geodesic Racing 55. But the other is the number 33 Falken Sim Racing Team Blue, who have Paul Lange, Lucas Müller, Jonas Warner, Alexander Tieber, and Jesse Jones. So I wonder if they all have to speak English on Jesse's account.
Did all of them turn left? Because I'm pretty sure if someone enters your team as a spotter, do they not appear in the entry list? That could be spotters, right?
They appear, but they won't have a drive time next to their name. Okay. So I am excluding spotters. Okay. Like, actually, one of the spotters, I think, is driver Jonas Vanner's alternative account there, so he can leave one account in and pull his main account out when he's not driving. But yeah, I was not falling into that trap.
Fair enough. Sorry about that. But yeah, so 5 surprises me on a top split team. Not to, sometimes you got to do what you got to do with driver availability and who wants to drive and win. But typically, most top level iRacers I find, David, they want to drive. They want to drive as much as humanly possible. So a lot of them seem to prefer the 3-man teams because it gives them the most in-car time possible. The problem becomes on the backside, creating a sleep schedule.
Yeah, and I've talked about, for example, in that 33, they're all European drivers in the number 33, whereas there is some teams that have their drivers spread all over the world. Virtual Coach in 4th place is one of them, as the European-based Sven Haase got out for Australian-based Cody D. The battles outside of the top 5 going on, like 6th and 7th, like 8th and 9th, that's here. Thibaut Prevost, Williams Gaming Club, right up behind Silver Talents from Apex Racing Team 99.
Look at how they're staying right there together. Look at these camera shots making it look as it does. And they're just right on top of one another, keeping there and trying to keep in touch and keep the pressure on. Sometimes the best way to pass someone, David, is not to actually make the pass. It's just to kind of keep yourself in their mirror. Let you know, hey, I'm here, and keep that pressure on. And maybe the driver in front of you just slips in a corner, misses a braking point. Not to the point where they wreck, but just to the point where they're just a little offline. And the pass becomes that much easier.
Yeah, thinking long term as well, they're about 11 seconds behind the next cars for position, those in 6th and 7th, which is another Williams car, Williams Esports Racing, number 1, and it's the Marla Racing team number 10, also just up there. So you're thinking, can we catch them? Can we get away from my other teammates, Williams Esports Pit Fit, back in 10th? You know that there's a lot of race still to come.
Oh, a lot of race still to come. I'm going to touch back on that point you made about the time zones too. That's so important because, like, as with everything else today, it's double edged, right? Because a lot of times if you have drivers, not guaranteed, but a lot of times if you see people who are in the same, either country or state, if you're in the U.S., those are possibly real life friends. They have a connection and a bond of trust in this race. You don't get the same race or the same bond, with just online racers. Hey, I went to the iRacing forums and I found a team and we're going to run it. But what you were kind of hinting at, the downside of that, hey, if we're all live in the same state or the same country, somebody's getting stuck doing the graveyard shift, right? Someone's getting stuck there, up at midnight, 1, 2, 3 in the morning racing this car. But if you can luck out like the virtual coach car has, and you have drivers across different countries, different continents even, hopefully that time schedule is easier to negotiate.
Yeah, and we can approximate some of it by looking up and down the entry list at drivers' iRacing club, which gets assigned to you when you register. So Sotomuto from Japan, but then there's a lot of Europeans, Cody Death, Australia, NZ. A couple of North Americans out there. Highest place that I see at the moment be Parker White, Club New England, in the 10th place. Oh no, sorry, Sebastian Weldon's Club Florida in 7th, and then Andrew Caron, Club Canada, and Michigan for Leaf Sebastian in 22nd place. And so, yeah, truly, it's so global.
I have to be honest with you and tell you that I do hope we come to a point with the iRacing clubs where we can be better about them as far as what they indicate. So obviously for most of the 50 U.S. states, there's a club for, let's say, a majority of the states.
It's so American centric, where
right.
It's just like,
it is.
Club Southwest, where like 2 million people live, and it's like Club Asia, where
right.
like 3 billion people live. There is some
Club Ohio
breakdown of the number of iRacing accounts per club, and yeah, there's a few of the US state ones that it's just like, well, that's the peak it's ever going to reach, and then UK and Ireland that covers an insane number of people. There's a spin from Apex there. That's the Apex Academy car at La Source.
It's going to be a harsh moment there. Back to 22nd now is Leaf Sebastian, had a moment there and got it moving again. That's the good news for him. Now it's going to take just a second, David, and sort of shake out the nerves, shake out the frustration, shake out the anger, whatever may be existing that you made that mistake. Because a lot of times in this race, what happens, and you sort of hinted at it earlier with the incident points, is that you're going to try to probably convince yourself, listen, I took that same corner the same way 9 times. Why did it snap? Why did it break? Let's watch what's going to happen here.
Right.
Maybe hard on the brakes.
Yeah, might have to brake later than usual to not run up and brake deeper into the corner, I mean to say. And so on the brakes in a place you might not normally be through the corner. Lost the rear. I said spun, a little bit closer to half spun, but still caused by
right.
Closeness to the car in front.
Close quarters. Yeah. So in that case, now you're trying to work out the frustration of make sure you're not like, why did that guy do that? Why was he there? Why was he, just let it go. If you're a Ted Lasso fan, I'd say be a goldfish. Just have a short memory, because those things can fester inside a driver's brain, and next thing you know, one mistake becomes like 5 mistakes because you just can't let it go. That's my one Ted Lasso reference for the day, by the way.
Lost on me, but I'm sure the kids love it. And so we're back with our race leaders. First, second, third. Ryan Barneveld's been able to go with the Redline BMW and Redline Mustang that lead the way right now. virtual coach car back and forth, still just a second and a half off the tail of this, with Luca Wunsch's Falken sim racing team not appearing to have any desire to try to pass. So 4th and 5th, rather than closing up on the leading 3, just dropping off the leading 3 right now. Different line for the Mustang. Later apex.
Yeah, whether that was intentional or accidental, it's hard to tell. If it was just a way to peek around the corner, or just maybe just gotten a little different through the apex. Who knows? But these two teams really have been stuck together for a while, and they seem content to be teammates. David, that's not something we always see. So I thought I saw maybe a bump trap down the straight there.
No, it's significant and sustained that time. They eschewed making bumper-to-bumper contact a couple of times earlier on, but this time, obviously, Coulthard must have had such a much better run that he went, no, let's shovel my teammate forward a little bit if possible.
And I feel like, and I said this a couple hours ago, that's something that's become more and more prevalent year over year in road racing, that being the bump trap down the straightaways here. I can't tell you that I'm still a fan of it in road racing, and I'm not sure that I can put my finger on why, other than just tradition tells me we don't do that in a sort of way. Obviously, it's a big thing in NASCAR, the super speedways. Do you have an opinion on bump drafting? Obviously, it works, but how do you feel about bump drafting down the straights in a road race?
It doesn't feel like the endurance racing thing to do. It's definitely the MX-5 racing thing to do. So I've been bump drafted like twice in my life, and it scared the hell out of me. You get used to it, but yeah, no way would you look in your mirror, see another car getting closer, and want them to hit you ordinarily in an endurance race. You're like, let's not.
And it's such a skill, right? That sounds odd to say, hey, hitting a guy is a skill, but it is. You have to do it perfectly square. It's just no different than NASCAR. If I attempt to bump draft you, and if I think about being out on the road, going to work or school or wherever you're going, if someone hits you square on, it just sort of shoves your car forward. That's what they're trying to do with a bump draft. But if I come up behind you in traffic and I sort of hit you on the back, right or the back left and bump you, I'm more likely to loop you around when I hit you. That's what these cars will do. So in effort of bump drafting a teammate, I could inadvertently end up putting them into a wall because we're not perfectly squared up. It is quite the skill that I think is lost on people, how hard it is. Yeah, it doesn't mean, even when they bump draft here, if they do it again down the straight, it's not like it's gaining them seconds. I don't understand it.
So still within the 217s, every car in your top 6 a 217.9 last lap. Incredibly equal across all of them. Not a whole lot of change there. Marla Racing Team broke the mold there with a 217.6 though, so they might be closing in on 7th place. And 6th and 7th are a little bit closer to the race lead now than I think they were an hour ago, because they were like 6 seconds back 3 hours ago, and then about an hour ago they were 15 seconds back. Now it's 13. So Sosa Muto and Sebastian Weldon, I don't think with 16 hours left that 13 seconds away from the race lead is out of it, even if we keep seeing this sort of top 5 train and think those are the cars to watch.
No, not at all. If I was 13 seconds back at this point with almost 16 hours to go, I'd be stoked. Like, once again, you're going to have to say to yourself, we have a shot at this. We just need a bad corner here or there by the leaders, or we need a driver change where maybe the new driver doesn't have just quite the pace of the current drivers, or it's one small thing that would put you back right in the thick of the battle, in the middle of the pack, so to speak. I would be stoked if I was 13 seconds back here at this moment in the race.
Yeah, talking about that pace from Sebastian Weldon, who's the car just in behind. And it doesn't look like Sotomuto is hanging around either. So what's the lap this time? Again, it's 2:17.8s, 2:17.9s from the leading 5, but it's 2:17.7 for Sotomuto. He sets a very, very patriotic lap time. 0.776. This is Sotomuto, currently P6. A look in. You can see the corner of a triple monitors there, I believe.
Yeah, I was thinking to myself too, that's either going to be a triple monitor or a very, 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 very widescreen triple monitor there. But listen, all that you see there, I'm pretty sure you can tell it's daylight. Look at that thing we talked about earlier. It is daylight for Muto right now versus nighttime in the sim.
Yeah, sun's rising for me right now, but while Sotomuto is slightly 1 or 2 time zones further west than me, he is much further north than me. So the sun's going to rise a little bit earlier in the land of the rising sun this time of year than it will for me. It's probably going on like 4:30 or 5:30 local there. I'm not sure, and that's maybe not even counting daylight savings. I can't be sure.
Oh man, we got that daylight savings in. Now we're doing math.
It's got a 6-string back there as well.
I was going to say, by the way, keep in mind, just to give our viewers an idea of time, no matter where you are. David's talking about the sun coming up where he lives currently. It is still 1:31 p.m. on the west coast of the U.S. So we talked about earlier about how you want to have a diverse set of drivers from different clubs or different regions. That right there is a perfect example of how different this can be.
I'm informed it's 5:31 a.m. in Japan, so that makes sense.
There you go.
Got his hydration there. Maybe there's a snack in the box. That'd be nice.
Yeah, and that's why you love endurance races like Spa because of the long straights, right? That's why you love races like this. What is that camera doing that's weirding me out?
Zooming. It's zooming incredibly. Sotomuto is also zooming at the moment.
He is it?
Multiple hundreds of kilometers an hour.
Wow, that camera really threw me off for a second. Sorry about that. I lost my whole train of thought for a second. That was really weird. That's why you love tracks like Spa, by the way, because down these long straights, you should be able to grab a bottle of water and hopefully get a small drink of water and be able to hydrate.
Sotomuto will drop behind Sebastian Weldon, who makes the move, and then, I don't know, maybe Sotomuto forgot what year it was, kicked up a bit of grass down the Kemmel Straight here. Not this time, not now. That's years gone by on iRacing Sotomuto.
Is that 2 years ago?
I don't want to think or talk about it, to be honest.
Okay.
So Sebastian Weldon, we saw, a couple of really quick laps. Now he's released. What can he do? Sotomuto going with him.
Look how I don't mean this negatively, but look how stoic he is.
Guitar.
I reckon you think it's a preamp back there. Okay.
Yeah, it's going to be for look at the chunky cable into the back of it. That's going to be like a 1U rack amp for a guitar. Maybe.
Okay. Fair enough. Can I say, and I mean this positively, look how stoic.
Or USB to XLR. Sorry, I'm done.
No, that's okay. No, I was nerding out on my own about it, so that's okay. That's totally okay that we're doing that. I was wondering if it was a laptop or something, but no, I think you're right. I think it's an amp or something like that. But look how stoic Sotomuto is. That is impressive. Maybe a small crack of a smile there, but there's a lot of drivers who are not that stoic and that zoned in and that focused when they're driving. A lot of drivers get animated. They move back and forth or whatever they do. Man, Sotomuto is just zoned in to this race.
Sure is. So focusing on the bigger picture again, they got a bit of traffic in front of them, and then the race leaders. No slipstream this time, I don't think, for Virtual Coach. They are just out of the range of the top three to slipstream off of them. Audi is the car in front of Sebastian Weldon that he's now going to try to move past on the Kemmel Straight. And of course, Sotomuto is going to want to go with that, but he's ended up a couple of car lengths further back than he'd like, but he will sneak through on 34th place. Is that only frauds, or is that puts in VDS?
Isn't that the question you have to ask all night long? It's one of the few challenges of being a broadcaster in the night portions of the race. Is at a certain point, you just go headlights, you hope you catch a peek of a car number on the side of the car, and you try to piece it together.
So position gains for Marla Racing Teams 10, and now they are having their sights set forward. Good to check in on one of the Ferraris, 296 GT3, in a three-way fight for position at the moment. Fiercely forward pink in the black and yellow BMW. Valkyrie competition in the Ferrari, and fiercely forward yellow in the next BMW.
This isn't really the same battle, but like, at least for Valkyrie back in 27th, that's sort of where they've been for a while that I recall. They were chasing down a few cars an hour or two ago, and they were back in 27th. So I guess the good news is you're consistent and you're keeping your place. The bad news is you're not really gaining any place, and maybe part of that is due to this really has not been the race of attrition that we're used to talking about for a 24-hour race. Now, that said, we're only about a third of the way through the race, but hey, sometimes a third of the way through the race, there's, you know, a good number of cars left, and sometimes there's not. You never know.
Fastest car in the top 10 at the moment is Sebastian Weldon in 6th. Now, of course, we're about to have the leaders cross the line and update that. But it's always interesting to see who's moving forward inside of this top 10. We had it as Sven Haase for the top 5 in the previous stint, but now they're all in a similar rhythm in the top 5, and Sebastian Weldon's the one sort of maybe throwing tyre saving and fuel economy a little bit to the wind, and really just banging in the quick lap times, trying to make some change, gain some ground relative to the leaders, and obviously made that position on Sotomuto. Could be our one to watch in the number 10. Track conditions have gotten just fractionally cooler, but they're pretty steady across the night, this clear night. 19 in the air, 20 on the racetrack. It was 21, it's dropped to 20.
Yes, I mean, I think as drivers, we want to tell you we can feel the difference, because, you know, we want every small fraction of a number we can get, but probably not. 21 and 20 to a driver probably doesn't actually feel any different. We like to think it does, though. We'll that, you know, new tires every lap feels better. We'll tell you whatever we think can justify whatever we wanted to say.
Now, Derek, you were sort of looking, where's everyone running relative to qualifying? We've had plenty of racing, but you want to highlight the biggest movers.
Yeah, it's the one that said that to me instantly was the number 11 car. We can go back there. They're currently running in 33rd place. They are up 14 spots, so, you know, maybe not the best qualifying run for them, or maybe didn't qualify at all. I should double check that before I make that comment. But, you know, that's still a pretty good run. If you're up plus 14, they started 47th. So great job for them. We want to give a shout out to them, and that's Christophe Herbineau in the car there, the number 11, up 14 by Undercut Black. And then the other car I saw back in a little bit further in 36th, Fiercely Forward White is up 8 spots. They're currently 2 laps down. So we'll go back to them in a second and call them out as well. Joel Blewett's back in the car. So this is that moment of the race, I think, where as a leader, whether you're the lead driver or a strategist or an engineer, David, you have to start finding small victories to focus on. We're about a third of the way through the race, and you see the graphic down the side of your screen that shows some of the pluses and negatives as well. You start finding small victories to get your team motivated by. Listen, we're not leading or we're not top 5, but man, we're +8, we're +14. In the case of up front, BS competition is up 4. You can see that on the side of your screen. There's some others down there. So I think it says Spirity Ford Yellow's up +9. So you have to start finding small victories to focus on to kind of keep your drivers motivated and keep that spirit alive inside your voice chat.
It's fiercely, it's voracious, and it's Valkyrie in this four-way fight. Fiercely forward, voracious racing team, Valkyrie competition, and fiercely forward yellow, as you very rightly say, Derek. Some of the biggest movers in this race, inside of the top half, with 49 cars starting, and therefore 24th would be in the top half of the field. And it looks like that car in 24th might have run a little wide out of Jackie Ick's corner. Definitely one of the corners we look at, we see a car occasionally run wide and go, that's got to be one of your only 100 incident points that you need to spread out across the 24 hours.
Yeah, that becomes problematic right now because it can really get to your other drivers. Listen, we're only a third of the way through the race and you're already burning through those. What are you doing? Slow down. Stop that. I've heard those conversations before. Man, you got to stop eating them alive. Oh, there's one. That had to have been one, that car third in line right there. There's no way that was not an off track when he got all 4 tires in the grass. So that's a great example of one in that moment.
Do you get to take bets on who we think's going to be the first person to serve a drive-through when they?
Oh, I don't want that. I don't want that coming back on me. No, I'm good.
Yeah, when we'll know when we see a car serve a drive-through, and we'll be able to see that on the live timing as well. And in fact, if I've got my eyes peeled on the entry list, I'd also see the black flag before they served it, so we'd know.
Yeah, and as a fan, if you're just watching the timing and scoring links that we provide, you'll see it because the pit delta will be very different. You won't have that stop included in there. It'll be a much shorter trip down pit road. It'll likely be off cycle. It'll be what you think is the middle of a fuel run. Why are they pitting? Well, that's probably going to be for a penalty if they have one. I have seen some teams kind of purposely take a penalty, hey, we're on our out lap, we're at 99x. Let's just eat the 1x now and come back down pit road. And I've seen some weird games played with it over time. But yeah, typically it'll be just a mysterious pit stop out of nowhere, sort of like an RKO, if you will.
Yeah, with any luck, we're still at least 12 hours away from needing to talk about that. Of course, your strategy is we can take a couple of incident points here and there. We don't really want to have used more than half of them by the halfway point. You're kind of metering it out if you can towards the checkered flag. And then if the mistakes keep coming, it might be in the last couple of hours that we see that happen.
Well, we are just about to approach the 1/3 mark of this race, David. I'm going to ask you first, and I'm sure we'll both have them to talk about, but what is your impressions? What are you surprised by? What are you not surprised by as we approach the 1/3 mark of this race?
The weather, maybe just a little bit. We were promised a little more than we got. There's still, a lot to happen, but most impressive for me is, again, how close the pace is up front without as much weather variation, strategy variation, any of that. You're looking at your top 4 within 1.5 seconds right now, and it just, no one can cleanly break away from the pack. Virtual Coach tried it, didn't happen. Redline, I think, have tried it a little bit, hasn't happened. So we're still everyone's going 9/10 for it, and anyone who tries 10/10 doesn't really get rewarded for it, and it just keeps us simmering away towards a very delicious and rich stew.
let's go and take a look here. I believe we have a graphic of the pit stops so far. Let's take a look at this here, David. You can kind of see here for your top, roughly your top 10, a couple of spots missing here, that these are where pit stops have occurred. So that last number on the right, the 188, 185, 182, that's their last stops. We are currently, I believe, on lap 203. So that's just kind of giving you an idea how far into the stint we are. So if you look here, Team Redline is what, 3 laps ahead of second, 6 laps on third, and kind of in the mix for the rest of the group here. So you can kind of see at some point it really changed. Everyone sort of pitted on lap 26 or 27 the first time, and then it just started to slowly creep out of control from there for some of these teams.
Yeah, you can see that must have only been 25 laps on the second stint for the 001 Virtual Coach by G&G, and that sort of led to the situation they're in where they're a little behind compared to the rest of the top 5. But we have seen stunning pace from that car at times, and I think it might be one of those cars that comes alive towards the tail end of the stint as well, because first half of this stint we went, gee, where did their pace go? But look at them now. They are flying. They're right back with the top 4. They just seem to have a car that maybe it's not quite as quick at the start of the stint, but very quick towards the end. Of course, every team, even when you see a BMW versus a BMW, they're not on the same setup. It's open setup for the teams to decide how much, what ride height they want, exactly what kind of brake bias they're gonna decides best for them. Sure, BMW versus BMW, and there's a setup window that everyone's gonna gravitate towards and optimize towards, but there's still room to go, you know what, this puts a little bit more heat into the tires and it hurts them later on, but it makes us quick in the opening couple laps of the stint. Or the opposite of it, when you go for your camber and your toe and your ride height, everything like that, you do have, even BMW versus BMW, some options in your own hands.
Yeah, so here's a closer graphic, or a smaller graphic, that shows just your top 4 and the difference in here. And I was trying to do the math on a virtual coach. You're right, the second one is 25 laps. And then after that, 26.
Look, compared 26. To like 89, the third pit stop is already 4 laps earlier than the number 89, and that's kind of like, that's just carried over to where they are now. So a lot of that was lost early.
Yeah, a lot of that is lost early, and I mean, obviously the third place team for BS competition, they got an extra lap in the first run, which sort of helped a little bit. But yeah, it shows you just how one small inkling of fuel saving you can or cannot make a difference in this race. Because if you're right, for the virtual coach, it looks like there are 26s for everything after that, but now they're just find themselves pretty well behind the 8 ball.
Top 4 compressing, and what that means is there's one car being left behind with this late stint burst of pace from the 001 catching the top 3. It's the 44 Falken Sim Racing team Luca Wunsch that's been left behind, now 4 seconds behind the race leaders, more than half a second slower than those cars whose pace we were just praising, Sebastian Weldon and Sotomuto 6th and 7th. Fall away from that top 4. There is now a group of cars behind demonstrating some great pace that might overhaul you.
Yeah, times are starting to show a little bit of change here, and a little bit of difference here. So we'll see who maybe can make up some spots and who can't. But another great run there through one of the Falken teams, kind of getting up on the curbs, and that's something different about this endurance race, David, with just being GT3s. It's maybe a little bit more common to see the curbs used here and not result in death like we see in some of our other multi-class events.
Overall, it's relatively compliant curbs around here as well. The only ones that I really worry about is at the apex of the bus stop. I saw Shera Esports trying to rejoin by going over one of those curbs, and I was like, don't do it. You can beat your car. You can get high-sided on a nasty curve that tall and need to tow because you're stuck. So yeah, you got to be careful of that. But otherwise, that's why the track limits are such a big issue here, because look how flat and usable. All of these exit curbs are all around the racetrack. Just a couple seconds away from the top of the hour, and it'll be 8 hours run, 16 still to go in the iRacing Falken Tyre Spa 24 hour for 2024. It's right on board with the number 89 in third place for a moment here. Here we are on board with Ryan Barneveld. The BMW M Team BS competition car runs third at the moment, just behind the leading Redlines of 20 and 21. And just in his rear-facing camera and in his mirrors is virtual coach by G&G's Cody Death. David Haynes here with Derek Watson, Hugo Lewis on the production for you as we bring you live coverage from the green flag to the checkered flag on RaceSpot and iRacing platforms. Derek, I'm so surprised to see what's going on for fifth place. That Falken Sim Racing team car, it looked good, it looked adequate, it looked fine, but now they're dropping away from the leaders and into a precarious little place. Even got some traffic now, even looking to maybe unlap itself, sitting between them and the race lead.
Yeah, and a real surprise, David, is they're not exactly, per their last lap times, they're not really far off of what the leaders are doing lap time wise. So it's not as if they have fallen off, speed wise, maybe like I don't want to say like a new driver or damage, or it's just, you're right, it's pretty surprising that they went from being in the lead up front now to having this moment where they're kind of being chased down. That can always be a surprise. A couple more cars coming down pit road. This is going to be WSR Esports Butt Kicker in P14. They're up 7 spots, by the way. Good job for them. But yeah, you're right. I mean, that's surprising. And this thing about this top 5, and I think it's just the pit cycles and the way it's moving, where it feels like there's always a new leader going on right now, David. It's just not a race like we've seen in the past in a special event where one team has just sort of like walked away and they're surviving the pit cycles and they're, stamping their name on the trophy a little early maybe. So who knows what happens to Falken? Maybe they find a way back up front through a pit cycle and they luck out in the numbers. But yeah, I'm surprised they're back in P5.
Critical lap right here for fourth place, virtual coach BMW. And it's in after 26 laps from the car in fourth place. Previously, we'd seen Sven be able to extend it to 27 laps, but it's only 26 this time from Cody Death, his first stint back in the car, taken over from his teammate. So this is the first pit caller from inside of the top 5. Perhaps a lap earlier than I would have thought, but here we are.
Yeah, who knows why? It's all a mystery as to why people do it. Maybe, burned a little bit more gas than they meant to, or maybe they have some special strategy in mind that we don't know about yet. But you're right, a lap earlier than what we would like to think some people could do. So we'll see how it works out here and what happens. That long crawl down pit road. And I was gonna say, thank goodness for pit limiters, by the way, David, because it would be so tempting here just to this pit road speed is just so slow that you even sniff the gas pedal in the speeding. I know it's 60 kilometers per hour for our American viewers. That is 37 miles per hour. That is like a school zone. Well, okay, it's more than a school zone, but you know what I mean? It's slow.
The thing is, if you clutch in, the car will accelerate over the pit lane speed limit. So there's a world where you actually need to brake to maintain the pit lane speed limit heading down there. Virtual coach, G&G, obviously not the only car on the lane. Apex Racing Team 99, Williams Gaming Club, Sim RC, the other virtual coach, G&G, and Team PGZ, all on the lane this lap as well. Keeping an eye on any driver changes. I think Sotomuto is still in. He hasn't stopped yet. Corentin Guinea is out for Daniel Sommer, who was in the Sim RC Mustang earlier. And Rene Lenz gets into the 003 virtual coach. G&G. Luca Keita's in the Apex Racing Team 99. He gets going just behind Williams Gaming Club Daniel Lafuente, who gets back in, I think, there.
By the way, I don't know if we have a breaking news graphic. We have a breaking news. The weather forecast radar says at 5 a.m. sim time, that is about 3 hours and 45 minutes from now, we have a 1% chance of rain. That is 1 more percent than we've had the rest of the race. So about 5 a.m., right as the sun's going to come up, it possibly could start to get wet.
Or the mostly cloudy conditions might delay the sunrise a little bit, potentially. Officially, it's clear right now, but expecting partly cloudy into mostly cloudy, 4 to 4:30. It's bumpers locked in for your leading Redline cars. They've still got BS competition just behind them. And the next car that I think we expect to see pit from this group, well, I think we'll see Falken Sim Racing and then the Redline 21. So we're right back around at the next hour and in the pit window again.
Could almost say that this pit cycle will spin you right round, baby, right round.
Yes, definitely the Dead or Alive, not the Kesha Flowrider version.
Was that Dead or... You're right, that wasn't... Your rhythmics was Sweet Dreams. You're right. Okay, never mind. Yeah, I got my one-hit wonders confused. I apologize.
I've lately taken on Spotify, I'll hear a song and I'm like, this song kind of reminds me of a different song, and then I'll click the show credits thing and you're like, oh yeah, they did sample or interpolate this other song. And this has almost nothing to do with the racing at hand. There was one song, the chorus interpolates Gangsta's Paradise by Coolio, right? Mm-hmm. So there's 3 levels of writing credits, because there's the writing credits on that song, plus the writing credits of Gangsta's Paradise that they interpolated, plus the writing credits of whatever the other song was that Coolio sampled. And there's 30 writing credits on what's otherwise a very generic electronic pop song. It's how is anyone making money if the writing credits are split 30 ways?
Yeah, isn't that a mess? And to sort of bring it back racing for you, watch this. It's going to bring it back racing and how the teams work on the setup of a car, right? What happens is you get a team of 3 or 4 drivers, and oftentimes you start with a base setup that someone has or had for a previous race, and everyone sort of kind of gets their hands on it. They go turn maybe 100, 200 practice laps, and they sort of tweak it. And, hey, I like 5-wing, I like 6-wing, whatever your numbers are. I don't like traction control or whatever you want to throw out there. And that's how you sort of end up with a setup at the end of the day. And it's sort of the same way where everyone sort of has their hands in the pot, so to speak, of making the setup. And that's the one real challenge I find of team racing, is a part of finding a team to race with or building the correct winning team. Oftentimes it is building a team of drivers who all feel the same way about a car, right? And how they want their car to behave. Some drivers want a loose car, some drivers want a tight car, some drivers want cars that are better in corners and not so much on straights, and all this other stuff. And so just like writing a song, it's really a big composition of how you put things together that makes it a success.
A+ on spinning my rant around into being actually vaguely relevant.
I am proud of myself for that. I'm going to say
good call. One of the other things, of course, then to think about is in races like these, you ask yourself philosophically the question, do we want to be good in the overnight in the middle of the race, or are we targeting race pace on a hot track? Are we targeting somewhere in between? And you can optimize your setup for everyone to be really happy. Yep, this is the best setup for a 40 degrees Celsius track temp, and be happy with that. Whereas another team, they might optimize in on a great setup that all of their drivers like, suits their preferences, but is super speedy in these conditions, dry and 20 degrees Celsius.
Yeah, and listen, I've been a part of teams before where drivers can't agree on a setup. Let me tell you that, and all kidding aside, and trying not to overstate it, but also being honest, it is possibly one of the most stressful and toxic environments you can be in when 2 drivers just cannot come to a meeting of the minds about a setup and if it should be tight or loose, or top speed or acceleration or whatever this or that you want to compare. It's difficult to be a driver and to maintain drivers. A lot of drivers just say, hey, listen, I don't want to be a part of this, I'll move on. You know, I don't. I'll go find a team where this isn't happening, because it's difficult to sit there and watch two drivers who just can't come to a meeting of the minds about how to start setting up a car. It's difficult, right? So, but you know, I think that the topic about specifically about, you know, night or day, it matters to where you're racing. You know, you kind of hinted a couple hours ago that obviously Daytona is infamous for about a 12-hour split, give or take, of night to day. You know, here at Spa, it's about 7.5 hours of nighttime. I think it's about the same for the Nürburgring, and it kind of goes up and down from there. So, yeah.
Heading towards more pit stops for our leaders. We've already had Virtual Coach G&G. We've already had Falken Sim Racing Team who made a driver swap. Leandro and Durruti got in, and now I'm definitely expecting that Mustang in second place in at the end of this lap. They're approaching Blanchimont and then the pit entry. The BS competition and BMW Redline 20 probably have just a little more in them if they need it. Catching a tiny bit of traffic now into the braking zone. Looks like one of the WSR Esports butt kicker cars is the next position. There goes the Mustang. It's a pit entry with Sam Koitset.
Yep, so they go down pit road, starting that long journey down pit road. They'll go, and for now they will relinquish second place. We'll see what they can do later as catching that spot back. They did a pretty amazing job at just staying behind the leader, so it makes me think maybe they have some fuel strategy in mind, and that may come around to later in the cycle. But for now, they'll start that very slow 37-mile-per-hour crawl. I know I said school zone earlier. I was being sarcastic. The school zone is 25 in America, so it's not a school zone. I just don't have another way to describe it, like how slow that is. Breaking news. Oh. Breaking news. We have now updated the forecast. 11% chance of rain at 4:45. The rain has moved forward. So here's the tricky part, though, David. It could start raining at 4:30. It can be done by 5:15. It's about a 45-minute window right now of rain. And with those low possibilities, even if we get some small sprinkles on the track, then I believe Arjuna and Will get to have all those what-if conversations about, listen, if it's a few sprinkles, do you bother? And what I mean is, do you bother with the tires?
Yeah, no one will proactively go to wet tires. You'll wait to see the rain, and then once it's falling, you might need to make a decision. No driver change here in the 21 on pit lane. Apparently that's the third pit stall, and there's two more in front of that somehow. All right, and 40 seconds is about the average service time, so you expect that this car is nearly done, ready to go, and away it goes indeed.
So that was darn close for the third pit stall, didn't it?
Yeah, I was just thinking that. So they are looking not
is it a shared
significantly
pit stall?
Ahead of Virtual Coach GG and Falken Sim Racing Team. It might be a shared pit stall, but it won't be shared with first and second, because
that's
the pit stalls get assigned by qualifying order: first, second, third, fourth, fifth, until they run out of pit stalls. And then everyone whose qualifying position is greater than the number of pit stalls then loops around and shares with first, second, and third again. So in the example of 30 pit stalls, first and 31st share a pit stall.
Hold on.
It should be the other way. It should fall back to the tail of the lane.
That was the 21 team we saw pitting, right?
Yes.
Yeah, they gridded first.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
They're third currently. Yeah, okay, we both got caught by that. Sorry, that's what the difference was. I had to go back and check myself again. Yeah, they gridded first. That was pit stall 1. Okay. Whew. As I was like, man, that almost looked like, in some series they have like the penalty box pit stall. I was like, man, what did they do wrong? But yeah, no, the team gridded first at Redline, so that was pit stall number 1.
Okay, and there are 60 pit stalls, so no need to share here. Some other tracks, Daytona, others perhaps. But But as they've got up to speed, and we know that it's deceptive on the pit exit because you might come out in front of someone, but by the time you get all the way to the end of the Kemmel Straight, they've pulled 1 or 2 seconds on you. That Redline 21 maintains 4 seconds of lead over Virtual Coach, who've got about 1.5 seconds over the Falken Sim Racing 44. So again, there's no undercut to be had at the moment. Virtual Coach will remain just a couple of seconds behind Redline 21.
Oh man, what a roller coaster this has been in the past, 3.5 hours you and I have been here now, of just movement and leaders and people moving up and down the field. And really, that's been the excitement. Luckily for us and luckily for the drivers, no big on-track incidents. We saw a couple, spins or half spins, but no big wrecks, no big issues or moments that, will be reviewed and talked about later. But the pace, the strategy, the driver swaps has really led to this big roller coaster of up and down movement in the past 3.5 hours.
So this is some of the drivers we were expecting could maybe close the top 10 back up again. Williams Gaming Club and Apex Racing 99. There's just a little bit of a hello before the braking zone. Luca Kita right up behind Daniel Lafuente, and in fact it's even the next cars further up the road, Marla Racing Team and Williams Esports Racing, that have both had driver changes out of their last round of pit stops. So Beckham Josiah gets in the Williams Esports Racing, Felix Fernbach gets in the Marla Racing Team. And for the Europeans, this starts, it's not quite tough hours for Europeans yet, but it's getting there.
Yeah, it's definitely getting to be, what about midnight, 1 a.m. European time? I may pull a time converter out. Hold on.
You could have like 12 clocks all set to different time zones, like a hotel lobby.
I could. Yeah, it's currently 10:11 p.m. in London, so that should give you a rough idea of what European time. Of course, there's multiple time zones, in Europe, but it kind of comes back to the whole club talk, actually, does where you can't just lump it all together. You got to be more specific. But yeah, so it's getting there for the Europeans. Anything further east of that, maybe the Australians and whatnot are going to have a harder time with the time zones right now, but I would say this is prime time to have your American teammates in the car if they're available.
Yeah, so things like Eastern Europe. What you're alluding to there. Ryan Barneveld stays in, and he's back out into the race, and he's ahead of Virtual Coach. He's ahead of Falken. He's behind the Team Redline 21 by a couple of seconds. So our top 5 is looking very spread by this most recent round of pit stops. And we'll see what happens when Redline 20 pits right now. But certainly this gap from 2nd to 3rd to 4th to 5th is all more than I would have thought from a relatively routine round of pit stops.
So I was doing the math here, David. From 2nd to 6th is 12 seconds. So basically 1st to 5th after this pit stop here is 12 seconds.
It's more like
that is
9, isn't it?
Let's see, 106 minus 122. It's a pretty big gap. But regardless, no matter what the number is, when it comes out and cycles through, we'll find out in a second, that's going to be the biggest gap you and I have seen all day, which leads to a lot of questions about, are people playing games with fuel mileage? Are people just not as comfortable? Are people maybe getting fatigued in the car who've been doing long stints? I don't know. But I'm curious why we're seeing this increasing gap.
Yeah, it didn't seem like it was a whole lot to do with traffic. We saw more of that for less effects earlier on. Diogo Pinto looks like he's going to stay with the number 20. The tyres are done, now he's just waiting on the fuel. up to 40 seconds of service to top off BMW M Team Redline's, surprise, it's a BMW M4 GT3, and their teammates in the 21 are one of the best performing Mustangs. Back into the race we go, and this will sort of bring us all back together. What does our top 5 look like? Sam Coetzert in the 21 is at speed, the 20 just blending back up, still with a little bit of speed behind, and there are their teammates who are going to close right in on them. Massive overspeed for the 21, could look for the race lead, but they have a giant lift. And the Redline teammates are reunited with a 3-second lead over the rest of the field, which is BMW M Team BS competition. Then another 3 seconds to virtual coach Cody Death in the 001. They're only 1 second ahead of Falken Sim Racing Team's Leandro Andaruti, who's come out flying, so it's 7 seconds, give or take, to cover your top 5. What was at one point so close amongst the top 5. They were all within 2 seconds at one point. They were nose to tail to nose to tail to nose to tail to nose to tail. Biggest winner out of all of this, though, clearly being the 20. They were leading, they run longer, they take their pit stop, and they come out still in the race lead. One of the question marks over this race this year is the weather, and every 15 minutes we get an updated weather forecast, and mentally probably not that healthy to just be looking at it every 15 minutes, but the latest update brings no real change, just a mostly cloudy and subtle chance of rain around 4:45 in about 3 hours time. It's a lap complete now in the lead after the stop for the number 20. The car you see immediately behind isn't for position. You need to look another car behind the leading 2 to find 2.5 seconds back Ryan Barneveld in 3rd. Pinto's thinking way ahead, worried about a little bit of the traffic. He's still quite a while from catching those next cars, but he's already giving them a flash of the headlights, hoping that he and his teammate can maintain a 3-second lead that's come their way. And I would guess that that group of cars includes Maniti Racing and the other virtual coach car battling for position 17th and 18th. Consistently, we're seeing some pretty good teams that are now just about to fall off the lead lap to the outright race leader, and some of them involved in some battles. Yeah, 17th and 18th. It's Maniti Racing, Julian Van Boel, and Dino Lombardi in the 002 virtual coach car.
And when that happens, I think we sort of talked about this earlier, David, when you are 17th, 18th, and you're starting to fall off the lead lap, you know, there has to be a real talk, I think, to your team about, hey, listen, that's okay, it's just a lap. You know, we are 15 and a half hours to go. Anything can happen, right? That's why we run the race, because you never know what can happen to, you know, a leader can mess up a pit strategy. They could get a drive-through. They could do this. They could do that. And you could find yourself back in the lead lap. You could find yourself back right in the middle of the heat of the battle. So I know that within the iRacing special events, obviously there's no such thing as, you know, a safety car. So when you go a lap down, it kind of feels defeating. It kind of feels like all is lost and, you know, like the dark clouds are looming. But you have to kind of keep your morale up and to say, hey, listen, we can still get there. Like, it's okay. We run these races for a reason. You know, weird things happen. listen, right now, about the time the sun comes up, the weather's going to happen, and who knows?
And your race leader's the fastest car on the track inside of the top 10 last lap, and that's bringing them towards a little bit of this traffic, and the battle for 17th and 18th is playing out in front of them as well. Virtual Coach 002 gets ahead of Maniti Racing, and for the race leader, Diogo Pinto, be hoping that that settles that, and they'll all be willing to step out of your way, because there's 3 cars, different sets of laps down, right up behind the Ferrari now. That is not immediately stepping aside for Diogo Pinto. Doesn't need to, but we have seen quite a few teams decide, I need none of this. Here's the leaders, I'm out of the way. But that is not the tactic being taken by Impulse.
Well, I think the difference here and what's happening, what Diogo Pinto is experiencing, is sometimes when you catch a lapped car, they have no problem moving for you, because what is there to lose in the moment, right? You're just going to move out of the way. You'll be a nice competitor. But these guys in front, these cars or drivers in front of him are competing for something. They're competing for a spot. So now there's really 2 contests going on. There's don't get lapped if you can, and also I don't want to give up a spot. You know, what if I let you by in the middle of a corner, then you pass the next guy in front of me on a straightaway, I've lost a lot of time in my battle for that spot. So it'll be a little harder. He goes to the inside of that blue and white car. That'll be easy pass right there. Now the green and black car is next. But yeah, it's harder to pass cars when they're battling for something, because they kind of don't want to move.
21 gets in so hot to the bus stop. A couple of cars now splitting first and second place. Maniti move out of the way. The grid goes the next car, but they've got a bit more pace at this stage, so they've got a few more car lengths before they need to worry at all. And this is stuff that 3rd, 4th and 5th place are also going to have to eventually work their way through. 1 second now between the leaders, the 20 BMW and the 21 Mustang from Team Redline.
So now that things have sorted out a little bit, David, now we see that gap to P5, then we kind of see the real number, quote unquote, which is a 7-second gap, which, as you said, I think it's a little bit due to traffic, probably more than anything, but it's surprising to see that 7 seconds, not because that's a massive number, just because that's about a 3x multiplier of the worst we had seen it before at this moment.
So we go to onboard with Beckham Jasier in the Williams Esports Racing Prodigy car in 7th place. Only a 10th of a second quicker than Marla Racing Team last lap. Very similar pace at the moment between 6th and 7th here. They don't have to look too far forward to 5th place. We talked about that was that Falken Sim Racing Team car in 5th, kind of dropping out of the top 5, potentially dropping towards these drivers. And yeah, there's a look. That's definitely triples, but we are lacking any guitar amps. Racing suits and racing boots will have to do instead.
It's a beautiful racing suit in the background. Nice bright colors. That was nice looking right there for Jasier. So pretty awesome to see that. I think that's one of the beauties of webcams. I know some people find it weird, but I think sometimes as commentators, like obviously we're looking at the driver, but you kind of look around because you can learn a lot about someone based on what's in the room, and you can have some small tidbits of information to talk about. But let's see. So we got racing suit. Is that 2 racing suits side by side back there?
I think that there's the blue and yellow ones. There's at least 2 of, and then or maybe
what about
3, and then the white.
What about the white and black one next to it?
I think there's 4.
Okay, that's pretty cool.
And certain circumstances, it makes sense to have like a identical spare. So then, if there's different designs, then checks out. Well, those are not all racing boots. Some of those are just cool sneakers.
We would have talked to Beckham about wearing one of those suits to the next endurance race. We got to get a campaign started, David, to get him in one of those racing suits on camera for the next race. If you own it, you got to use it. I'm just saying. Gosh, that'd be so hot. I'm already boiling in this room just commentating. I couldn't imagine racing in one of those suits. He'd have to have a well air-conditioned room.
It's definitely for sure.
You know what I noticed about Beckham real quick before we move on? Look how well organized he is, by the way. Look at that. Everything's put away. It's a nice shelving system there. Everything looks clean and proper. So it's one of the cleaner looking sim racing rooms I've seen on a camera in a long time across RaceSpot.
Very modern,
meticulous. Yeah.
Have the open wardrobe.
Yeah, right. Nice wood floors. Now,
hey,
the question.
Does that say activate windows?
Oh, it does, doesn't it?
Wow.
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 Wow. Gotta get that fixed. You don't want to. Only because it does. Well, I don't know if it does anymore. There used to become a point. This is weird knowledge. There used to become a point where if you had an unactivated copy, it only ran for so long before it just auto rebooted. I don't think it does that anymore. I think they've stopped doing that. But you gotta activate your copy windows, my dude. But don't do it during the race. That's a tomorrow problem.
Well, we learnt a lot more than I thought we would. Right there, the 99 is in 9th again. That's Luca Keitzer. Behind Williams Gaming Club, Daniel Lafuente. And then the other car just hanging on the fringes of the top 10 now is Williams Esports Pitfit and Parker White.
Parker, of course, a very successful NASCAR driver on iRacing service. Been part of Road to Pro in the past and other pro races. So always nice to see people who are talented in multiple license classes in iRacing.
And that 1 second gap we saw emerge through the traffic is no longer for your race leaders. Leandro Andaruti makes a move for 4th as well, so he gets ahead of Cody Dick and Virtual Coach. So Falken back in it. Perhaps a sloppy lap or two for Virtual Coach. Your leaders back together, 4th and 5th changing hands. And your other driver, part of that top 5, Ryan Barneveld, he's having a bit of a quiet one. There's the replay, just a good run up the Kemmel Straight. Moves ahead and into 4th place. It was, I think, about time that 4th and 5th tried to find just a little bit more pace, because they're now 7 seconds away from the race lead. Sure, you can let a couple of seconds get between you and the race lead. You don't want that blowing out any further than that. When they were that sort of 5 cars within 2 seconds, you knew that everyone in that top 5 stood a chance.
Right.
The longer it goes on as it is at the moment, the more you start to think, do they have the pace to go with the top 3?
Yeah, that's something you really got to be concerned about. By the way, quick note, you mentioned that the gap between 1st and 2nd has closed. I think 1st place let it close, David, because if you look at their last lap times, the BMW Redline team went at 2:18.363. The Ford, the team Redline 21, a 2:17.780. So I suspect it closed because the teams wanted it to close. It wasn't the case where the Ford ran the BMW down. The BMW wanted to work as a team, and they sort of backed it up until they found their teammate.
So look again at 4th and 5th positions. When we're talking about this traffic, sure, it's a big racetrack here, 7 kilometers. But there is still 37, 38. Oh, we still might have 40 cars running here as well, so there's still plenty of cars out there and running.
Yeah, and this is sort of that point of the race I think you and I hinted would come where you're never really going to be alone at this rate. With 40 cars out here, I mean, it's a humongous track by all counts. I mean, it's massive in size, but it's just with 40 cars, you're never going to feel alone. You're never really going to feel as if you're going to run, a big straight by yourself. I mean, it's almost 4.5 miles in American measurements. So until we start to see some attrition on the track, if we see any attrition, the leaders will always have traffic to worry about. It'll never be a moment probably where there's a big gap of nothing ahead of them for the rest of the race.
This is my golden opportunity while we're talking about the size of this racetrack to point out that one thing that Spa doesn't have is as much elevation change as Bathurst. Bathurst, top to bottom, has got about 10 meters of elevation on Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps.
Yeah, and that elevation change at Bathurst is petrifying. Is what I can come up with. It's scary. It's just, whew. But yeah, I think people, it's easy to forget there's not a much elevation change here, just because, of the couple iconic points in this track, like Eau Rouge, where it's that big uphill. But you're right, like it's not as much elevation change as somewhere like Bathurst. So very, very easy to forget how different those two are. Also, I think it's going to be interesting, David, to see if in the next couple of years we get a rescan of this track. Obviously, there's been some changes made in real life to the track that are not yet available on the iRacing surface. I'm curious to see how those will affect the racing moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, a few of them are sort of like little differences, changes to the runoff, other like sort of little psychological things. The barriers move further away from the racetrack at Eau Rouge Radion, and even on the outside of La Source heading down there. And I think it opens it up a little bit at Jackie Ick's corner as well, where they've reprofiled some of the motorcycle section, and there's you have changes to the track surface, changes to the curbing, and also just changes to visually what's out there and your references and the impact on your racing mentality from how close the walls are in different spots.
Yeah, so I hope we come to a point where we get to see that rescan become available to us. I know there was some talk at one point about it being rescanned, and that's a process. That's not just like a one day or a 1 hour moment by any means. So who knows when that will happen? I assume at some point it will, but I don't know anything, so we'll have to wait and see. There we go. But yeah, so here we are to P13, by the way. This is Falken Team Racing Blue, Sim Racing Team Blue, pardon me. And they're down one spot from their original starting position. And they are trying to have a nice battle here.
Yeah, absolutely they are. We've seen this again, we're talking about a large number of GT3 race cars, really high-level teams. They're all really equal in pace, so you're going to find someone to battle, even if you end up, a minute and a half away from the lead, a lap down, whatever it is. We've done the sort of wall of cameras situation before and gone, there are like 4 battles for position happening, through this field at any given point, including really tantalizing proposition for that race lead there between the Redline teammates. And we've seen some impressive moments of pace from Falken Sim Racing, impressive moments of pace from Sven in the Grid and Go car. Ryan Barneveld is doing well for himself there, where he's kind of shed Falken and Grid and Go, and he's still within a little touching distance of the race leaders, who look to make is that a swap, or they were just really close? Still just really close between the Redline teams, and this is a bit of endurance teamwork on the go.
Yeah, this is teamwork at its best right now, where they're just in line, they're willing to work together. There doesn't seem to be any real intent to pass right now. Eventually, at some point, that will go away, where, hey, it's got to be every car for themselves. But for now, let's not battle. Let's pull a lead here. Now, look at that. They pulled almost 2 3/4 seconds on P3.
We interrupt coverage to bring you a special race spot breaking news alert. probability of rain at 4:45 p.m. has increased to 15%. Spectators around Circuit Spa-Francorchamps are advised to make sure they've got their plastic ponchos, got their umbrellas, and they can keep their Belgian frites dry. That is the latest breaking weather news from Circuit Spa-Francorchamps. Chance of rain up to 15%.
Wow, now if we can get a traffic report, we could do traffic and weather together on the 10s or something like that. That may be an American radio joke. That may have not translated well. I don't know if you guys do that.
We've got
here
a bit of congestion at the bus stop, and at La Source as well. We're seeing some significant delays in that area. If you don't need to go into the city today, stay at home, stay racing.
Stay dry. Stay dry. Yeah. I've totally lost my train of thought. You did that really well. I don't know if that's just an American radio trope, by the way, that we do traffic and weather together during the morning commute. I assume they do it elsewhere. I don't know.
Commercial radio is quite similar all around the world, I think.
Fair enough. So, some of my friends will be surprised, David, that I waited almost 3 hours and 3+ hours to bring up this topic. But I'm going to ask you, when you're sim racing, do you have a preferred snack to keep with you? Something easy to eat that you enjoy? What is
easy
it?
to eat.
Oh, hold on, let's see. Fiercely forward. Oh, no.
Big accident for the Ferrari of Fiercely Forward White, the number 9 at Jackie X Corner, one of the corners that we've seen create the most dramas with track limits. It appears to be a really challenging corner as well, that it's caught out that Fiercely Forward car. One of my favorite snacks in the whole wide world is those like soy crisps, and they're like a cross section, and they're real crunchy and delicious. They're a bit rare, but I think I've seen them in the US, and they're one of my faves.
Okay. And are you just a water drinker, Gatorade, soda, tea?
I've worked my way through quite a bit of tea right now, but when I'm racing, I think I'm mainly just for the water.
Okay.
Just every now and again, remember to have a sippy.
Yeah, very important to do, especially depending upon your sim room and what may or may not be running. I know behind the scenes we were kind of joking about our rooms and our setups and how many PCs or monitors we have running. It's, it can be pretty toasty when doing that. So water or hydration is definitely important. I'm more of not a light snack. I don't know. I like things like jelly beans, jelly bellies, things you can just sort of grab and pop one in and keep moving.
Yeah, that's a good call. I like that. Something that doesn't require a whole lot of chewing, and you can just grab small but discrete amounts of.
Right. The problem with either of those, though, is making sure you grab the right color, because you grab the wrong color with jelly bean or jelly belly, oh, buddy, you're in for a whole new world of a surprise you were not ready for. Speaking of surprises, here's one coming down this straight. Maybe a bump draft coming, maybe not close enough. Hard to tell from these nighttime cameras, David, but they are right there. At least they're not drafting there, thank goodness.
Yeah, they're very close friends this stint at the moment. 3 seconds ahead of the car in third position. It's another 3 seconds ahead of Falken Sim Racing Teal, who has not been able to drop the 001 Virtual Coach GNG car. I'm hearing Virtual Coach 003 car, though, did get dropped from the race for a moment there, and that's been costly to them. Or maybe it was one of the other ones, or they're okay. Yeah, 002.
But drop a bit of hot news here. We don't need the graphic, but hot news, hot take. I don't have YouTube chat open or Twitch chat open, so if they get mad at me, you have to let me know. But black licorice is the worst jelly bean. Just putting that out there now. If I could banish black jelly beans from the earth, they'd be gone today.
Perhaps you can talk about that with a professional and get the help you need.
So in other words, you like black licorice?
No, but I just don't buy it or eat it.
Fair enough. All right, well, just want to put it out there. Listen, it's in these moments of nighttime commentary when you learn about each other, right? This sort of like team racing. I always joke that there's no better bonding experience with a sim racing team than a 24-hour race, because you learn all kinds of weird things about one another that you just didn't know. And right now, David Haynes just learned that I'm weird and I don't like black licorice.
I think I learned the first part of that last time I commentated with you, but the exact...
What was a year? I was trying to think about this. Was that not 1 year ago to this for Spa last year?
It wasn't like Daytona or Nürburgring or anything?
I would have not been a part of any. This is my first 24-hour broadcast of the year, so I don't think so.
Okay.
I think it literally was Spa last year. I don't know. Man, here's Beckham Shear, by the way, still doing pretty well up in P7, part of William Esports Racing Prodigy. Down 2 spots from when it started, but listen, if you're up in P7, you're having a good day. Now, of course, the downside of that, they are, 13 seconds back as of this point, and I don't believe, as much as they want to stay in line and just draft here with 6 and 8, it's not going to get them back to the lead. I don't know what is, but I don't think the drafting is strong enough to make up the gap on the Redline teams.
Yeah, and what I'm noticing here is that, like, 5th place, who are now 7 seconds away from the lead, they're closer to 6th than they are to the lead. There was a gap being driven there between the top 5 and the rest, and that trend has reversed a little bit, at least for 4th and 5th place, and then we're seeing sort of 6th, 7th, even 8th and 9th kind of hit their stride a little bit like we didn't see out of them 2 or 3 hours ago. So maybe they are a little better in the dark and in the nighttime conditions. The track has been cool on the surface for quite a while. Maybe the longer we run with that, we start to see some strengths out of some of those other cars.
I do believe right now, if you're in the top 10, your best hope for being competitive again is that somehow these 2 Redline cars get broken up, whether it be a pit strategy, whether it be traffic gets in the way of them, or whatever you can hope for. But if these 2 Redline cars stay in line for the next 15 hours, David, I find it hard to believe that anyone's going to catch them.
They're playing the team game very, very well, and you can see that even on the leaderboard, the gap between them sort of coming underneath a 10th as they bump each other down the straight. Someone, is that for real, gone and missing some bits?
I don't know. They were blinking a moment ago as well, so I don't think it's real. I think it's just,
Yeah, the teamwork between the Redline cars up front really, really paying its dividends now that they've got sort of 3 seconds between them and the uncoordinated, unorganised sort of 3rd, 4th, 5th who haven't been able or willing to quite as well work together. And it's just slowly eking out a little bit of advantage there on the clock and on track to match the advantage on pit strategy that the number 20 car has.
Yeah, so that'll be the question, is when do the 2 Redline cars start to break apart? When do they decide to run their own race? And what effect will that have on the field? We'll have to wait and see. I mean, obviously with them being 2 different manufacturers with the BOP, who knows how each of them runs separately, or when they're ready to compete, I should say. But man, this car blinking up here, this green and black car, has got to be driving this Williams team crazy, because I mean, it does so much to you as a driver. First off, just the blinking in and out messes with you. The fact that those headlights are going in and out in front of you when they do blink is going to drive you crazy. And there's also sort of that lack of certainty you have as a driver, where you know where they were when they disappeared, but you're kind of scared where they're going to reappear when they come back. Do they reappear in front of you? Do they reappear beside you? Do they reappear behind you? Inside your car? Like, who knows? And that can create just a little bit of frustration for a driver.
Absolutely, that's possible. It happens like that. I was just checking the connection stats. Quality of 98%. So not great, not horrible. So it's just an infrequent little thing that it happens. So in the Apex Racing team, Luca Keitzer in 9th, behind Williams Gaming Club in 8th. Heading up Eau Rouge and Radion. That's another very dramatic elevation change. It's not like, oh, it happens gradually over a long race. Like, nope. In that part of the lap, you go from down low to way up high. There's a little bump between.
That was not even. That was, oh man. That was more leaning towards the left side of the car. We talked earlier about what happens when you do that. You can have what we call a bad bump, and you can get someone sideways. You know, luckily it does seem like, compared to their NASCAR counterparts. Look at that traffic ahead of them, by the way. Let's come back to the bump in a second. Look at that. 3 cars up there. They're all trying to navigate these same spots here.
Simify and Team PGZ are for position, but a lap down of cars we're on board with, 22nd and 23rd. So they're battling each other there, and we're slowly working our way up towards them with the cars in 8th and 9th position. And just a couple of minutes away from the top of the hour. Coverage continues, you don't need to go anywhere.
Oh, no!
Oh, there's contact, there's an issue with a big checkup through the traffic in the pith path. Luca Keita and Apex Racing Team into the back of Williams Gaming Club, who I'm sure were having to take some massive avoiding action there. That is a big moment, right as we were on board with them.
Wow, and I don't think Luke is thrilled, because he kind of got up on the back bumper of that car again. It was a little more aggressive than I thought he could have been. I don't know what he thinks happened in that moment, but wow, that was scary. That could have been 100 times worse than what it was. That could have resulted in some real massive damage to any of those cars. Now the question for Luca and for the car in front of him will be, how bad is the damage, right? Now the team will start assessing and asking questions. You know, hey, when we get our next straightaway, let's check our top speed. Let's see, did we lose anything? Is the wheel straight? You know, and you start doing those quick assessments to find out, are things okay? Can we drive it through? Do we need to pit? I suspect from what we saw, I think they would be okay, but we'll find out down the next straightaway.
I think everything's just worked out okay, but it was a real touch and go moment. And I was in the process of saying that me and Derek are not far away from stepping aside for Arjuna Kankapati and Will Chadwick to join you in uninterrupted coverage from RaceSpotTV, from the green flag to the checkered flag of the iRacing Falken Tyres Spa, 24 hours this year on iRacing and RaceSpot platforms.
Well, based upon that bump draft,
friendly bump, much more friendly.
Yeah, I was going to say, things must have calmed down, right? Yeah, if he was mad, he could have really used his bumper to say hello, so to speak. I guess he's calmed down and realized that was probably all, you know, an accident that they had nothing to do with in front of him. That was, I believe it was that pink car that either missed a braking point or missed an apex, and I'm not sure if we're going to get a replay of it, but it was a hairy moment, to say the least.
I mean, Keita will be acutely aware that it was all down to do with the miscommunication with the traffic and nothing to do with the car that they're battling for position ahead. So they move past Simify with no dramas.
Good news in a way. That's probably traffic-wise, or at least contact-wise, let's put it that way. Contact-wise, that's probably the most exciting piece of contact you and I have had in 4 hours, and that's great. That's a good news for these drivers. That means it's been a really clean, technical race. It's not been full of calamity. When that's the most exciting moment of contact we've had in 4 hours.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest touch and go moment. We've had some frustration and a little bit of time lost through the traffic, but that's the first time we've nearly seen a really, really big accident. And I guess luckily for our leaders here, they do escape unscathed from it, but it's the kind of thing that will keep you awake in these dark hours of the night in this race.
Man, there was a lot of held breath in that moment in their respective whatever TeamSpeak, Discord, whatever they got a moment ago when that contact happens.
So just a couple seconds away from the top of the hour, it'll open up the pit stop window, and it'll also open the door for our Junior Kunka Party and Will Chadwick. I've been David Haynes with Derek Watson for the last 4 hours. You'll get a little bit more of us later on in coverage, or at least a little bit more of me. But Arjuna, it's an amazing race, and it still has little twists in the tail still to come. A lot of racing to happen.
Yeah, I last left this broadcast booth going on, 8 hours ago, and still got relatively close gaps through the field. Great to be back. Thanks, David. Thanks, Derek. And our Junior Kanki Party back alongside of Will Chadwick for the first time on special event in quite a while. How are you doing, Will? You've already had a stint in the booth as well.
Yeah, likewise with you. I've enjoyed my time on the first 3 hours with Paul. It was quite interesting, quite strategical, and now we're into another stint where we might see some rain.
Yeah, you say might, but what, we're talking 30% chance of rain right now in about 2 hours and 45 minutes, which, to be fair, it's the Ardennes, so that 30% chance probably means it's going to happen. It's just which 30% of the track is likely to get slightly wet. Still BMW M Team Redline, it's Diogo Pinto at the wheel, and of course, with the Team Redline Ford Mustang directly behind, have not seen Max Verstappen jump into the number 20 just yet, have we?
No, we haven't, and we might grab an interview from the number 20 car if we're lucky, if I've pulled my strings correctly, and maybe we can inquire on some drive times, but registered to the car, so we do expect it to happen soon, I guess. It must be getting quite late in Hungary right now, but yeah, it's been a fantastic race so far, and I think what you're watching right now is the two leaders, and that really has developed over the last sort of hour, and it's quite interesting now to see kind of where we're sitting with the lead fight, and where BS are really going to come into this. Yeah,
and talk to me about BOP, because it's been quite a while since I think I've actually commentated with someone like you, who's an actual driver, who can comment to their own opinion of the BOP at this level. BMW and Ford for Redline. So clearly, you know, they've split their choices. We've seen them, of course, as one of the official BMW teams for, you know, a handful of years now. So always likely to see them in the M4. But plenty of the BMWs dominating. Do you agree with that? What would you have picked if you were trying to race in this 24-hour affair?
If it was my choice, I would have definitely picked the Ford. I think it's the slightly better car. I think on average, with the fact that it's got a fuel BOP, which means it spends less time in the box, so you save about half a second every stop on fuel, and the fact that I think, you know, you're looking at maybe on a safe delta, you're looking at about 1.5 seconds quicker a stint, I think the Ford is, than the BMW. But do not get me wrong, that BMW is very competitive. It's just that I think that the selection of cars misrepresents the actually quite strong BOP, which I've spoke to the drivers. They think it's strong. It's just, it's been a case of people picking kind of what it's a bit of follow the leader in a way, and despite, you know, we've got the BMW mandated teams, I think a lot of people have chosen BMW when really I think the Ford should have been the car of choice, in my opinion at least.
So maybe, I guess, part of that as well, I guess, just familiarity with the BMW. Absolutely. They have probably, you know, lots of setups, even with the tire model changing, yeah, but that's not a bad point, actually. It would be curious, you know, the next special event that we have that's a proper endurance with GT3 cars is what? The Watkins 6 hours. So, not Watkins 6 hours, Indy 6 hours. There you go, same track. So that will be interesting to see how it plays out. They're on board with Falken Sim Racing's number 33 now. Leandro Andrutti's riding in the sister car, the 44, that's up in 4th position. This directly, though, behind World Sim Racing and Lucas Prada. Only around a minute off the lead as we get closer and closer to the halfway mark of this race. Anything can happen, but I am struck by the level of attrition that has hit this race in many ways. I say level of attrition, Will. Only 16 cars left on the lead lap now.
Yeah, the pace is certainly a lot higher than we saw last year. I know teams are thinking about this race slightly differently than they did last year. A bit of regrets potentially from some teams keeping a lot of people in the fight for the race win for a large majority of time, for fuel saving too much and allowing drivers that have had bad stints just through the nature of how the train works and what the average pace is, allowing them back into the race. So I know drivers this year have maybe took a slightly more clinical view. However, fuel saving still has been a large topic.
Right as I went to unmute, I started coughing. That's great. I was just going to say, timing 71, something that sometimes we do run, and it would be interesting to see over the course of this race how the stints have worked out across of all the different drivers. Now, I'm sure there's someone out there that can help get that data, but, you know, we started off with a couple of teams going that lap longer. We now sit in a very different sort of situation at this point of the night, where everyone's sort of now hitting their same marks, and that rain chance, which does keep increasing the more we look at it, so I'm going to look at it a bit more in the next couple of hours. That very much could stand to sprinkle things up. Rupe Kirkupa in the Valkyrie Competition 777 is directly behind the very bright pink Mercedes of the fiercely forward number 14 as they work their way through Piff Paff. Now, Will, I'm also curious, 2, 3, 4, 5 drivers. What's the optimum number of drivers for a 24-hour race in your opinion?
So my last 24, which went okay, I did 3. So I guess
3.
Yeah.
And you finished?
We were all very fast.
Okay.
So it kept the car average very good. What you can see across a car is that if you have too many drivers, one of those drivers can be a little bit off. And I think throughout the first stints of this race, what we watched was sometimes when you saw a driver get in the car that wasn't quite as fast as the previous driver or the driver to come next, it did make a difference. And those fine margins do end up making a difference.
Yeah, given how many hours people put in to prepare for these races, it was always my opinion as a driver, I wanted to do a minimum of 8. I think the most I ever did was, I can't remember if it was 10 or 14, but I did 24 hours through the French countryside once, and that was it was a ridiculous number of hours. I did 2 quad stints and plenty of other stints in the middle as well. But then me and Ewan started to joke about the fact that Andre Lotterer this year at the 24 Hours of Le Mans in the real world, he did like 3 hours. Whereas Lawrence Vantor did 12. So, you know, sometimes it's just how you shape things up and trying to maximize people's drive time for when they're going to be awake. Take, for example, that Team Redline BMW that leads at the front. Now that Max is registered for the race, he has got to do the minimum fair share time. So they have got to adjust the schedule to fit him in.
Yeah, and I think we expect that to be tonight or tomorrow morning. Thankfully, I get to commentate on both of those times, which is quite unique. And I'm really interested to see whether we get some changing weather, because the teams have definitely picked correctly. One kind of up in the air idea in this race was the fact of the matter is the 2 fastest cars in the dry are the 2 slowest cars in the wet. There's no disputing that. And that makes a big call when you're looking at the forecast and predicting what it might be. It makes a big difference, and I was really hoping we got a bit more rain, because I think you'd see the Ferraris, the Lambos, the Corvettes, even the Mercedes would come on and come back into this race, because the delta is something like a second from fastest to slowest wet car, maybe even a little bit more when you're talking in the BMW's case, and that's every lap, and that can really make a difference, especially if we had, let's say, a Corvette or a Lamborghini on the lead lap. But I mean, as time's gone on, it's stayed dry for a very long time.
Cody Deathan, the virtual coach by Grid, and Go number 001. I hear what you're saying. So what we need is to organize a private hosted 24 Hours of Spa where someone plays the weather god behind the scenes, and we tactically bring the rain in to ensure that BOP doesn't matter. It's all about, right, wet versus dry. Do you pick the right car?
Yeah, exactly. And I think that what's a new dynamic that I think that isn't touched on a lot is the fact that these drivers can now change the ARBs, they can change the wing, and this is all for free. So every single stop, if you want to, you can change the ARB, it has no consequence. If you want to change your wing on your car, it again has no consequence as long as you're fueling over 80 litres. So this is a huge dynamic that we never used to have in special events, and it allows the car to be less compromised, especially across conditions.
Right, another question for you then. BOP, how do you make... You know where I'm coming from this slightly. Thinking about IMSA Esports later this year, we recently had the announcement that public qualifiers will allow anyone to try and join the field, but then you've got to try and fight once you've made the field of however many it is, I can't remember the top of my head. You have to fight for the car that you will then be in the championship for. So, BOP and the Dry versus Rain, how does that work right now in your opinion?
It doesn't.
Ooh, I like that answer.
I really don't think it works, and I think you really have to make a compromise depending on whether you expect the season to be wetter or drier, or what your advantage you want to have. And it's really hard, because if you look at the scope of this race, everyone's chosen for the dry, right? Mainly. Right. Everyone's chosen for the dry, but you know, you look across the championship, who knows what the weather's going to be, and how do you even consider the Bop? I mean, if you were to think that this race would be half wet and half dry, you would have to make the BMW, to be fair, you would have to make the BMW way faster than every other car in the dry, because it would be so slow in the wet. And that is a really interesting dynamic, because then what do you gamble on?
I like your answer for a couple of reasons, mainly because it kind of suggests to me that don't worry about BOP in the rain, because it's already enough of a compromise anyway, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Williams Esports Racing Prodigy, they're also down on towards pit lane, so make that about 10 that pit on the previous lap, and I see a couple more have come in on this most recent lap, and a couple of driver changes. So Nicholas Rubelar got into the 001, taking over from Daniel Lafawenti. Will we see Beckham Jasir jump out of that number one? We'll find out in a few moments' time. And Will, I do have to ask you, have you ever crashed in pit lane here at Spa?
Probably when I was slightly less good.
Okay, good, because I think we've all done it then.
I think we've all done it, yeah. I think we've all definitely done it. That turnaround's very, very tight, and particularly hard in the Mustang, so I hear. Which is, I guess, an interesting point.
Is it because it's long?
I don't know. Maybe its turning circle's just not that good, but a lot of these racing cars aren't great for turning circles, let's face it.
Yeah, so it sounds like there's some Ford Mustang drivers just complaining for the sake of complaining. But at least in the sim world, they haven't had any issues with the rear wings and rear boot lid staying on the car. So, well, somewhat brief night that we're going through. In terms of the 3 24-hour races that we have, this is the one where we expect the least of the nighttime running, and therefore, if you have drivers who aren't particularly fond of racing in the night when the shadows are all moving around, less time for them to maybe have to go out and drive, as Beckham just stays in that car. And you know, Will, I love a good background. He's got some racing suits behind him. What do you have behind you nowadays?
I have... he says while looking behind him.
Come on, look behind you.
I have a Kimi Räikkönen signed helmet, a Kimi Räikkönen mini helmet. Sorry, a signed hat and a mini helmet, and then just some more photos and some banned words for when I used to scream back in the day.
Yeah, I remember that banned words list. It was quite funny. Falken Sim Racing's number 44, jumping onto pit lane alongside Marla. So that's Anderuti and Quirnbach. Not sure if Williams Esports Pit Fit and Parker White in the 150 going to follow their way on into the lane. Yeah, right now behind me, I have 2 IndyCar front wings and some pickles. So it's not bad, is it?
Those pickles must be the most interesting thing ever. I couldn't think of... Well, why do you have pickles behind you?
Because a sponsor sent them to me, and so they sit there behind me.
It's pickles.
Shout out to Sucker Punch if you are listening somewhere around the world.
I mean, why not, I guess? I mean, it just makes your background more unique, that's what you could say.
Yes, also so I can go and show them off on our Racing Prodigy streams in the future. Speaking of, at Williams Esports Racing Prodigy car, I mentioned it a couple of times in my first couple of hours, but if you are around one of their Williams fan zones, which follow the Formula 1 Grand Prix around, starting later this year, you'll have some opportunities to potentially win a Prodigy Pass, head out to Prodigy Week and get your chance to drive a Radical SR1, potentially get drafted for a real racing contract. So keep an eye out and go and experience those fan zones. It's not bad, mainly so. You know, I love a good hoodie, Will, so guess what I've got from the Williams fan zone?
Well, let me guess. Is it a hoodie?
How did you guess? Oh my word.
No idea. Oh my word. That's crazy.
It's wonderful. I will say, I saw Javi Guerrero wearing it and I was like, you know what? That looks very comfortable. I need to go and buy one. So I may have copied him, but that's beside the point. Felix Kornbach staying in the Marla Racing Team car. Sammy Matty Trogan's taken over from Parker White of the top 10. You can just see that Beckham Jasir has crested the top of the corner at Radion, now working past some lap traffic and slotting into line behind Felix Kornbach as finally Sammy Matty Trogan drops and rolls. Relatively lengthy stop. You've worked your magic, Will, haven't you?
I tried my best.
Yeah, you said you were going to try and get a driver to come and join us, so you managed to snag Chris Lullum.
Indeed, and I guess we'll have a chat to him. Do you want me to take him, or do you want to take him? I think
No, you know what? Let's let you ask some questions of him first, because you know the tough questions to ask.
Okay. Hello, Chris. Welcome to the broadcast. Hope you're doing well. Your car's going fairly well at the moment. Talk us a little bit through how this race has gone for you.
Indeed. Well, for me, my sits were a bit boring, to be honest. It was a lot of driving by people and saving fuel and extending, because the impending carnage that is rain. You're going short on fuel, that can cause you a lot of problems later on. But we're looking good in terms of fuel, and now we finally get into a track position now that we've coupled up with the 21 car. Yeah, it's looking good, yeah.
The impending carnage with rain is obviously something that looms over this field. Potentially, this car that you're driving is not so good in the rain. Talk us a bit about what the challenges are of racing in the rain here at Spa and how difficult it really is.
Well, the main difficulty is a rouge, because there's a big lump of standing water up at the bottom of the hill. And you basically have to drive in a straight line and hope for the best through the puddle. That will be the biggest problem, especially on the transfer back to slick tyres. But yeah, it's the wet lines are also quite extreme. You really have to be careful of the rubber line and so on. But no, it's not easy, especially in the BMW. I think the Ford will be a little bit better in the wet, but I mean most of the competition is BMW, so it won't be too bad.
Certainly plays out in your hands that the majority of cars, at least inside the top 15, or at least on the lead lap, are in the same manufacturer as you. We're expecting your car in for a stop soon, would you assume?
Yeah, well, Sam's just pulled into the pit lane now, the 21 car. We have a couple more laps to go. But I think now everyone's sort of getting the pedal down. We're not doing 27 laps. And most people are not doing 27 laps anymore. Less of this fuel-saving train, and everyone's finally getting the pace on and everything. I don't think you'll see many more saving stints, to be honest, until the rain comes, and then whatever happens, happens.
Well, that's good to hear. Arjuna, do you have any questions in your mind for Chris?
No, not really, except one question, Chris. 2, 3, 4, 5. How many drivers is optimal for a 24-hour race? Come on, tell me.
4.
It's a very diplomatic answer. Chris Lullum joining us from the camp of the BMW MT Redline. It was fun listening to him and Will Chadwick having a little bit of a chat there. And he is right, Sam Kuijtert's in, and so now just waiting for the 2 BMWs. Will, anything surprising from Chris's answers there?
Surprising. Hopefully to the viewer there is some surprising endeavours. To me, not so. But I think it's interesting to see who gets in the car next, because I think I know who it is.
Do you think it's a certain Mr. Verstappen?
It might be, I've no idea. But what we do know is Josh Thompson has just got back into the Ford, who's had a really good race so far.
I tell you what, give him some credit as well for putting that car on pole position. We did have Corentin Gunes in the Sim RC76, was also up there in the top 10, but Josh flying, not just in qualifying, started the race, revs that engine up. And now, off and away. And this is where, again, Chris did mention it, something I've been harping on a little bit about racing in the rain here at Spa. Big standing water at the bottom of the hill at Eau Rouge. Got to be very careful about that. And as the 21 rejoins the track, it is once again about 9 seconds clear of the chasing pack behind. We'll wait for Pinto to come down to pit lane and see where it feeds out in comparison.
I think it's always very interesting when you hear from a driver refer to the rain when they've been practicing to it as impending carnage. And when that's someone that's very good in the wet, that probably shows you how hard it is to drive. And I think that dynamic in this race, when/if we get it, I really pray that we do, how interesting it could be for us in the commentary box.
But question, do we know if it's going to be less heavy yet? Right now on my weather radar, I'm not really seeing it. Percentage chance has actually come down slightly to, I think, 19 at its highest. Boo comes out of chatters, but if it is only going to be light rain, would that be still quite fun? Or is Chris just scared that it's going to be heavy, torrential level rain, which, let's be clear, we have had in some previous iRacing special events?
I think that the scars run deep maybe for the cars. When we had the first wet race, I think we had a lot of fatalities in Sebring 12 hour. You think of the LMDHs, I think both Redline cars exited the race within 5 laps of each other. And that shows how hard, I know speaking to the drivers, they said it was so hard, the transition, and it's so hard to practice because the rubber line, the iRacing's rubber line system, it must be said, is so dynamic that it's actually essentially impossible to practice because you can't get AIs to do the exact lines that a human will do. You can't program them. You can't get enough people in a server to lay down rubber for a long enough time to make it realistic. So the actual practice is not as accurate as you get for dry running, therefore making it open for more people making mistakes, which is crucially what keeps it, I think, a bit more entertaining, to be honest.
So now does that mean there's a benefit for not just the larger teams, right? So Redline have got 2 cars with 4 drivers apiece, but they also have, people behind the scenes. Same thing for, the likes of Apex, who then have the main car and 2 Academy. Does it benefit them being able to jump into a session and have more drivers run around, or do they even need to be linking up with one another to have these monster sessions where basically everyone's out on track, or is that sharing a little bit too much in terms of information about speed that everyone has?
I just think it's not really possible. You've got to think that we've had 41 esports level cars with multiple thousands of iRacing of drivers batting around at the absolute maximum after 20 hours of practice each for the last 9 hours. So to replicate 41 people, I just don't think any team's done it. I really don't.
There you go. Easy answer. It will be interesting the more that we get, accustomed to this rain system, how it all plays out. Now, Diogo Pinto stayed out on track. Brian Barneveld brings the BMW M Team BS Plus competition machine down to pit lane. Now, he unfortunately had a technical issue, didn't even get to qualify for the VCO IndyCar Challenge, so he's been splitting his focus between a Dallara IR18, a BMW M4 GT3 car, and now he was just hoping to try and deliver for the Zebras watching on. We know relatively steady opening start to the race for this team overall. And so as he goes up on the jacks, believe it is time for him to jump out. And so is it going to be Dinez or Talvar? Talvar back into the 89.
Certainly an interesting dynamic with the 89 car after it's lost its sort of toe that it had to the front 2 Redline cars. An interesting point you bring up about how many cars Ryan has been driving across the course of the sim. I think me and Paul touched on it earlier of how impressive I think the modern elite sim racer has been as of late. You talk about multiple drivers driving in multiple different disciplines and maybe even different simulators, and that is so hard it can't even be explained to suggest how hard it is to move around everything.
Yeah, but look at you. You're just one of those top-level sim racers trying to make yourself seem more impressive. That's what someone in chat could say. I think it's quite... Michael Johnny told us in his interview post-race in the VCO IndyCar Challenge the very same thing, that, you know, it's been hard with limited practice time, and it's been beneficial that, you know, some of these teams have such resources that there's people building setups who aren't actually going and racing. So it's always helpful when you have data points to work with and people that can go out. When you're focused on one thing, you can go off and do another, especially with 2 different World Championship qualifiers going on right now. Will was racing, of course, in the Porsche Esports Super Cup qualifying series. On Thursdays, we have right now the IndyCar Butt Kicker iRacing qualifying series. Say that one 5 times fast as Diogo Pinto brings in the BMW M Team Redline number 20. And I do see a certain Max Verstappen ready to go. Could also be Chris Ullen, though. Given he came to chat to us, I get the feeling he's not ready to jump back into that car just yet.
Or Florian. We've not seen Florian drive yet in the race. Of course, also racing the Porsche Tyre Esports Super Cup qualifying series.
It's not in the sim yet.
But yeah, we've not seen him drive yet either. And obviously he's had the commitment of Pesk to do this afternoon. And he's straight back into Spa, again, showing massive commitment across many drivers who are driving so many series right now.
Yes, but just to be clear, Florian is not in the sim right now, and not in the session, so we know we won't see him for sure. Away goes the car. Who's jumping in? It is indeed Max Verstappen, and I said this in the first 2 hours. The last time that we had... That was not Max, that was Diogo Pinto. Last time Max raced at a 24-hour iRacing special event and in a Formula 1 Grand Prix on the same weekend, he just went and won both of them.
I think that definitely shut people up who were suggesting his focus wasn't in the right place, and I think that when you've got a driver of his quality, he knows how to manage his time. And it'll be interesting to see how he does. I know that I think he definitely feels more comfortable in the BMW this week than maybe in the Ferrari, like a lot of people were going to drive. And I think that's been a major decision factor for him to drive this week. And linking up with the other car, it's going to be interesting to see kind of where they can push on from this moment onwards.
Yeah, there's a bit more separation between them than maybe was anticipated. It was a good 3 laps or so between Josh Thompson taking over the 21 and Max Verstappen jumping into the number 20. And so as he rises to the top of the track, now going to begin a bit of a descent as he works out of Malmedy. Builds his speed up, gets ready to go. We'll see if they link up, if there's some bump drafting to be played between the two. But as it sits right now, a good, 5.5 seconds, the margin back to the first of the challengers, BMW M Team BS competition. Then 2.5 back to Falken Sim Racing, Leandro Andaruti, who started that car off very strongly, still sitting in 4th position, but being hunted down by Nicholas Rubelov, virtual coach Grid and Go, the 001, then Marla, Williams Esports Racing prodigy, the Apex Racing team, who remember had a slowdown through the very first corner at the very top of Radion, fought their way back up into 8th position, and then Williams Gaming Club, Williams Esports Pitfit, the rest of the top 10. We've still got 14 hours and 30 minutes to go. This BMW M Team Redline car in a very strong position to potentially cut a pit stop out, depending on how the rain really plays out.
Yeah, and I think that the rain being the cruel mistress that we know it is, it'll probably fall directly after every single car has made its green flag pit stop. So we know that that's probably going to happen. I know that the teams are certainly hoping that it falls in the window between the first car to box, let's say something like the 001 virtual coach Grid and Go car, which has been running pretty much flat out since sort of second stint onwards, or somewhere like the 20 Redline car, which has been extending every stint as much as it can do, really. But yeah, I think we'll see that dynamic hopefully play out maybe in the time that we are in this commentary booth.
Hey, fingers crossed. I'm still waiting for the rain. That's why I'm really here. I will be completely honest. I did not build the commentary schedule looking at the rain whatsoever. Not going to have any complaints if it falls when we are around, and it's goodwill to have you back on an iRacing special event broadcast. It's been a little bit of time. Now, it's the middle of the night. We're going to go off on some tangents, one of them being great additions to the iRacing special event calendar for the future. Especially important when the next special event, the Martinsville MX500, is one of those wacky ideas that now somehow is going to be turned into reality by the Global MX-5 Cup Series. Quite crazy to think about. So, I put it to you. What crazy idea do you have for a special event? It doesn't actually have to be based in reality. It can be a totally fictional race. But what do you want to see us add for next year?
Make the Nürburgring 24-hour multi-class with GTPs.
Oh! Okay. You know, I'm never going to say no to anything at the Nordschleife.
It's the best track in the world, in my opinion.
Do quite like that one. You know, one thing I was thinking about, especially because it's being live streamed on YouTube this weekend for the very first time. Have you ever seen that race where it's a street circuit in Lithuania, and they have GT3 cars that race on the highway there?
No, I've never seen that.
Have you never heard of the Orem 1006 kilometers?
No, I've heard of the Macau Grand Prix, which is GT3 cars on a street circuit, but I haven't heard of that.
Okay, I'm going to send you a link for after your stint. Right now, there's no racing actually happening, so I can talk about this great race in great detail without any care to the world. The track map is particularly special. You want to know what some of the great corner names are?
Please reel it off, Arjun.
Tyre chicane. And there's also another Tyre chicane halfway around the lap.
Does those chicanes include tyre barriers by any chance?
You know what? I think they do. More importantly, the fueling for this race, pretty sure it's just done at like a gas station on the side of a motorway.
Isn't that kind of what they do for the N24 as well, but not quite as informal as that?
Kind of. Well, Tyler Maxon was telling me when he went to race in the Dubai 24 Hours, which is run by Creventic, they actually have to go and basically park at fuel pumps, and so you can have, like, you know, a peak hour on a motorway, but imagine everyone coming in to refuel at the same time, and so you're waiting for 4 or 5 people in front of you in the line to fill up your car so you can drive up, you know, attach the fuel pump, blah, 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 do all that you need to do. That's crazy to think about.
It certainly is, and it sounds like a very, very interesting race to watch. I'll certainly be taking a look at that as I have my little bit of a break before I get back on commentary after this stint. But there's plenty of racing action to go until now. I find it a hugely interesting dynamic to see who's going to be having the best of each other between Max and Josh, and I'd really be interested to see if Josh can close that gap in that what we think is a slightly quicker car.
Slowly trying. He was about 0.5 of a second quicker last time. We were taking a look at one of the other real-world drivers who's in our race today, Sami Matti Trogan, former iRacing Rallycross World Champion from what would have been 2019, but now races GT3 cars with Walkenhorst Motorsports. There's another look at the Finn behind the wheel of the Williams Esports Pitfit 150, currently down in 10th. He's taken over from Parker White in that car. Verstappen's not the only other real-world driver. I did see Sebastian Weldon in just before we jumped back into the commentary booth. It's great to see him not just working with Andretti Autosport in the real world as part of their Road to Indy program, but the team at BS Competition seeing the progress and the potential there as well from outings in the Skip Barber Formula iRacing Series, and put him into the car for the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series over the winter. Didn't do too badly, all things considered. But up front, here we go. 1.7 seconds, and I tell you what, Thompson's going to eke out at least 2/10 on this lap alone. I've heard 7/10 is the magic number, Will, that you need to really get into the draft.
I'd still say it's about 1.1, but I think once you're getting towards the 8-9 of a second range, you know, like basically plus a bit beyond 7, it does start to become weaker, and you do start to be able to break that draft. But it's interesting how the dynamic across all cars and what those sorts of draft ranges are. You know, you look to something like a Porsche Cup and you're at 2.5 seconds almost, or maybe something like a GT4 where it's also somewhere around that region. And it's interesting that the GT3s don't quite have as much toe, but like you say, it's definitely an important factor in catching someone, and once you can kind of break into that barrier, it's very interesting.
Psychological as well at the end of the day is draft. I quite enjoy all the moaning that I see about draft not being strong enough, etc., etc. mainly on social media. I won't lie, but it is what it is. Everyone deals with it at the same way, so you know, it's just got to go. I guess setup at Spa as well is one of those interesting things, right? Because you're trying to trim out as much as possible so you can be fast in a straight line, but you still need to work through the corners, and there's that caveat of if there is rain, there are limited adjustments now to ARBs and whatnot, Will. I think you brought that up, but you know, it's not like you're going to completely turn the car on its head and be able to set it up specifically for the wet. So if you expect plenty of rain, something you have to dial into the setup as well.
Yes and no. Unfortunately, and I actually think I've found this out in the real life as well in a little bit of a way, a fast dry setup is much, much faster in the wet than a fast wet setup is in the dry, and it's tenfold. The difference is massive, and I even think that if you can live with a fast dry setup in the wet, it is still really fast, and maybe even faster than something that's slightly more tailored to the wet and slightly easier to drive.
Fair point, actually.
Yeah, I think a lot of people now maybe underestimate the amount of changes that you can make to the car. Of course, ARB and wing is limited, but I think that when you think of the overall balance of a car, that is so huge to be able to shift that forwards and backwards in terms of how stiff the front of the car is, how much wing, how much aerodynamic downforce you're producing at the rear of the car. I think it's everything in terms of tuning the balance of these cars across the 24-hour period.
Fair point. See, I would have thought there's a couple more things that you would have wanted to try and do. ARB, you know, you're softening the car up is good, but maybe you want to go further on suspension. Maybe there's a couple more things, especially when it comes to... I guess these cars aren't actually that complex relative to a GTP or a modern prototype nowadays, where, you know, maybe there's a bit more in that regard. And so we don't have too many compounds of tires to worry about either yet, right? If we had the intermediate, that would be quite interesting as to what the crossover point might be. But no, it's just dries and wets, pretty simple for us there. As on board with Lucas Perez, who's on the hunt in that Simu-Fi number 3 on the back of one of the few Mercedes and the best running Mercedes in the field. That's Jorge Garcia for Team PGZ in the 124, but you can see that fuel saving, a little bit of a lift of the throttle, and just trying to work on the fuel number with plenty of time still left to go before we even hit the halfway mark of this race. And down to now the point where, mentioned this earlier, 16 cars left on the leading lap. You were talking about the pace being relentless. Is it really that much faster than last year?
I absolutely think so. I think when we look at the race last year, at least from my perspective in the opening sort of time frame, we saw a period of incredible fuel saving. So if someone had an issue, let's say like when we saw Apex get a slowdown earlier in the race, now because the pace was so much higher this year, people that had issues early on weren't able to get back into it. And I think ultimately, if you truly believe you are the fastest team, which I think that all the teams at the front hopefully think that way, because you've always got to be confident, I think that it's important to try and make the race as much of a pace fast as possible while still having that fuel advantage like the leading cars have been able to do.
Well, speaking of pace fests, I think right now at the front, it's Nicholas Rubelar that might be the fastest in that 001 virtual coach by Grid and Go machine. Lucas Perez clips a bit too much of the inside curve for comfort. And he holds on to the car, slides his way down to that final chicane, and Garcia checks up a bit more than I think anyone was expecting. Get off the corner all right. Not just Rubelar flying, Josh Thompson's now 1.1 off the back of his sister car, and so Max Verstappen going to be slowly looking into that rear view mirror to try and link up with the Ford, and potentially a bit of bump drafting to play out between these two teammates once again.
Ultimately, when they get together, they will be more efficient, they'll save more fuel, and they'll have a better pace. So it is in Team Redline's interest to have those cars together, and I think that is ultimately the optimal strategy. But like you mentioned, right now aren't the ones at the front of the field necessarily. I think we've seen really good pace from the 89 BS car, which has also brought down that gap to the leader. So Maybe a little bit light on practice because I think there's a Formula 1 World Championship going on. I'm not quite sure. But I think that when you're looking at these stints, everyone's so close together that just those tiny little tenths of a second can really matter. But once they're together, they'll be flying, I'm sure of it.
Yeah, I haven't actually watched qualifying from today, so no spoilers, please, in chat if you are watching on. But I was very fortunate, got to go out to watch the British Grand Prix from Maggots and Beckett's, and I've got to say, Will, what you were saying about the rain, man, I've got to say, watching F1 cars through Maggots and Beckett's, changing conditions, a couple of half almost spins, not gonna lie, for a couple of those front runners. It was crazy just watching, right, how much the lap to lap, that same section of track, the drivers come back to it 90 seconds later and it's totally different, and they've got to try and figure out the fastest way through, all without crashing.
Yeah, and it's so difficult to approach a section of circuit, especially as the leading car, and not know what the grip's going to be like, especially when we consider that a lot of these drivers in the rain, they see so much water hitting their visor, even if it's minimal, that it psychologically must be quite challenging to enter a corner at full speed. So I think that watching that in person, especially from the vantage point that you had, must have been a real treat, and certainly something you wouldn't forget.
No, now I've just got to go and do the same at Eau Rouge and Raidillon, and then I've got both of those corners checked off the bucket list, and I can cross-compare them too. You can see, by the way, Delta's lap on lap. Verstappen's being consistent. Thompson putting in probably a lot more hours than Verstappen's been able to do in preparation, just being a bit more metronomic in his muscle memory and really uncorking that speed. Now his gap back to Reino Talvar is holding quite steady, so what that really means is Talvar is closed on the race leader. We'll see if these two decide to work together to try and pick up the speed, or if Josh Thompson's going to make the move and try and break away. It is, what time, virtual standard time is it in sim? I'm trying to read a very small graphic. 2:44 a.m. So we're probably, what, 3 hours away from sunshine?
I think in the summertime you would suggest that is the case. I'd say maybe late 4 a.m. is when we start to see a bit of rise from the sun. Certainly interesting. Like you say, do we think he's going to make the move? I really don't think so. The optimal strategy is always to have the car that's fastest in a straight line lead the train. And ultimately here, despite the fact that Ford's got no power bump, the BMW is still a traditionally faster car in the straight line. So I think we'll see Thompson sit behind and work with Max to hopefully open up a gap among the rest of the field.
Yeah, I think we're about to find out exactly what's going to happen, because Thompson's within a couple of car lengths as they close on the back of one of the Lamborghinis that is lap traffic. I believe that is the Apex 1 021. That's down in 36th position. They are the third to last car still out there and running. So of the field of 47 that took the green, fiercely forward, the number 9, Sherritt Esports, the 88, Greico Motorsports, the 667, the Mag Performance is 120, Harder Race Geodesic Racing on the 46, Impulse Racing 66, Zenith Gasnock, WSR Esports Buckkicker, the 16, and Sim Spirit. Our retirement so far today, half a second the gain there for Thompson last time by, and as he now gets to within 3/10 at the back of the shot, keep an eye out on Reino Talvar, who is just within touching distance, as he is within 6 seconds of Verstappen on board with that Ford Mustang. Great to have more GT3 cars available in iRacing, isn't it, Will? Really mixes things up as much as it makes the BOP more difficult as well.
It's fantastic to see the wider representation, and the closer we get it to the real life racing, like you get to see. I think it'd be great to have maybe a few more manufacturers involved in sim racing itself to enforce more depth of field, I think you could say, amongst the cars that are driven. But what I must say is I think iRacing have done an excellent job on the Ford and also the Corvette, and I think that a large factor in teams not really being confident to choose them for this event isn't necessarily because they're slow, because I certainly don't think that's the case. I think that although sometimes when mentioned isn't normally the case, I do certainly think it is the case this time by, that ultimately, this BM's been in the sim for 2 years now, and people know how to set it up. The philosophy hasn't changed massively across the course of the last 2 years, and ultimately, this Mustang and Corvette initially were seen as very bad cars, and that's just because people weren't optimizing the setups like they have been able to do in a BMW, in a Porsche, in a Lamborghini. And I think amongst the past, few weeks and months since this car has been on the service, people have started to get the hang of this car, and now you're starting to see the setups extract the maximum out of these manufacturers' machinery.
And I guess, the fact that we haven't had too many big races, I guess, for the most part in these GT3 cars, it's kind of also impacted when and where the development has taken place outside of the iRacing official series and iRacing special events. Hasn't been too much in these GT3 cars at the start of this year for these drivers to focus their attention on. Thompson pressed the top of Radeon, closes up once again to the back of Verstappen, just sitting the top of 5th gear here. Now remember, a lot of these gear ratios and stacks are all standard GT3 FIA spec things more than anything that the drivers are all customizing. Some cars have a couple of options. I'm not sure if the Mustang does off the top of my head, but clearly doesn't need all of the gears to try and follow in line. And you were right, Will, just going to sit behind. We'll see now if Reina Talbot is going to close that gap. Remember, 6 seconds or so between Verstappen and the 89.
So, talking a little bit about gear stacks, like you mentioned, new Corvette added has 4, which is quite a lot actually. And I believe the Mustang has 3, which is a short, an FIA, and a Daytona stack. And I assume that what we're running here is probably something a little bit shorter. It's very, very rare that we tend to see the longer stacks being used, even at the tracks that they are so far named as. Like the Daytona stack doesn't always actually get used at Daytona.
Yeah, it's about having the acceleration, right, more than the top-end speed, because if it takes you too long to get to your top speed, you can't ever actually get to the top speed. So, trying to do all that testing, figure it out. That silver Redline special livery for today's special event, looking very, very good. I must say, I do like a little special livery. What's the Will Chadwick entry into the Porsche Esports Super Cup qualifying series look like, Will?
Same as last year in the contender. We're still on the Hymo purple.
Okay.
Whether we'll have a nice, if I get into contenders, maybe a little bit of a change up, who knows? I always like to be a bit of flair to the liveries.
What do we need for you to run the Arjuna face?
The Arjuna face. A donation to a nice charity.
Okay.
Maybe I'll consider it, and we'll get it right on the bonnet.
Well, so here is the real problem. I've already done it in the Porsche All-Star Series, and I did it mainly because Quirk had not brought his face car back. And then guess what? The one round of the season that I come back for, guess who's got a face livery again?
Quirk.
That guy, man.
That guy, man.
He's just...
So why do we even put up with it? We love you, Quirk.
We love Quirk. Always fun to be able to race in that Porsche All-Stars, and some of the fun. Le Mans was interesting, Will, because of all the tracks to go and race at, that was probably the easiest one, right?
Yeah, easy. Straight lines, plenty of straight lines.
That's what I thought. Then I remembered that braking at Le Mans is actually quite difficult because you've got no downforce.
Yeah. That is very true, and I'm glad you gave it a go. Something I'd like to touch on is what's quite interesting and probably explains the delta that we saw between Max and Josh, is that as soon as Josh was in the tow in 5/10, do you know what happened?
Max picked up his
magically by 0.6 of a second on the last lap. So I think there was a bit of a strategical slowdown of pace there for Max. I don't think it was a genuine lack of pace from him on his side. Maybe there was a 0.5 difference, but if you're going to get in the tow with each other, you might as well speed it up and then start bump drafting a little bit to maintain a better advantage.
Now, you don't have fuel maps in this car, do you?
No, and if they did, they wouldn't use them anyway, is my presumption.
Now the engine maps are used quite regularly at road courses to actually save some fuel, so you never know. Just something that I had to question. Been a while since I've actually driven these GT3 cars, because I was having this conversation with someone else earlier today. It's hard to get excited for GT3 cars now. As much as I love having the Ford Mustang and the Chevy Corvette, I don't know. I'm really enjoying everything else in the world of iRacing. For example, Martinsville MX500 coming up soon. That might actually get me back behind the wheel.
It's a really interesting event to take place, and certainly something which is almost born out of madness. And you know, I think we like to see those sorts of events happening, and like you say, I still get quite excited by GT3. I'd still quite like to see the
I know you prefer GT4s, come on, we'll be honest.
Oh, I like GT4s, but they're all... someone actually brought this up just before I jumped to the commentary booth, that they're all out of date now, actually, unfortunately. We saw a bit of a resurgence, bit of a push from iRacing, getting a lot of GT4s on the service, but in fact, other than the Mercedes, which is out of date because it hasn't been updated in a long time in the real world, we're a little bit behind, so it'd be nice to see...
Aston old?
So that's what I was told. Maybe there's an Evo version.
There's a new version that's coming soon for the Aston Martin stuff, but I'm not aware of... but good point. I see what you mean, especially the BMW, because they have now had a new car and an Evo version of the new car, haven't they?
Yeah, and the Porsche's obviously on the old car, it's not the RS, and then we've got the McLaren, it's not the Artura. And then
Do you really want the McLaren Artura?
It's a lot better than the 570, as a lot of the drivers. I know someone that worked in the development of the Artura that said they actually had to develop it to be a lot better, because the old 570 was a bit bad, actually.
They had to develop it to be a bit better. I love it. Is that the goal of all race car designers?
I think you'd hope so, but what they were kind of saying and self-admitting was...
No, I get what you're saying.
570 was pretty bad, from a balance perspective.
Right, especially for the gentlemen, the amateur drivers, you know, now we start calling them, because the Ferrari, the GT3 car, that was, and even the GTE, that was something that was brought up with them. Very easy for the customer to, you know, get to grips with it pretty quickly and get up to their comfortable threshold in the car, maybe not having the pros get the hundredths and the thousandths out of the lap time that they would in a slightly different car. But if the gentleman amateur driver is slightly closer at the end of the day, Will, then that is ultimately, you know, minimizing the pain of putting them in for their minimum drive time.
I think that when you look towards the world of GT racing these days, it's all the pros are so competitive and so good that it becomes more of a contest of who the best am is. And I think you see that across a lot of series, and just making sure that that's good is really important.
Team Hoisingveld back in the pack in the other one of the Ford Mustangs still out there. They sit 22nd behind Team PGZ, and that's the 119, the BMW M4. Just saw Dino Lombardi make his way down pit lane in the 002, motor coached by Grin and Go BMW. So seems as though we're not far away from pit stops for a handful of drivers, but of course for the majority of the fields, we're talking about a 24-25 odd lap stint, still going on at least another 10 laps or so before they start to think about trips down pit lane. Traffic pretty relentless at this point, though. There's not much clean air to enjoy once you're in the thick of the traffic. Well, you're really dealing with it. Back up front, by the way, Reina Talbar still 6.3 seconds off the back of Thompson and Verstappen. So those top two Redline cars holding strong to the chasing pack.
Absolutely, the pace from them has been phenomenal. I think since they've got together, we've seen some bump drafting from the likes of Thompson to Verstappen. Talvar doesn't quite seem to have an answer at this moment in time, and unfortunately, I think this is kind of the way the race is heading at the moment. Ever since we saw that really unfortunate piece of traffic for the number 89, just opened that gap up to around about 2 seconds before the stops. Redline have really took that and run, and it's at this moment in time, before we get any rain, is looking like Redline are only going to continue to keep extending that advantage for the time being.
Now, good and bad news on that weather front. Which one do you want first?
I would like the good news, Arjuna.
So the good news is that I'm not seeing just one little brief period of rain maybe on the horizon. There might be two. Now, the only problem is we're at 33% chance of precipitation, it seemingly says. That will strike in around 2 hours' time. Then another 2 hours after that, I see a 17% chance of rain. So, I don't want to get your hopes up just yet, Will, but maybe, just maybe, you get a bit of rain.
Maybe we do. And I think what's really interesting of a dynamic is that when we look across the splits, something that always used to be said was every split in the 24-hour races were actually the same. The weather forecast was identical. It always used to take the pattern of the weather and be the same across all the splits. But I think that now you look at it with the rain, it really throws in an interesting dynamic, and it's so variable. You know, we've been sat here all race not really understanding what's going to happen with the rain, and I think that's really fantastic to have, and it is a testament. You know, iRacing's Tempest system that they've brought in cannot be explained enough how good it is in comparison to not only every other rain product that's available, but in terms of real life, it really does represent it really well.
Just try and keep yourself out of that puddle down the bottom of Eau Rouge. If we do get to that stage, that's, I think, for the most part, what these drivers will be focused on. Alexander Thieber in what is the second of the Falken Sim Racing entries. This one just outside of the top 10 as it sits right now, but nestled in and tucked in right under the big old rear wing of the Ford Mustang of Daniel Sommer in the Sim RC Bumblebee entry. Now, Will, let's go back in time to a conversation we were having at the very start of this race. Do you know when Sim RC was founded?
No, I don't. And I was actually talking about how nice the Sim RC livery looks. And I think I remember listening in to your wonderful stint with Ewan. I remember you talking about the age of Redline and wondering whether that was older than the age of Sim RC.
So yes, ChatGPT got this one wrong, but SimRC founded in 2015 is what Hugo Luis was saying, and Team Redline founded 24 years ago. So quite remarkable to think of, you know, how long they've been around. So yeah, I just got a message from the Twitch chat. The team-only frauds are retiring due to hardware failures. Costing them a second per lap, so that's going to add another one to the pile to scratch off. We're left with 37 still out there and running now.
That is a real shame. And something else brought up in chat I thought was an interesting point to at least ask you, Arjuna, is would you like safety cars in this race?
In this race?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know, because I've still got flashbacks from Laguna Seca MC Esports, but that's beside the point. Safety cars are great in many ways. I loved what they did, for example, in our second round of the VCO IndyCar Challenge that we just had, where Michele Costantini, he was saying timing of the caution really helped them. It's one of the first times ever he feels like he's been helped by a caution. So, you know, I think it adds an unpredictable element. We'd have probably a few more cars left on the lead lap, but, you know, I think there is something that is quite interesting about having the sprint at the end of the day as well, right? Because it is its own unique form of racing, a 24-hour dash. Meanwhile, as these drivers are closing in their fight for 11th and 12th, have noted Reina Talvar has been caught not just by Leandro Angeruti in the number 44 Falken Sim Racing car, but Nicholas Rubilar as well. So we've got some battles brewing as we get ready to close another hour.
Yeah, but it's also important to note, I think, from our side, that virtual coach by Grid and Go car is quite far into its stint in comparison, and therefore quite light on fuel. But, like you say, battles are better than none, and I think we'll be interested to see kind of where this whole train lies out. I must say, the stint that we saw earlier from Damon Woods in that Falken 44 was very, very good, spectacular, in fact. And I thought that back in the car, and you know, Angeruti doing a really good job as well. Be interested to see whether they can push it towards podium contention.
And once again, I've got to say, you know, a good thing about this race being single class and having such a large field of GT3 entries is we get to see some more of these drivers than maybe we would have seen if it was just, you know, the 10 GT3s packed into the 24 Hours of Daytona. As much as it is great having the prototypes, it's shaken up by having a couple of Falken entries, for example. There's 2 Apex Racing Academy cars also further down the line, so it's always great to see. But as they're bump drafting now up front between the teammates, they are now 7 seconds clear of Renault Talbot. So already they've been able to add 1 full second to their margin over the chasing pack behind. Are we going to see anyone looking a little bit more desperate? Remember, Andaruti and Rubilar will be a little lighter on fuel in comparison to the number 89.
Yes, and I think that going back to your earlier point, someone seems to have done the research on the oldest team in sim racing. They think that Redline was founded in 2000. Apex Racing is the next oldest team, founded in 2012. And then Team Huysenfeld, founded in 2014. I don't know how that sits with you, but it certainly seems, I guess, accurate. Apex has certainly been around for a long time.
It seems like it lines up, but we're trying to figure out oldest teams across the sim racing board as well. So if Netrex Grand Prix, if we know their founding date, that will also be helpful because they're probably in that sort of a bucket of 24, 25 years old as well. So I don't know, not entirely sure. What I do know is that, well, count down those seconds as they tick away. About 10 hours now complete in what is the final of these 24-hour special events of the year. It's the Falken Tyre iRacing Spa-24, and it is BMW M Team Redline, Max Verstappen, and then the sister car, the Ford Mustang of Josh Thompson with the 21 car sitting in the race lead as it stands right now. Only a couple more hours of darkness expected and potential for rain in a handful of hours' time as well. We'll keep these drivers on the tip of their toes. A couple more drivers make their way down pit lane. It's Arjuna Kankipati alongside of Will Chadwick. We'll be back. We'll be here for another 2 hours or so before we step aside, hand it over to David Haynes and Lorenzo Bonder, I do believe. And when the back half of the race, the final 12 hours will kick off in earnest. And, you know, Will, as we ride here with Nicholas Rubilar, those top 2 up front, the teammates, they'll be very, very pleased with where they sit right now.
Absolutely, and I think it's playing into... I think this dry period has really played into Redline's hands. It's kept the race a lot about consistency, a lot about execution, and ultimately, if we look across the course of 2024 and even the course of the last year, Redline's execution has been incredibly exceptional. And I think that in an event in time where we have so many events going on right now, like you've mentioned, we've got IndyCar qualifying series, we've got the Porsche the Porsche qualifying series for the World Championship, we've got the IndyCar VCO championship going on. Everyone is so split, and the resources are becoming more thin. And you know, when that sort of happens, you do sort of tend to see the teams that have maybe just got that little bit more resource, that little bit more manpower, being able to produce a little bit better of a product and a race strategy, for example.
And, you know, those resources are behind the scenes as well at the end of the day, right? So the people that are helping work on the strategy, how many of them you have across your different cars as well, are all different things that very much will come into play. Out of the curve Paul Frere, Nicholas Rubilar runs that car back up towards Blanchimont. Now, he's been on track for about 22 laps and counting. One thing that, Will, I found quite interesting, you were mentioning in our RaceSpot chat behind the scenes at the start of the race, fuel fill time between the Ford and the BMW, even though, you know, each of the adjustments that we've had in terms of fuel capacity works to shift around the balance of the cars, still Ford Mustang fills its tank up pretty quickly.
Yeah, so for whatever reason at this current moment in time, and has been for a little bit of time, and certainly caught a few teams out at Daytona earlier in the year, and certainly the first time I've heard a lot about it, I'd say, in the build-up, is that ultimately, when you reduce the size of a fuel tank for one of these GT3 cars, it suddenly becomes faster to fuel. They do not adjust the refuel time. All refuel times are adjusted for the maximum tank capacity. So every car fills its maximum tank at the exact same time, but if you've got a 2, 3, 4% fuel bop, you're going to fuel 2, 3, 4% faster than you normally would.
And all these little margins, right, that go into then the strategy that's built up, and the spreadsheets and whatnot, the tools of the trade for those engineers behind the scenes. Running through, that was a look to the inside by Anderuti, just showing himself in the mirror at the top of Les Combes. Onto the brakes now down the hill. 3 BMWs. And, as Will was saying when we jumped into the booths about an hour or so ago, the choice of manufacturer for many of these teams not necessarily representative of just how strong some of the other cars, for example, the Ford Mustang, can really be. So just keep that in mind when we're thinking about all of that. Always fun to talk about BOP, but it helps when you've got someone like Will Chadwick who's here to cut through everything and can jump behind the wheel of the different race cars and do some back-to-back comparisons, Will, at the end of the day, right? That's the easiest way to try and really figure out how fast these cars are.
Yeah, ultimately, I have a sheet behind me that tells me exactly how fast every car is, apparently.
Allegedly.
You know, it's never perfect, but I have a rough delta on every car in each condition, and it certainly helps when being able to talk a little bit about BOP, because I think that although this BOP is not perfect, I normally kind of cite the Porsche as being not perfect, because I think that car is quite a way off in where it should really be. I think it is one of the better. I think that the iRacing balance of performances have only got better across the last few seasons, and I truly think that, you know, you put a team like Redline in most cars today and they would be up the front inside this top 10 in pretty much any of the top 4 cars. I 100% think that is the case. But always, it's each team wanting to extract the absolute maximum out of their performance. They want every 100th of a second every lap. That's all they care about is time. And ultimately, if you've got a team going 200ths of a second of a lap faster in the BMW, and they're able to extract more time out of that BMW, they're going to choose the BMW. Even if you think that the Ford or the Corvette, for example, a car that I think is massively underrepresented for its pace, ultimately that's the case, and these teams don't care about how equal the field looks in terms of manufacturer split. They just care about the one result that matters, which is who crosses the finish line first.
Yes. So, question, by the way, in chat, or at least comment about Topic. Great Topic, oldest and newest team in the race. Now, technically, I don't know if you can see, does team only frauds count? Like, because it's a group of people that came together as a team. I don't think they're technically a team, so they've existed for what, about 10 hours realistically?
Well, you never know. They might have done a race before this.
Ooh, yeah. Under that label, though, you'd think not. I don't know. Who actually was in that car? Simeon Lynch was the final driver to actually drive. Evan Marion, Harrison Finch. Yeah, okay, I'm going to go with that one's probably the newest team in our field here today. It could be Sim Spirit as well. They didn't get very far into the race, unfortunately. Now, I don't know. Anyway.
WSR is a good shout for a new team. I'd say that's a new esports team, of course, kind of coming off the back of another one that was kind of shutting down.
Yeah, but they're like 9 months old at this point. That's old.
Oh, wow.
Old in the world of sim racing. We're talking about teams that have been around for hours, days here.
Seconds.
Seconds,
you know what, Arjuna? Why don't we just make a team right now so we've got the youngest team in this race,
there
and we can just claim that...
How do we get in this race right now?
What do we want to call it? Like, let's just say... I can't come up with an appropriate naming between the two of us, but if we had a team, we could just call our commentary team a team in this race. You know, we're commentating, we're in it, technically.
See, but here's the problem. My I rating it's decent. It's what, 4,600. It's been 4 and a bit years since I've actually raced on iRacing, but I don't think yours is high enough, Will, that our average gets us into top split.
What do you think it is? What, 4.5?
I think I'm 4.5 still, something like that.
I'm 8.7. So if we merge those together, what do we get? Like 6.5?
Yeah, is that good enough for top split?
Oh, maybe 2 years ago.
Yeah, there you go. So we're not in this race, unfortunately, so we'll try and figure it out. Question about how many BMWs, Mustangs, etc. What I can tell you is we've got 3 Mustangs inside of the top 20 right now. The rest are BMWs. There's 3 Porsches still running. I think there's about 3 Ferraris still running. one Lamborghini, one Chevy, a handful of Audis as well, but yeah, it's very much dominated by about 20 or so BMWs. It did feel as though, until the Ferrari got its healthy whack of BOP, that was going to be the choice of car for many.
Absolutely, and I even think if we had a more definitive forecast to say we are going to 100% get rain at, you know, more hours in the race, it still would be picked, because I think the delta between the Ferrari across all weather is better. Like for my charts, I have the Ferrari as being about 2/10 off in the dry now after the spot, every lap that is, and about 3/10 off the Corvette in the rain. But when you consider that the Mustang is a second off the Corvette and every lap, and the BMW is 1.4 seconds off every lap, you look at that Ferrari and go, wow, that is really well-rounded. Right,
no, I gotcha. Yeah, we'll see. My weather prediction, it's now gone up to 37%. Ooh, look at that, Will. It's rising.
Can we start doing like rain dances and stuff? I don't think we have any face cams on today, but I don't know. I'd give it a go.
Well, I don't know. There was that little bit of time where I did do Mr. Weatherman on RaceSpot for a couple of the special events that we've had. But I'm not sure. Not necessarily sure that's the wisest. Here comes Nicholas Rubelar. We don't want any team, you know, saying we don't want the rain. Stop doing your rain dance. That's my real concern. Always knew he was going to be the first one to rumble down pit lane. It's what, 25 lap stint for him as he heads 26 laps, excuse me, heads his way down the lengthy pit lane.
Certainly trying to keep with it now, because 26 is definitely saving. I think that flat out you're looking more at 24, 25 lap stints. 26 is definitely a stint of a bit of saving. So trying to lessen the effect of having rain affect them. I think that's what's really interesting. The teams are not necessarily extending for an advantage over everyone else, although it does give them an advantage if they can have a fuel advantage. I've said advantage a lot there. But ultimately, when we look at this forecast, we see that rain may come around 4:30, 4:45 in sim. If you look at what time it is now, it's 3:14 going on 3:15. So if this car stops in an hour's time, it's stopping for fuel just before rain, when the others may get to stay out until it comes.
And that's what makes it so interesting as well, right? You've done all this strategy planning to get yourself to this position. Where do you go from here? That's going to be, I think, Nicholas Rubelar sticking in the car for what will be the second of the double stint. Talon's behind, going to jump into the Apex Racing number 99, Thibaut Prevost in that Williams Gaming Club entry that's just on the outskirts of the top 10, but file off and away, release yourself from the limiter, and as that start climb up the hill in towards Eau Rouge and Raidillon, you've got the pit merge then right after that fast flying crest over the top of the hill. It's not the safest of pit merges in many ways, if you ask me, but it is what it is, and you just hope that you don't run into trouble. Who else is down on the box? Sim RC, Vutrakup in the 003, and Team PGZ. It means now we wait for the top 7 to make their way to the lane.
Looking towards the live timing of where kind of our cars are at on stints, just for the viewer, if you've not got the live timing up, it is available at RaceSpotTV. Is it, what you'll
RaceSpot.tv/pages/timing.
There you go. I'm sure we can get it up the bottom of the screen potentially. But just to give you an idea of kind of where these cars are at, we expect them all to go about 26 laps, maybe 27 at a push. Your leading car of Max Verstappen has got 19 laps done so far, 22 for the car behind of Josh Thompson in the Ford Mustang, and 20 for the 89 Team BMW BS competition. So that gives you an idea. We're waiting maybe as much as 6 or 7 laps for some of the leading cars to pit.
And that strategy battle talked through, or can be seen through, I should say, the live timing as well. So if you're looking for a particular car, always a good idea to go and check out the live timing. It's been a relatively quiet period of the race right now, if we're being completely honest. It's just been pit stops here and there. Well, I say it here and there. Like on sync at the top of every hour, basically, as these drivers just slowly extend the margin out slightly. Right now, just watching Leander Andretti with Rainer Tauber now behind after the move was made, and Falken Sim Racing forward to third. It's still Max Verstappen and Josh Thompson just pushing each other now, with their lap times dropping to the low 217s. They are very much right where they want to be after linking up with one another. 8 seconds their advantage. Should see Thompson in probably 3 laps time, I think.
I would certainly agree with Adam. As we've passed another 15 minutes, we get another weather update. Weather percent chance of rain is increasing for 4:45 a.m. We've got nearly 40% chance now, and 84% chance at 7:15.
Yeah, I saw what's coming up in the future, and I was trying to figure out how I can shuffle around the commentary schedule so I'm there with you when it's raining. But that's beside the buys. There's the graphic. I need to get my weatherman get up on and get my green screen out again. But yeah, confirmation. Andrew Rutti down to the box. So Falken Sim Racing's number 44, the next to peel off and away, followed in by the Mahler Racing team number 10. So 2 BMWs into the box. And just watch here how Josh Thompson in the Ford Mustang behind, he's going to sit, he's going to push, he's going to help Max Verstappen up the top of the Kemmel here as these two teammates just work in unison. Now 8.5 seconds clear of those behind.
And I think this is really where we start to see that dynamic of, you know, we spoke to Chris and he gave us a really good insight of how the teams and drivers feel like when this rain period starts to come to fruition. And they were talking about extending, making sure that they don't have to pit just before the rain comes. And now more than ever that we're being maybe, let's say, just over an hour out from some potential rain, you can see that coming into fruition. You've got cars stopping before we've got any chance of precipitation, and we've got cars such as the Redline cars extending into sort of that zone. And it really shows you that dynamic of how forward thinking these teams are and how they're trying to get every advantage over the competitors.
I'm still not seeing it, unfortunately, on the actual weather radar. Now, that is the problem because it's being predicted, but we're not seeing it. So there's two different things just to keep an eye on. And as soon as we see it, then we'll get the sense for exactly how heavy the rain is going to be. Remember, down the bottom of Eau Rouge, Chris Lullum did mention expecting it to be pretty treacherous when it comes to standing water if we do get a decent amount of rain. That is what greets us. So Sami Trogan, he follows in a couple of those drivers in front. Jonas Rutten takes over from Andrew Rutti. Felix Korbach hands over to Elias Riker, and they'll rejoin the track, just waiting for these two drivers, for Rainer Tauber to come down to pit lane and sequence their way on through in what has been a very steady stint for Josh Thompson. Let's give him his credit, put that car on pole position. Yes, he sat in second for the majority of the opening part of the race, but that was more strategy related as they're sitting right now. Stays out there for an additional lap though as he continues to stretch out his fuel.
Yeah, it's super impressive from Josh today. I think that, you know, many may have disregarded Josh, had maybe a small downturn in the last few years, but I think that knowing Josh and getting to, I've had the pleasure of working with Josh. He works so hard, and I know that the hours that he puts in for these events and the amount of practice that he does and how he tries to help the team in testing every car and all of these sorts of things that someone has to do at the end of the day, really is a testament to his hard work and hopefully paying off for him here as he's having a fantastic race, it must be said.
I'm not going to put the jinx down on anyone, but I just do want to say that let's not forget that what we did have 24 Hours of Daytona, Redline running 1 and 2 in the GT3 class and basically doing what they are right now, but just on the banking at the World Center of Racing. Internet disconnection for one of their drivers, put that other car 1 lap down. All they did then was work together to finish 1 and 3. But shades of that sort of a performance right now, very much coming to the forefront of the mind. Talked a little bit in the previous hour about, you know, weird and wacky special events that maybe we'd like, including the Forum 1000, which, you know, fingers crossed we get that piece of highway in Lithuania laser scanned by the team at iRacing and added for a future special event. But, you know, now that we've got the GT3 class rounded out, you know, Will, you were mentioning the GT4 is maybe a bit old at this point in time. What else would you love to see iRacing bring? I know you've got some unique tastes in race cars.
Mark 1 Mazda MX-5s because they're so relevant, you know?
Okay.
That's me being biased, I own.
Okay, gotcha.
Valkyrie, LMH, seen testing in the wild over the last few days. I'm sure that, you know, we all like racing here, let's face it. I'm sure that a lot of people have seen the Valkyrie, the images at Donington and at pit lane for Thompson. Interesting to see. The Peugeot, someone mentions in chat. These hypercars, it's such an interesting dynamic, and that the way that ACO have managed to develop this hypercar / GTP class alongside IMSA is fantastic, and I just love to see more of those cars appearing in iRacing.
Yeah, but what we do, I think, need is for those cars to actually come over to America to race, not just for the LMDHs to go over to the other side. That definitely would open up the possibility, let's not mince around the words, for the chance of those cars coming over to iRacing. Here comes the lengthy trip down the pit lane for Thompson. And I'm not sure where these drivers stand right now on the incident limit, but we're getting to the halfway mark of the race. I'd be quite curious to see how close to the 100x incident threshold they get. It gives you about 4 off-tracks per hour, but the penalty of a drive-through here costing you around 60 seconds, that's something you definitely want to avoid.
Certainly. I think the teams are well aware of this. I think they've all got a lot better over the years of managing and tactically using off-tracks a little bit. And I think, you know, if you look at the cars at the top, I wouldn't be surprised to see them with pretty healthy incident counts having plenty in hand.
Gives you a little bit in reserve, I guess, just to then push towards the end of the race. Where is that Redline 21 going to emerge relative to the 44? Remember, being out there on track with maybe fresh tires but a heavier fuel load, and so lap times for Jonas Rutten last time by 2:17.953, so expect the gap to, if anything, stretch out slightly as Thompson up the top of the hill and back out onto track. And about another 25 or so laps before he'll come back in, and expect him to hand over the car. Meanwhile, Max Verstappen's going to exit his way out of Blanchimont. I'm not sure if he's going to dive into pit lane this time by. It was 3 laps the difference between the cars coming in last time. And so no surprise then to see Verstappen stay out there.
So each lap that Verstappen stays out on the track, he's essentially gaining about 0.7 of a second. This is just due to the tyre warm-up being quite at least a lap long in the GT3 car, that losing you a little bit more time. The fact that the fuel load in these GT3s, you know, we're only doing 1 stint on the tyres, so the pace that Max is able to run now is quite fast. So do not be surprised to see a gap open up when we see the likes of Thompson and Max reconvene in, let's say, 2 or 3 laps time.
We'll get there. We will get there. That is all we're saying. Right now, though, still waiting for the BMW M Team BS competition car, Rainer Taubar, to drop back into pit lane and therefore emerge and give us a bit of a sense as to relative to Falken Sim Racing's 44 to the Ultra Coach 001. Going to be a bit of a wait for them. Question about any stories about visiting Spa. Have you had the chance to visit this great track in the real world, Will?
I'm very lucky enough to get a chance to see the track on my way to the Nürburgring. I took a trip last year with my dad to go to the Nürburgring to try and set a lap record around that. Obviously not, but pretend like I'm trying to set a lap record around the Nürburgring. And funnily enough, on the way from the UK to the Nürburgring in Germany is Spa, if you don't want to detour a tiny little bit. And I was very, very fortunate, I must say, to get to see Spa. And while I was there, they had a 963 LMDH and a BMW M8 hybrid, both testing on that day. And it was a great pleasure to see those go up Eau Rouge in the wet conditions and also Crest Radion.
Nice, not jealous at all. I do want to get out there at some point, but I think I'll be a bit more like you. If I'm going to be going out there, it will probably be a bit more to go out to the Nordschleife, and I'll stop off at Spa on the way or something, but press that bridge when eventually I get to tick that off the bucket list as well. Max Verstappen going to take a pit lane visit off? Answer should be no, but he's got, look at that traffic in front of him now. Look like 4 cars strong. 3 cars, excuse me, at the very least to try and pass. Team Hoisingveld, Team PGZ, and then 07 Racing Sim Race Lab. So Ford Mustang and Ferrari, and then as well, one of those BMW M4s. The different manufacturers in the mix there. Rainer Talvar, though, he brings the BMW M Team BS competition number 89 car down to the box.
Indeed. Interesting to see him coming in 1 lap early. We did see that the previous stint, so I guess I expect Max in next time by. Something to touch on, the weather radar. Maybe people at home watching the broadcast don't quite understand it, but have seen it in sim from them driving iRacing. The loop feature in the weather shows you 30 minutes ahead, and you get a loop between 0 and 30 minutes. And there is actually a lot of effort between these teams that goes into actually understanding that information and understanding how many frames are shown and what sort of minute intervals that actually is. And you do not get me wrong, that every big team here will have someone watching that radar, knowing exactly what they see, and maybe gives you a little bit better of an idea on the timescale of when you see that weather starting to come across the circuit.
Yeah, I know, but that weather radar still showing nothing. As much as that precipitation chance still holding strong at about 20 or 30%, there it is. We need to know how heavy it's going to be. That's really the question, as Talvar sits, waiting now to see where he'll drop, relating to Falken Sim Racing and to Virtual Coach by Grid and Go. We know that Thompson's going to fly past in a couple of moments' time, but Rainer Talvar's been sitting there for 40 seconds. He's ready to drop off the jacks. That tank's filled up, and 41.6 seconds after he entered the box, he leaves with a tank of fuel and some 4 fresh tires to enjoy as well. Now Rutten and Rubelar still yet to work their way down towards the bottom of the corner at Eau Rouge, and so as they build their speed up on their own regard, it's not an insignificant margin that Rainer Talvar does enjoy. And are my eyes deceiving me, Will, or is there the first sign of a light in the air? It's becoming a lot easier to pick things out.
I certainly wouldn't be surprised if that is the case. I would expect that sort of 4 to 5 a.m. we would start to see a bit of daylight in the air, and that's always good when we've got the looming possibility of, I know we've not touched on it much, but rain.
Yeah, again, we're not far away, and so it would be quite fun to see it when we could actually see a bit more out on track. Max Verstappen is into the box in the BMW M Team Redline number 20. He's just worked his way around the hairpin in pit lane, and keeping that car as fresh as you'd like, rolls it down the hill. Now, this is where, if they don't actually use the pit limiter, Will, they've got to be careful they don't go too fast, because it is very downhill.
Very useful, that fact, for if you are running out of fuel. Of course, a lot of drivers end up having running their stint very close. If you're pushing the fuel, you can be coming into the box where you've only got 0.2 of a litre, and thankfully, going downhill at Spa, you can just clutch in and modulate the brake to actually coast the entire way down the hill, so you don't actually need any fuel, thankfully or unthankfully. I don't know, it depends if you're running out of fuel or not.
Yeah, I guess it depends if it's glass half full, glass half empty kind of thing, right? Verstappen now up on the jacks again, 4 tires, fresh tank of fuel, gonna go into that car, and we'll see if off and away they go. This is again the top split of the iRacing Falken Tyre Spa 24. Sometimes we do have occasionally coverage of some of the other splits of competition, but here today, just the top split. And so as Max Verstappen revs that engine, off and away he goes. 41.4 seconds of service required for him. And now where's Josh Thompson in relation? Remember, 3 laps or so, the difference between the cars, and a couple of seconds, the margin. Verstappen likely to lift off the throttle, allow Thompson back into the tow, and they'll start working together once more.
And just as we expected, that kind of margin of that overcut being around about a few tenths of a second a lap. So I expect to see the same dynamic as we saw last time out. Of course, this tyre on iRacing, although much less sensitive as it has been in previous builds, it still it benefits from a slower build-up, a slightly gentler build-up, a lot like a Formula 1 tyre, like a Pirelli or something, and you will see Max himself probably bring this tyre in rather slowly, but also from the benefit that he doesn't need to go flat out. He's not worried about the car behind catching him. He actually wants that to happen. So do expect to see these two cars close into each other within the next few laps.
Does feel a bit weird saying that in some ways, doesn't it? Oh, Max doesn't mind being caught by the drivers behind, but I think that, again, it just is that recognition of the fact that, you know, teammates probably not too disappointed to link up and to be working in the bump draft together and to be allowed to just continue their cooperation as it runs right now. 1.1 seconds already. It's going to take them a lot less time to link up with one another than it did in the previous stint of the race. They've opened the gap up as well to those behind. There's no question about it. 9 seconds between second and third.
Indeed, and I think it's a testament to how good that stint those two put together is. And ultimately, Rainer has spent a large majority of his stint without a friend, without a buddy to help him achieve some slightly better lap times. And that ultimately does cost them a little bit. The Marla car is just not quite at the pace of the 89, which I believe won the race last year, if I am correct, which ultimately has a lot of pace. It just is struggling from the fact that it's 2 versus 1.
Did win the race. Technically, it was BMW Bank that won, but it would be back-to-back wins for BS Competition if they are able to hold on to a potential chance here at the very end. Team Redline have been successful in this race as well. Go back to 2019 when Max Verstappen was in the winning outfit alongside Lando Norris. So not one, but 2 Formula One drivers in that particular car as we check in with Valkyrie in the 777, fighting with the fiercely forward number 12. Also very close right now between Nicolas Rubelar and Jonas Rutten. That's for 4th position as well. Wonder if they're going to try and close back up to Rainer Talvar sooner rather than later. Oh, that's Rubelar that's made the move, actually. So 1.5 seconds behind the 89. Might be a 3-way fight for 3rd sooner rather than later again.
Yeah, and I think there's no doubting the pace of this 001 car, but some of that has to be attributed to the fact that they have been a little less conservative on their fuel strategy. But, you know, as things currently stand, I think we could end up at a point in time where every car still has to pit before we see any potential precipitation in the air. So ultimately, in that case, Grid and Go in the 001 will be laughing because it won't matter.
That's how the move was made. Top of the track. Yeah, it's now up to what? Is that only 6% in about an hour's time?
Yes, I'd say so, yeah.
And it's in 4 hours' time, it's up to what, 90-something%. So we are guaranteed at that point rain later on in the morning, but got to get through a potential less severe storm in the meantime. So not far away from that, halfway through yet another hour. There's a look at Eau Rouge and Radion. Looks pretty good right now. No rain though, unfortunately.
Yeah, and here you get a real perspective for the 35 metres of elevation change. Truly something that can only be represented by seeing it in real life. We try and give the best angle possible, but I think that's something that often goes amiss in a simulator or even on TV. The elevation change at Eau Rouge between the bottom of, well, Eau Rouge and Radion is 35 metres. It is a steep change. To put that into some perspective, from the start-finish line to turn 1 at the Circuit of Americas, that's 41 metres. So it actually gives you a perspective but of how steep that is as well.
Have you ever seen Rallycross here?
Here?
Yeah, here.
They do Rallycross here?
They had the World Rallycross come here quite some years ago now at this point.
Wow. I thought you were just referring to the edition of Spa 2 years ago, but...
No comment, Will.
Hey, look, you have to know what I mean to know what I mean. But, yeah, I mean, I've never seen Rallycross go around the circuit.
It was a really interesting layout as well. They actually had like this hairpin up Eau Rouge, so you'd like climb half of the corner, yoink on the handbrake, and then descend back down the other side. If you can kind of, you know, visualize what I'm talking about. But yeah, no. Now I'm thinking about 2 years ago. Thank you very much.
Well, it was lined up for me a little bit there. But
It was.
do you remember when I think I remember correctly that was there potentially a time where Spa was at least conceptualized to have a chicane in the middle of Eau Rouge?
Oh yeah, no. After '94, you know, the passing of Ayrton Senna, they actually had the chicane down there for 1 year.
So strange to think that you'd do that in the middle of such a steep elevation change, and certainly something that we'd at least take a decent look at for a lap here if we had the chance. But unfortunately, we can't just teleport in tyre barriers when we wish, which I guess would make it a little bit more interesting at times.
Yeah. Now I'm thinking, World Rallycross at Spa. Those were the days. Yeah, now I'm just off thinking about a tangent where Rallycross was back in vogue on iRacing. You know I love my short course and my Rallycross dirt road racing. Don't get to do too much of it on RaceSpot. There's the gap, by the way, between Talvar and Rubelar. It's about 1.6 or so seconds, and so the 001 very much on the charge.
Yeah, and I think this car has great pace, at least among a select amount of drivers in the car. I think it'd be interesting to see Sven get back in that car because he was undoubtedly incredibly fast earlier on in this race, and he would potentially be able to just push that car a little bit further forward and maybe even start to eat into the leaders, but I just don't see it happening at this moment in time. They just have that extra tenth over everyone else at this moment.
Looking very, very strong right now. It's a long way to go, and the fact that you've still got top 10 effectively split by just under 50 seconds gives hope to a couple that they're still in contention. Give you a bit of a rundown in terms of the actual teams as they sit on the timing tower. It is BMW M Team Redline. They're half a second or so clear of the sister Ford Mustang. Team Redline sat in behind, of course, as well before that next grouping. BMW M Team BS Plus Competition, the Virtual Coach by Grid and Go, and Falken Sim Racing entries. Then another 10 seconds back or so to find Beckham Jasir for Williams Esports Racing Prodigy, having to fend off Elias Riker for Mahler Racing Team's number 10. That's another one of the BS Competition powered entries. And then a bit of a fight back being required from the Apex Racing Team number 99. They got a slowdown on the very first lap. They are back up into eighth, 35 seconds off of the race leader with Salvatallons at the wheel. Two more Williams cars inside of the top 10. Thibaut Prévost driving the Williams Gaming Club number 2. Sammy Matty Trogans in the Williams Esports Pitfit number 150. Plenty of BMWs inside of that top 10. It's only one Ford Mustang that spoils that party. But as Will Chadwick has mentioned a couple of times, he feels the Ford very, very strong in its own regard in BOP. So I think it's just something about how the teams have all picked out their respective cars. Now, I've just come up with a great idea for a special event, Will. A special event in which you don't know what car you're racing until you've joined the session.
Wow. Why don't we run it?
No, we would have to. We would commentate from in the car.
Oh, great idea. You know, technically, I could just start driving this track on test drive if I wanted to right now.
You could compare yourself against some of these other drivers. It's not a bad idea, actually, if you want to get a sense for positioning your cars exactly where the others are. Join the session, spectate, go out as a ghost driver. It's a thing that some of the drivers do as well to warm up so they can get the exact feel of the track. I'm just trying to think. What it would be a multi-class race. We'd have GTP cars as the fastest class, then GT4 cars in the middle, and let's go with either Mazdas or Toyotas as the slowest class, and you don't know what you're in until you're in the session. Well, come on, that sounds fun.
But
right?
how would you actually... I agree with you, it sounds amazing, but how would you actually regulate that? Because surely the person joining the session would have to join with a car.
This is where we're living pie in the sky right now.
Right.
So let's ignore reality. Let's just imagine... Yeah, there you go. Everyone sits at a specific rig. They don't know what car they're in until they sit down and the blindfold's removed. We can film it like a reality show then.
Oh, sim racing reality show? Wouldn't that be so good?
We need the Max Verstappen in his motorhome reality show right now. as you know, someone comes in a couple of hours and says, Max, you need to go to sleep. You got your debrief in the morning. He says, but yes, I've got to finish my fair share first. There's the drama.
I find it so interesting that Max takes the time to do these races, even on a Formula One weekend. I think it shows you a little bit more about who Max is as a person. And although, you know, I think you get to see a media, every Formula One driver, you ultimately see what the media portrays to you, or what the live streams and your own opinions of interviews or how they act on track or something like this gets portrayed to you. But ultimately, I think Max, there's no doubting that he just loves racing. Like, who else would be, you know, what time is it in Hungary right now? Like 2 a.m. I think?
It's a good question. Time in Hungary, Hungary time, no, 1:30 a.m.
1:30 a.m. on a weekend where he's already doing other things, and he's sat in his motorhome driving iRacing. I think that shows you about how much this guy loves competition and endurance racing in itself.
I think I need to spoil the results of qualifying. What happened to Max in qualifying?
Nothing bad. He got very angry because he only got third, which in some realities, and he says that, I think he said in one of his interviews that he was unhappy because not only did he get third, but he just expected a little bit more from the upgrades that they brought to the circuit, but also he had 2 runs, whereas Lando only had 1 and still beat him with 1 run.
Gotcha.
And
okay.
I think he felt like that says that really, although he was only like 400ths off pole, he felt like he was more like 1 or 2 tenths off pole, and he was a bit disappointed by that.
Okay, but to confirm, he still made it out of Q1.
Yeah, unlike some people.
And Q2.
Oh yeah, he was.
That's he's got nothing to come. Okay, okay, never mind. No, someone in chat had said that Max would be happy to be in the car because of something that happened in qualifying. I'm sitting here going, you finished third. Who got first and second? Come on, spoil it for me.
It was Norris on pole,
okay,
alongside Piastri, 26 thousandths back, and Max was 46 thousandths back from those two.
Okay, so McLaren 1-2. Let's hope their strategy team can keep it all together tomorrow. That's all I'm saying.
It's like Ferrari all over again.
A story time from the British Grand Prix.
Wow.
I have never shouted so much at a race, and I've been to my fair share of Indy 500s and seen plenty of big crashes in front of me. I have never shouted so much when first they left Oscar Piastri out for an additional lap, and I'm screaming at the people with me alongside going, guys, it's raining, why did they leave him out? Oh, sorry, the other way around, Lando. And then tire compound choices. When Lando stayed out the additional lap, and then when he went onto the other tire, I'm sitting here going, guys, what's going... Anyway, moving on. They should have won that race.
They really should have. And I think that if we are allowed to talk a little bit about Formula One, I think that a story at the moment would be that... maybe I'm biased. I think McLaren have had the best car for a good number of rounds now, and really, they're not quite converting on it. And I think when you look at what is the fastest, I think it's very clear who the fastest team and driver is, and not who the fastest car is at the moment. And I think that really, if it was for a bit better execution from McLaren's side, and even potentially Ferrari's side, we would be seeing a bit of a closer fight for the actual World Championship, Drivers' Championship right now.
Just put me in the car. I deliver.
Yeah. Because you'd be fast, right?
Would I fit in the car? That's the first question to answer.
How tall are you? 6'5", is it?
6'5", yeah.
Wow, that's very tall. I've never met you, so I don't quite get the idea, but I have met Hugo, our wonderful broadcaster.
Didn't we meet?
Have we met?
Yeah.
Were you at... When? Oh,
he was
yes.
8.
No, yeah. In that place. No, I do remember that, and you were very tall. Sorry.
Will.
No, I'm sorry.
Wow.
You wouldn't fit in a Formula 1 car, though. Let's just gloss over the fact that I forgot about that.
Wow.
No. Will we meet again this year?
I don't actually know. I'll find out. Will you be there?
We'll find out eventually. We'll find out. But yeah, no, I remember that, yeah. And I met Hugo as well, but at the RaceSpot event a few years ago.
Look at this guy. He's forgetting that he's met everyone at RaceSpot.
in real unit. That's a good idea.
196 centimeters. That one I know. Wow. I can answer that question.
Wow. Well, that is proper units, so I'm glad that we got that reading.
Yeah. No, it is tall. I can't fit in a Radical SR1. Let me put it that way.
They are very small.
I know, but I thought I'd fit in one of them, you know?
But did they want to let you drive it?
Well, I asked to drive them.
And they said yes if you can fit.
No, so what we're going to really do is I get to go and drive the Radical SR3 instead. Because that is slightly bigger.
Yeah, but even that, you know, so earlier this year I got the pleasure of having a passenger lap in the damp with Chris in a Radical SR3.
Because Chris Lollam's been doing some Radical racing in the UK for those that are unfamiliar.
Yes, so Chris has been racing Radicals in the UK. He's been a little bit good, let's put it that way.
Just a bit.
Just a bit, you know, grabbed every lap record but one and won 11 of the 12 races in the season, including reverse grids. Yeah, it was an experience, I tell you that. And you'll love driving one of those cars if you do get a chance, because they are so fast.
Hey, I've got my helmet, my harness, my suit. It's all ready to go. We just need to find a car that I'm big enough for. That is all that we're trying to do. Anyway, I'm just saying that if I'm not big enough for a Radical SR3, then they've got, what, the SR8, the SR10? More power is fine.
They don't do the SR8 anymore, do they? Maybe in America, but I'd certainly say it's just the SR10.
That's a good point. SR8's the old one, isn't it? SR10's the new one.
The SR10 is like the new turbocharged big demon car. And I actually got a great chance to talk to and shout out if he's watching this. I don't think he will be at this time, considering I think he's German. The owner of Radical, or majority owner of Radical, loves iRacing, and he actually wants to bring some more cars to the sim and maybe have some sim racers help develop those. And I think that, you know, seeing that passion from such a high up figure inside of a well-established motorsport brand, I guess you could call Radical a brand, a manufacturer.
Oh, absolutely.
Is excellent. And I think the things that is really apparent is that when you do see the likes of sim racers jumping into Radicals, it's a great platform for them to show how good they can be, because they've got that mix between mechanical and aero balance. And, you know, Will Redford, who I think was driving under the Prodigy label at Alton Park earlier this year in the Haggerty Radical Cup, put it on pole position in his first time driving the car, which is an excellent effort.
Yeah, he had podiums across the board as well, didn't he? Just, you know, going to show alongside of Chris what sim racing can do. And, you know, Radical supporting Racing Prodigy, actually helping to build a couple of cars specifically for the program, just to fill out the numbers. They need 24 actual race cars. Then there are the 6 reserves as well, so that's 30 Radical SR1s that are going to be, you know, needed. So that's a not insignificant number of cars, spare parts, and then knowledge and expertise that is all needed to operate them. So great to see Radical, and yeah, hoping that we get more Radical esports competitions in the sim world, because we did have Radical esports UK Cup coverage on RaceSpot at the end of last year. We'd love to have a bit more of that in the big old Radical SR10. Really is a big old handful for the drivers as well. Meanwhile, gap between the top 2 and those chasing them down, first time in a while, Will, it's officially over 10 seconds.
Indeed, and yeah, it's the race is going a certain way at the moment, and we're all kind of waiting for a potential chance of precipitation in maybe an hour's time, and I think that's going to be the real thing that sparks this race into a little bit more life again. Although, you know, this race is extremely strategical, and we've seen some fantastic driving from a lot of drivers, and very good driving standards, I must say, from the most part. It needs a little bit of spice added to the mix.
What's your dream race car, Will? You just made me think. You were saying you'd love a Mazda on iRacing because you've got one. What would you actually love to go racing? You know, maybe not money aside, but being realistic. What's like a race car you're thinking of?
So I'm doing a little bit of racing in real life.
Exactly.
It's expensive, don't get me wrong, and that does come into it. But I think something that I noticed looked really fun, and if you ignore the prices of a gearbox rebuild, or gearbox in general, the slicked Caterham series in the UK that gets to go around with the British touring cars on occasions looks incredible. You know, they set lap times which are like within, I think they're within 3 seconds of the touring cars, so they're very fast around a lap.
Gotcha.
And they look excellent. You know, maybe if I get a chance to drive something like a GT4 Cayman in the future would be excellent. I'd love to do so. It'd be an absolute dream. And you know, maybe get involved in some of the Prodigy stuff if I get a chance to grab a ticket, which I sadly didn't have a go at earlier in the year.
Okay, your chance, more news to come, and of course we do have a Williams Esports Racing Prodigy car in the field, and part of that collaboration also sees the Williams Esports Pit Fit car, which runs inside of the top 10. Great to have a Pit Fit representation in the sim world as well. Now, I'm not sure if this is a true story or not, but Pit Fit, they are motorsports training sort of a program based in Indianapolis with a office down in Charlotte as well, so covering, you know, IndyCar and NASCAR pretty nicely. When Gustavo Ariel was getting their neck test with the assessment that they were doing, then they had to do some running tests and whatnot as well. But apparently Gustavo's neck is so thick and he scored so strongly on the strength test that he struggled to put the Hans device on that they had for him.
That's really interesting, actually. Hans devices are usually quite tight and restrictive. Of course, they play a vital role in safety for not only Formula One drivers, but racing drivers all across all levels. A fantastic safety innovation, which has transformed the world of motorsport, and I think it vastly improves the safety for a lot of people. But like you say, big, strong necks is always important in stuff like a Radical, maybe not so much in a Mazda, but fitness in general is super important, and even I've headed off to a personal trainer recently, which is really weird to admit. Yeah. Weird,
Getting
right?
your reps in?
Yeah, my legs are killing me, I can't lie.
Oh, well, again, it helps you in the sim more than I think people recognize, because talk about data, for example, right? And looking at brake traces, for example. You know, the one thing that sim racers very much can look at and identify problems is with brake trace data. Oh, your pedal's having an issue. Why are you flickering so much? Sometimes it's because you're not in the right seating position and stuff like that. Will, how much force do you need to hit your load cell brake? Do you have it turned up to max?
So generally, the rule of thumb I hear across most people is it's about your body weight, if not a little bit above, a little bit below. So I run 72 kilos. I have it as a sensible amount, so I can hit 100% if I need to. But regularly, it's reasonably hard to do. I drop it for another simulator, which for some reason requires 100% all the time. And I know for a fact, a good little fact, because I've got a chance to work with him recently. Fantastic guy, Florian Lebigre, who is racing in this race and will be driving the number 20 car, the Max Verstappen car. He uses 130 kilos.
What?
130?
Sorry, repeat that?
He uses 130 kilos on his brake, which means even in a GT3 car, you know, we can expect these guys to be braking about 80%. He's regularly pressing down on that pedal at above 100 kilos every braking turn.
What?
Crazy.
Well, I bet you his brake traces are pretty smooth and solid.
Yeah, and I think that, you know, maybe the viewer doesn't quite appreciate it to the fact that maybe you're not quite as aware of why we might use such high kilograms. Think about it this way. If you have 10 kilos, that's 1 kilo for every 10% of the travel. And these drivers need to be incredibly precise in how they approach the corner and trail the brake off. A way that you can talk about it is that the tyre only has 100% grip, so you're either using that to turn at its maximum capacity or brake at its maximum capacity. And in between that phase, having the on the brake to into the corner, you're trying to sit it at that 100% as perfectly as possible, and it's what the very best do so well. That when you trail into a corner, you're essentially matching the amount of turning you're asking from the tyre with the amount of braking pressure that you're getting out of the car. So a higher kilograms allows you to be more precise at those finer increments, meaning that you've got more kilograms spreading that sort of range.
Now there is, of course, the point of diminishing returns, and I also think in some ways you've got to factor in, right, and this is where brake pedals have become so customizable for these drivers, and why we talk about when, you know, LAN events do happen, there is an adjustment period for a lot of these people as they try and dial themselves in for an unfamiliar feel from what they have at home. But yeah, the the level of precision that drivers get with their brake pedal, it can't really be understated. We ride on board with the Voracious Racing Team's 315. Will, by the way, you really sounded like an analyst right there when you started talking about how the tire can only, it's 100% grip. It can either go forward in a straight line or to the side. It can't do both. I can't tell you how many times I've heard that from Brian Till.
Well, it's a great way of explaining things. I think that it gives a perspective, or a slightly simpler perspective on the mechanics and technical side of racing. Of course, these drivers are just trying to race at the maximum capability of the car and treating the tyre like it has a 100% target of grip, irrespective of condition, is a great way of explaining why trail braking is so important and other techniques.
And part of another way to think about it as well, what Brian likes to focus on is like when you're trying to get onto the power, right? Imagine there's a string attached from the very bottom of the steering wheel to the top of the throttle pedal. When you start turning the wheel, naturally that pedal's going to start coming up and vice versa. So, you know, there's all these little different ways to think about motorsport, and it's always interesting to go and sit in and amongst race car drivers, because what do they all start doing? As soon as they're out of the car, they get their helmets and their gloves off, race car hands. They start talking about what their race car's doing as the hands dance around.
Indeed, that is something.
Are you guilty?
I might be guilty, yeah. I might be, yeah. Just doing the whole, like, wiggling your hand and going, yeah, it's just like, it's moving a little bit under braking, you know, the tail's just kind of kicking out, you know, it's a bit loose, it's pushing a bit much, American terms for you, just to make you feel a bit more at home.
Exactly. Although, I guess I've got to ask you the question, Will. Are you a left foot or a right foot braker?
In the sim, I left foot brake. Unlike many people, some people, shout out to Shane Van Gisbergen, a phenomenal right foot braker on a simulator, and gets amazing fuel numbers because he has never got any crossover between brake and throttle, and that is something I've always loved hearing about. But yeah, in the sim, I'm left foot. If you give me a car with paddle shift, I'm left foot in the real world. But on a manual car, yeah, right foot braking is how it has to be.
Very interesting. I was chatting to Spencer Pompelli, who does, you know, a fair share of racing in IMSA and GT machinery, but also often goes and does one-off races in the NASCAR cars. So, you know, has to be somewhat familiar with right foot braking as well. And so, you know, he was telling me that, and the people at Prodigy Week, that he is a right foot braker even in a GT3 car. And so it's just interesting, right, to understand the different ways that different people find speed, because at the end of the day, as much as we want to pretend that there's only one way, no, that is not true. Everyone's going to find their own different way to find speed. The thing is, you got to be open-minded enough, Will, to actually find what works for you.
Yeah, and I think that adapting to a simulator in real life, a simulator in this simulator in general, and driving a car in real life is something that takes time. And I think that sim racing can often feel like you're so far away from what the very best do. You might sit here in the chat, you might sit here in this race, maybe you're slightly further down the order and go, wow, I can't believe the times that those front leaders are driving. But ultimately, it's just a case of being a perfectionist and looking for every sort of minor detail. And if you constantly chip away at your own driving, at your own technique, at your own lines, across a number of years, you can really achieve these levels that these drivers are operating at. And I think it's always important to reiterate that, as much as you know, people like to say that talent's important, hard work is absolutely imperative, and there is nothing, you know, you're looking at a lot of hard work, despite how much talent you may perceive these drivers to have. There is so much hard work that goes in behind the scenes to produce these performances.
Yes, and they say those that can't do teach, and those that can't teach, well, get into the commentary booth and just talk a lot of nonsense. And so that's where I come into this, but Will's a little bit better than me, and actually a decent driver as well. Sun not really starting to rise too much as we get ready to cross past yet another racing hour. But Will, I'm going to hand over to you for a quick look at the weather. Where do we sit right now? What's the percentage chance in 45 minutes time?
So I'll give you the good news and the bad news.
Oh no, there's bad news.
Or the bad news.
Let's go with the bad news first. Let's soften the blow, maybe. Other way around. Yeah.
Well, the bad news is we've got no rain on the radar at the moment, and we're half an hour out from our first chance of rain. And the percent chance has actually gone down for the 45 minutes, or the quarter to the hour at 5 a.m. But the good news is that at 8 a.m. at this current moment in time, we have 100% chance of rain.
Yeah, but...
Yeah, I know, but I've got to give you some positive.
I know. It's good for the fans. It's not good for me in the booth.
But we might get it. We might get it. Trust.
We might get
believe
it.
In.
Okay.
Believe.
Believe. Okay. Doing my rain dance right now.
We can't give up on it yet, Roger. We can't give up on it yet.
Not yet. No, not yet. At least we'll get there. So your teammates up front, Team Redline and BMW Team Redline, and the Ford Mustang for the sister number 21. Team Redline entry. They're now 12 seconds clear of Rainer Talvar and the BMW M Team BS Plus competition. Haven't seen any moves being made from 001 from the 44 just yet, as the margin up front just continues to stretch on out. And, you know, Will, maybe you can speak to this more than me. What has made Redline so strong this year? You know, not to say that they're not strong every year, but, you know, you think back to all of the special events so far, they're up towards the front and being counted each and every time.
I think if you want to get a picture on what makes Redline so strong, you have to understand the composition of the team. Every single driver in this lineup can be considered as a world-class sim racer and have the ability to perform at the very highest level in any car or sim. But I think what's really important to know is when they work together, and when you look at them having, who I think is the key for their success over the last few years, and many of the drivers will attest to this too, is they have an engineer called Andre. You can see him in action maybe at Lands of F1 Esports, or even I think there was a documentary on the Red Bull channel when Frederick Rasmussen won the F1 Esports World Championship. You get a bit more of an insight into who Andre is as a person and as an engineer for Redline. Of course, Redline running that Red Bull outfit at this moment in time in sim racing. And I think that the key for them has been how Andre has instilled the work practices and how good of an engineer he really is. I think that's, you know, he's world class as an engineer, and that really helps these drivers extract the very maximum out of what their talents and their abilities allow.
And again, it goes back to what we were talking about a couple of minutes ago, the structures behind the scenes that help all of these drivers be the strongest performers and you know, athletes at the end of the day that they can really be. So always interesting to hear those stories, to talk about those stories as well. You know, silent heroes a lot of the time that we don't always necessarily get to sing their praises. Right. Another hour complete, 1 hour to go till we reach the halfway mark. Thanks for joining us here on RaceSpotTV on the iRacing Esports Network. Arjuna Kankipati alongside of Will Chadwick as we get ready to see the halfway mark of this race. And starting to get closer and closer to the sunrise, which is a welcome sight, Will. You see the sunrise, you start to get to the sense that you can see the end of the race as well.
Indeed, but do not underestimate how long we have left to go. Although this race has been very strategical and there's not been a lot of chaos so far in this race, you've got to understand that there's a hell of a lot of time left. And I remember when, you know, in the last special event we had in the Nürburgring 24 Hours, such a grueling racetrack, I remember feeling like, wow, there is so much time still left in this race. When I had the fortune of racing in that wonderful event, it must be said, and this is really the graveyard hours of this race. It's most of these drivers are European, let's not kid ourselves, and I think that when you look at the time that it is now in the most of Europe, it's early hours of the morning, so these are often when mistakes can creep in and issues can arise.
Yeah, that's why we were a bit surprised in many ways that Parker White started off the Williams eSport Pit Fit car. Thought maybe you'd want to get your driver in America to do a bit more of the running during traditional European nighttime hours. Does not seem to have been the train of thought from that perspective. Will, what's your plan? Because I believe you get 3 hours off before Poor Guy. You're back in the commentary booth once again.
I don't have a plan. I've sunk down 3 energy drinks that shall not be named for branding reasons, but might appear on a car in this race. And I'm just in it for the long run here. I'm ready.
Are you operating on vibes?
I am operating on pure vibes and praise for rain. And then that is where I'm at. But I'll be sticking around, looking at the Twitch chat, looking at how this race is developing. I think that we've had an interesting race so far, and a race of true execution. And I think that if you appreciate what goes into that, you appreciate how hard these teams are working. And I think that must be stressed a lot. It's just how much effort has gone into all these lineups. It must be said, I've definitely touched on it a little bit before in the broadcast, and maybe you have as well. Every driver in this race, I guarantee you, 90% of the drivers in this race have over 10 hours of log time on track in these cars already. And I would guess that, you're looking at maybe 20, 30, even 40 hours for some of these front-running drivers who have put in endless amounts of effort over the past 3-4 weeks to get to this very position. It may look like some drivers are just driving around in 5th and 5th, 6th, 10th, 12th, and you may think, well, they're not performing maybe how they would hope. But the amount of effort that goes into just getting these results, and a top 10 to some of these teams really does mean a lot, just because of how hard this is to achieve. And I'm sure if you drove iRacing yourself and you appreciate the times and the stints and the consistency that these drivers are putting down, you really will understand how impressive these stints have been.
And that's why I always go back to this point of, if I'm doing this race, I want to drive as many hours as possible because of all that time that I spent preparing. So yeah, again, minimum of probably 10 hours for most of these top drivers, even the ones that have been, doing double duty, Porsche Esports Super Cup qualifiers. We mentioned VCO IndyCar Challenge and a whole handful of other things that will be at the top of the priority list. So many of these teams, take BS Competition for example, some of their engineers would not just be supporting these drivers here in the world of iRacing, but they were competing in the Intercontinental GT Challenge Esports Championship, and SRO Esports competition earlier today didn't go necessarily their way, but still have to be there and supporting the efforts through the course of everything. So look at the marbles being kicked up, traffic being a bit of a factor as well. But Will, are you a driver that likes to race at night? Are you a driver that likes to be in the daytime hours and getting your stint done?
I think I'm a driver that likes to be in a rhythm. I remember feeling back at Nürburgring 24 Hours, I remember feeling it's a track obviously that does really require it, I must say, just to how complex it is. I remember feeling in a massive rhythm. At the Nürburgring 24 Hours, I really felt on it at times, and staying in the car and just keeping yourself going, just being relentless, is super important. And even at these early hours, I think I often like the idea of being responsible and needed. like
you
really,
like being trusted.
Important and trusted to the team. I would much rather be the fastest driver in the lineup than the slowest. I'll say that for free.
Wow, I can't imagine why you'd want to be that.
What, do racing drivers have egos? No way. Never would have thought. But yeah, I think that you always want to be performing at your best, and I like the night stints. I think that they really embody an endurance race.
I guess it depends, right? Because, even in the real world, there are very distinct reasons for maybe wanting to do your running in the daytime if that's where you feel most comfortable. Often they'll talk about getting the amateur driver in a, 4-car GT3 lineup to do most of their running during the day. Only time you'd maybe put them in at night would be if it was a case like the real 24 Hours of Spa this year, where you spent so much time under safety car or red flag that you're thinking, right, let's burn off some of their drive time and see what we can do to get through the mid part of the night, get our pro drivers set up, jump back in at the very end of the race. But I guess that's neither here nor there. That gap continues to grow, by the way. It's 13 seconds between Verstappen and Talvar now.
Just shows you a testament to how good Max truly is, and I think everyone that knows all the people in the top split can say. If Max committed the time that he commits, if he could commit 100% of his time to sim racing, he would be top 5 in the world, no doubt, absolutely no doubt about it. And I think everyone will tell you that. Sorry. Another thing for why you'd want to drive in the night rather than the daytime, racing drivers being
oh, I know where you're going with this.
The fastest lap always happens in the night when it's the coldest, and it still absolutely bugs me to this day that I missed fastest lap of the race in the Nürburgring by 1/10 of a second, and I can't quite get over it.
Oh, the ego of the racing driver can never be tamed.
It really upsets me, I can't lie.
Okay.
Dino Lombardi, who had some misfortunes early in this race, he has fastest lap, and I can never take that away from him anymore, and that hurts.
Yes, but Will, how many hours did he do in that race?
Like 9 or 10.
Where did he finish?
First.
Who's the real winner here?
Yeah, but I wanted fastest lap. I had pole position, I won the race, I wanted fastest lap. You know,
So, yeah, we've been trying to massage the ego, but it's not working.
No, it really hurts. Do you know what's interesting? And I've noticed, sorry to put in, but
no, go for it.
Max is taking a different line every time at turn 1 to better set up the bump draft every lap. And if we watch that next lap round, you'll see that the leading Redline car purposefully takes a narrow line to carry speed in to give the car that's following, to avoid the car that's following the concertina effect, but to also allow a worse exit for the leading car so that the reverse car catches up quicker. And it's really, really apparent if you take a look at that.
On board with Elias Riker, we'll get a look maybe from Verstappen's perspective in a couple of laps' time, but it's always interesting just seeing the different lines that are being run. Of course, hopefully no one falling afoul of any track limits here and there. Running in the middle of the track, just getting the most of that draft, as passing some lap traffic. One of the World Sim Racing eSports BMWs fight for third. Now 3 cars strong, of course. A little bit further up from these groupers of drivers, but I did notice that lap times have been going back and forth, so Desir and Riker could very much be thinking about trying to close the margin down as the sun continues to rise. And that rain chance, let's not forget, we're probably, 30 minutes away from a 20% chance of rain. I have not seen anything on my radar just yet.
Yeah, nothing on the radar. Quick shout out to Williams Esports in chat. They've just popped into the iRacing Twitch chat. Important to say hello to them. Nice to see that whoever's operating that account's up still, so that's good for them. Of course, your leading Williams car is currently in 6th place at the moment. I think that's is that Beckham Jasira in the car?
It is indeed.
So obviously going too well, and you, Williams, we do have a gripe to pick with you. You do need to ensure that your driver does have Windows activated for your next special event.
All I'm going to say is sometimes, you know, sim racers install new hardware more often than anyone else in the world. So
yeah.
I'll give them the excuse for not activating their Windows, especially because wasn't it on a triple screen setup?
It was on a triple screen,
right?
So it's not as intrusive, yeah.
Exactly. You and Paul kicking up a poor anthill over nothing. Anyway, who was it? Do you remember?
It's Beckham Jasir.
Was it Beckham Jasir?
Yeah.
Hugo.
If we've got his camera, he's got his camera.
Go on, Hugo. Mr. Hugo Luis on production, scrambling frantically to try and figure out if Beckham Jasir is still even in the Zoom call or not. That is the virtual coach grid and go entry. Nicholas Rubel are in pit lane. Sal Talons follows. So does Thibaut Prévost. So Williams Gaming Club into the box as well. And again, about 30 minutes away from a potential chance of rain.
Yeah, although we haven't seen anything on the radar yet, but we will. I'm sure we'll alert you if we
don't mention it. Don't mention it.
It's looking a bit bleak. But yeah, we were entering that cycle of pit stops. 15 minutes before the turn of the half hour is kind of where we're sitting at the moment, and it'll be interesting to see. Kind of where these drivers are at and when we get it. There it is. Pointed it. Get the circle tool out. Do we have a circle tool?
No, I don't know. Well, maybe. I have control of it, unfortunately. Yeah, no. Activate win. Are you telling me that is really distracting?
No, it's not distracting
at all. We're on the same page.
I think it's just there, and you're over it. It's only on a third monitor, but it is very clear for us to see that the Williams Esports a racing prodigy car, obviously a nice sponsorship, does need the driver to activate windows, which is fine. You know, it is what it like you say. It could have just been changing hardware.
Still a better situation. I distinctly remember I've once had to edit a lap guide for a certain drive. Oh, producer Hugo zooms in there. Just for us. I distinctly remember a certain driver, I'm not going to name who or what team they drove for, but I was editing a lap guide of theirs, and I sent the team manager a clip of the lap, and they went, can you edit the video so that less of the driver's webcam is shown, please? I don't think our sponsor would like seeing what was broken monitor. Clear as day in the lap guide. I happily went and edited the video and not even realized that he had managed to punch a hole in the monitor effectively. But anyways, I guess the rage of sim races is real.
Porsche Tagore eSports qualifying laps do hit hard sometimes.
Oh, Beckham Jasir is now coming down to pit lane in that number 1. Meanwhile, back up front, as easy as you'd like, it's Verstappen and Thompson just continuing to run as they are. Weather radar is still showing nothing, but it's 34% the chance of rain in 30 minutes time. Getting closer.
It's getting closer. Whether the rain is actually getting closer, we don't know. A good point brought up by the Williams admin. Apparently this is the debut for Beckham Jasir in the pro debut. Is it pro car debut? Are they calling it the pro car?
I think we've seen him in the pro car before. I think I have.
Well, regardless, doing a very good job and has a lot of iRacing, which is cool.
How many iRatings does he have?
Would like it to the exact number.
Let's do it.
11,451.
That's not a bad number of iRatings.
That is a lot of iRatings, and I think let's just step out the car for Saturday.
And so it's new driver in. That is one of our driver lineups with just the 3 slotted in. Sotomuto, Beckham Jasir, and Alessandro Bico, who didn't start that car. I see Mike Partington and Will Tregurtha as support staff. So, of course, Will racing in the real world a little bit. We often see him supporting the team at Williams Esports, both as a driver, also driver coach, continuing just to help where we can from behind the scenes. Across the line, though, we have now completed a quite remarkable 288 laps, and no signs of stopping. May even get up to around 630 laps over our 24 hours.
I hate to burst your bubble on that one, but it'll be probably about 610.
Oh, come on. Are they going to slow down when the sun comes up?
I apologise. It's around about 610, unfortunately.
Okay.
Sorry. What did we reach last year? It's probably a good thing to look at.
That's a good question that I don't actually have the answer to. Let me ask ChatGPT. That will definitely not know the answer to that question.
Hey, you know, it's getting really good at sim racing questions. Oh, no.
It tried to tell me SimRC was founded in 2018. It lied to me, Will.
I got a really good answer of who the top 10 sim racers in the world were. And I thought that was fairly good. And it even told us, we asked it. We were in voice chat, you know, having a good time. Just laughing and joking around, and we asked it why Sam Coitet's Le Mans quali lap was so bad, and it proceeded to give us detailed information of why his lap time was so bad, and went into some specifics about how the track's so challenging and where he qualified, and that he actually managed to make it back a little bit in the race.
Okay. Jonas Rusin just passed Rainer Talvar, Riker and Trogan in pit lane, respectively. ChatGPT has said the best 10 sim racers in the world: Josh Rogers, Max Verstappen, Kevin Ellis Jr., Freddie Rasmussen, Alexei Yusiakala, Rudy Van Buren, Enzo Benito, Bono House, Mitchell de Jong, and Lando Norris.
Well, one of those is a bit far off.
One of those is a bit far off, but for the most part,
not too bad. The most of pretty much all of them are good sim racers.
I mean, it's only Lando Norris, to be fair, that's a little bit of the oddball.
He was good.
Yeah, but if anyone thought that Alexei Yusiakala was going to be the oddball in that one, no. Lando's been quick, but I think Lando's more known, let's be honest, in the sim racing world for stepping in when Max is brake pedal failed in 2019, and then for poor Simon Pagenaud and what happened during COVID.
Yeah, but ultimately, I'm sure would be very good on the simulator if he continued to follow that endeavour.
Well, I'm asking it, what about in 2024? Ooh, okay, it's updated its names. I've got a Erhan Yayovsky, I've got a Jeff Giassi.
Jeff?
I know.
Yeah. Sure.
Although it still says Lando Norris.
Oh.
Who, again, back in 2022, I think that argument was a little bit easier to be made. But now, you know, with everything that's happened in the last couple of years, where's Jordan Caruso on this list? Where's Sebastian Job on this list? Outrage.
Why don't you ask it who
is
the best
Sebastian
drivers? Job? No. Ask it who is the best drivers ever to race in the iRacing Spa 24 hours.
Okay, who is the best drivers to ever race in the... Should I say... No, I shouldn't say the prestigious iRacing Spa 24 hours. I'll just give it the regular factual question. Who is the best... That was not a very good question. Who is? Rogers, Benneker, De Jong, Rasmussen, Verstappen.
Did Rasmussen race in this? Maybe back in the day.
You know, I don't think Freddie's actually ever won this race before.
But has he raced in it?
Probably. I know Benneker's won this race like 3 times, so he's on that list.
I think that's a fairly decent list. As long as Rasmussen's actually drove in the iRacing Spa 24 hours, he's an incredibly good sim racer.
I don't think Mitchell de Jong's ever won this race before.
But he will have drove in it.
Yeah, but we're talking... You asked specifically...
Yeah.
About... Okay, well, maybe the question wasn't specific enough, right? Maybe it was... We asked who were the best drivers.
Yeah.
We didn't say who performed the best.
Who is the most successful iRacing Spa 24-hour driver of all time?
You see, here's what we need to do. Who is the best driver in the Porsche Esports Super Cup? Let's see what it says.
It should say either Sebi or... It shouldn't really say Josh, should it?
It said Josh Rogers! This is the problem with ChatGPT.
Yeah. Well, he might be back.
He's not inside of the cup right now, is he?
Yeah, but I mean, he finished 4th today in top split, so he's, you know, he got very unlucky at Hockenheim. He had a big crash at turn 1, which
understood. On board with Jonas Rutten, by the way, is the 21 Mustang is into the pit lane. So now just waiting for your race leader, for Rainer Talvar as well, and the pair of BMWs to make their way down to the box. So, okay, I asked about in 2024, and it's told me the best drivers in the landscape are the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup. I didn't even need to tell it to sponsor it. Gave it to me. Josh Rogers, Sebastian Job, Max Benneker, Kevin Ellis Jr., and Graham Carroll.
I mean, all time, sure. Yeah, it doesn't. No, it's not great.
Who is RaceSpotTV? No. Let's ask a more existential question. What is iRacing?
It'll know that.
A subscription-based online racing simulation platform. Okay, now it's given me the diatribe, so I can go off and pitch iRacing as one of its staff members. Who is iRacing? That's the existential question. iRacing is not a person, but rather a popular online racing simulation platform. No, who is Mr. iRacing then?
I got a very good answer from ChatGPT just the other day, and my question was, why is Chris Lulham's the sim racer nickname Silly Lully?
What did it say?
And it said Chris Lulham, the sim racer, might have earned his nickname Silly Lully for several possible reasons, typically reflecting on a playful or light-hearted aspect of his personality or racing style. Here are a few potential explanations. Personality traits. Chris Lulham could have a fun, loving, humorous, easygoing personality, which might lead to friends and fellow racers affectionately calling him Silly Lully. And it goes on, and it was quite good. I found it very funny.
Okay, that's not bad. Acceptable answers for who is Mr. iRacing would have been Dale Earnhardt Jr. or John Henry, just to be clear. But the fact that ChatGPT fails to give me an answer means I'm knocking it down on my review score when it comes to sim racing puns. I was trying to get ChatGPT to come up with nicknames for some race cars. It didn't go very well. Yeah, no, we shouldn't go there. BS competition. We were trying to come up with a nickname for one of their cars, Will. It was bright orange, and the closest we got was the, what was it, pumpkin plow. Great name.
Oh, what about the genetically modified zebra?
No, you see, it's too wordy. So we came up with one nickname, Kaikarinia. Kaika Oliveira is one of their drivers, so his car, Kaikarinia. That works, right?
But why the Renia?
Isn't that like, there's that drink, the one that's not called Kaikarinia, but now I can only say Kaikarinia because it's been stuck in my head. Caipirinha, I think that's how you say it, but whatever. It just rolls off the tongue.
Yeah. Well, I'll give you that one.
That's one of the only puns that I've ever made in my life. Not a very good one.
Oh. Well, I mean, let's look at it this way. I mean, it's a nickname, and I'm sure we could come up with some. What would you name a race car if you had a chance to name one?
Silly Lully. Well, there's Silly Lully. What else is there in Team Redline? There's Grand Margiani. Let's not forget that one.
I promised Sam that I'd call him Silly Koiter.
No, you can't steal a nickname.
But we weren't really calling Chris like this until now. It was me that brought it up, really.
Well, yeah, to be fair, I had forgotten about it, but we have called Silly Lully Silly for quite some time now.
I remember the first time you did it was in the Road Atlanta pit lane in the IMSA Esports series. I believe so, yeah. I found it very funny at the time.
Oh. Do we have a nickname for Max? I think we do. Johnny had come up with a couple during the DNLS season, but that was so long ago at this point in sim racing terms that I've forgotten all of them.
The Lazy Lion.
Lazy. Ooh, that's not a bad
not
one.
Lazy though. He's definitely
not lazy.
He's racing the iRacing Spa 24 hours at 2 a.m.
Probably going on
time.
3 at this point by the time he gets out of the car.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. So I think that's not really a fair nickname at all. But yes, competition into the pit lane. Yeah, maintaining the sort of fuel delta to the leading number 20 Team Redline car. Of course,
Notice the sky
is becoming lighter, ladies and gentlemen.
Is becoming very, very orange. So sunrise on the horizon, and Will Chadwick, we are 15 minutes away from that predicted rain, and I see nothing on my weather radar, unfortunately.
I am a sad person. That is what I am. But I think from my side, I'm not too gutted. From your side, I do feel for you because I so happen to pretty much be in the commentary booth when it gets back raining again, potentially.
I'll probably
it's 100% at this point.
Yeah, I think I've actually got a decent amount of time between jumping off the broadcast and getting back on for the final 3 hours, so I might actually avail myself of a nap for the first time in a 24-hour race this year. That was the shot of the sky getting ever brighter. That's a shot of Sven Haase, who's into the 001 in front of Jonas Rutten and wondering how far out they will be in comparison from Talvar, who's been stationary for around 25 seconds, so now just waiting to be released with the fuel getting loaded into the number 89, up to La Source for Haase. They passed that traffic with ease. Jonas Rutten followed their way on forward and now push the pedal to the metal for a good 2 kilometers or so from the exit of La Source before he on the brakes towards Les Combes. Rainer Talvar was around a 40-second stop for him, but he's already off and away and climbing his way towards Les Combes, and his margin going to be a couple of seconds or so. He's got a heavier car though. There he is on the merge, slightly further in front of these drivers. That's the number 2 car, number 2 on the front windshield, denoting the number 89. That's a good, second and a half, as now Max Verstappen comes in with his double stint done and dusted.
And that might be the end of the day for the 3-time Formula 1 world champion. put up a really good stint. You can say nothing about his pace, despite the lack of practice that he might have had for this event, potentially down a little bit on some of his fellow Redline teammates, but it's certainly a valiant effort, especially considering the situation he is in. I think that, you know, it's been nice commentating on Max in a special event. I'm sure you've had the privilege of doing it many a time, but is, I think, a first for me. Although I did do Bathurst one year, and he does traditionally like to do the Bathurst 12 hours. So yeah, certainly an interesting stint. And really, Redline have been so fast over the time that we've been in this commentary booth that it's been pretty imperious.
It's probably a good thing that you and O'Leary and myself weren't paired back up together while Max was in the car. Last time we were commentating on Max together here at Spa with GT3 cars. Clip went viral for maybe reasons that we don't want to talk about. Now, Verstappen, remember, fair share basically already fulfilled at this point, so he does not have to stay in the car, but he's been in there for longer than I thought. I think he's going to stay in there for a triple.
He just likes racing, doesn't he? 2 a.m., no problem. Stay in the car.
And so it will be properly going on 3:20 in the morning by the time Max is done.
What a hero.
What a legend. If anyone from Sky Sports, by the way, clip this right now, it becomes part of your P-Race coverage for the legend of Max Verstappen doing sim races and real races on the same weekend.
3 hours and counting it will be for Max Verstappen in this race. And what a stint he has had so far. That gap to Josh Thompson is quite large, really, when exiting the pit lane, and they've just been so ruthless over the course of these few hours. And I think credit not only should go to Max, but I know we've spoke about it a lot, but Josh as well. Those two working together this stint while we've been in this commentary booth have been so utterly fast.
Yeah, we've got to be careful though. We can't blow Josh's head up too much before it blows up.
He's so tall. He's basically in the clouds anyway.
Well, that's mostly his neck. He's not as tall as me, for example, is he?
It's the length of neck which is really impressive with Bosch. I mean, I've never seen a human comprised in such a way as Josh Thompson is. And if you're wondering what he looks like, you can head over to the Team Redline stream, and I'm sure you'll get to see a face cam of Josh and one of his many Hercules.
I thought that was going in a very different direction for a second. If you want to know what Josh looks like, you go to social media and stalk him just a little bit. I can tell you, though, there is a little bit of a look behind the scenes on the Team Redline stream. Josh Thompson, Max Verstappen, and then pedal cam for Chris Lollam and for Gustavo Ariel. Luke Crane and Kevin Siggy keeping you entertained. I can only imagine how much fun Kevin Siggy's having watching racing rather than competing in it. At least no broken steering wheels as a result of today.
Kevin, what a character Kevin is. I love speaking to Kevin. I think he's fantastic. And yeah, I mean, it would be nice to see him racing in some of these iRacing events. He does reminisce on the times of GT1 racing in iRacing. I always hear him mention that every now and then.
Is he a GT1 lover?
Yeah, he used to race GT1 back in the day. I don't think he ever really liked iRacing, although Kevin Siggy liking a sim racing game is rare in general. I think the most praise I've seen him give is to a platform which has often hosted some French countryside races. It is the most praise.
The thing with Kevin is I just distinctly remember the sight of him during a variety of competitions last year, absolutely hammering the absolute snot out of his steering wheel during some of the LAN events. And then there were some questions about broken steering wheels that drivers had afterwards. Was that the one that Kevin Siggy had? Answer was no. They removed the wheels from rotation after a driver gives them enough abuse, it turns out. Sun continues to rise, though. Right, are we going to get any rain? 30 minutes left before me and Will step aside, and it does say 69% chance of rain in about 11 minutes' time. But Will, still nothing, absolutely nothing on the radar.
Interesting, really. I would obviously suggest that we should bring up that radar graphic, but I mean, there's no reason to, because there's nothing on it. So I find it hard to believe that that we'll see any rain if there's nothing on the radar. It doesn't really make sense. But I guess only time will tell, RG.
Right, rain dance time. I'm moving, I'm shaking, I'm standing up. Here we go. Let's see. We've got 28 minutes for this to work before it's time for me to stop and for David Haynes and Lorenzo Bondo to potentially pick up from where we left on off. Now this race is starting to fly on past. Their laps ticking away. We're about to get to the lap 300 mark as well. Pretty significant number of laps being done over the course of the night. Josh Thompson still 2 seconds back from Verstappen. We'll get a good lap time indication for the BMW laden with fuel as we check back in with Williams Esports Racing Prodigy and the Marla Racing Team, the fight for 6th.
Yeah, these two have been sort of around this area for a large period of time here. It's important to state that, you know, the gaps after 12, well, we've pretty much done 12 hours now, half the race. Look how close all these drivers are still, and that's a testament to how close everyone is in terms of raw pace. And despite there not being many active, intense battles on the track at the moment, you know, to be within 30 seconds after 12 hours is a really good effort. And who knows what can happen in just 12 hours time. You can flip that straight back around.
Hey, at the end of the day, I would be 30 seconds back from these drivers after about 30 laps of racing. Might not even take that long at the end of the day. It's the level of relentlessness that they show and consistency as well. Metronomic often in their inputs and corresponding to the lap times as well. Back out of La Source, no gravel on the left-hand side. Will, we've sat here for 2.5 hours and not once have we touched on the fact that iRacing earlier this year officially said Spa's getting a facelift on iRacing. We got a fresh scan, we got some of the gravel added in a couple of different places, some fresh tarmac as well. Are you excited about the future of new Spa on iRacing?
21st of December 2010, Spa was introduced onto the iRacing service. Certainly a historic one of that. I think that a lot of people's anticipation for Spa is very, there's a lot of excitement to have a new scan, of course, after reprofiling of corners, reprofiling of running off areas. It feels like the right time to bring it in, and I know that iRacing are really passionate about this certain circuit, and I think that they're going to do a really faithful recreation of Spa with, you know, the better scenery, the better textures that we've seen applied to some other circuits. And it's been a long time coming, but I'm glad to see it done right and well, considering that this is just the most popular track in sim racing, I think, by all accounts.
Yeah, but are you ready for gravel on the outside of turn 1?
I will always race right up to the limit of wherever the track limits are defined, whether there's gravel there or not.
Oh, track limit discussion going to be fun when we just have gravel everywhere, and gravel that does slow you down a lot more than it has in years past in the world of iRacing, and especially important if we get to the stage where there's going to be some wet gravel as well. Right, 7 minutes until that chance of rain that we've been predicting. Sun continues to rise as time in sim, at least right now, 4:38 virtual standard time, track temperature 20 degrees Celsius, with around 12-kilometer-an-hour gusts of winds around the track. Humidity is at 96%. I'll be honest in saying, Will, I have absolutely no idea what humidity actually means in relation to the rain chance on iRacing.
You would assume that when it's really humid, it'll rain, but unfortunately, it's been really humid all race. So I think that chance being so high is, I don't know if it really makes a difference having high humidity, but what it does know is that means there's a lot of moisture in the air.
Yep. What's that going to mean for the engines as well in terms of how much power they can put out? Elias Riker's right onto the tail of Sotomuto for 6, but not going to make the move. Does look a little hazy, doesn't it, as well? Maybe that's somewhat of the humidity factor as the sun begins to poke its way through here in the Ardennes. 2 seconds still between Verstappen and Thompson at the very front of the field. And again, remember, in about 20, I think, minutes time, I believe if you're watching on YouTube, get ready to potentially have to switch the YouTube feed over to part 3. If you're watching on Twitch, don't have to do a thing. Stay right where you are. Sit back, relax. Coverage continues uninterrupted for you. All the way to the drop of the checkered flag at around 5:50 a.m. Pacific time. That's when this race will finish. How do I know that? Because that's when I'll get to maybe go back to sleep at the end of this race. Reina Talvar now being very much closed on by Sven Haase as well into the drafting range and that virtual crouch by grid and go entry. And so as we get close to this halfway mark, Will, as you and I get ready to step aside once again, I think it is very much set up right now for Redline to take control of this race in the back half. They're running 2, they've run like this for so long. Avoid making any mistakes. They set themselves up very nicely towards the end.
I did ask the question just before I came into this commentary booth of what is the scenario if it's like this in 12, well, I think it was 14, 15 hours time at the time. And that is a really interesting dynamic for me, because I think it'll be really interesting to see how they fight and if they fight towards the end of the race, if this so happens to be the order. And I certainly think it'll make for an interesting dynamic if we get to that sort of point. But at the minute, the race is still extremely close, and it must be said that just think, one mistake, one spin, one small issue, you know, even a missed box can cost you a few seconds here and there. So, you know, it could go anyway, yeah, and especially with the chance of rain, at least in the morning, being pretty certain, that a lot of mistakes can happen yet.
And fatigue's going to start setting in as well. Let's not forget that. Both for the drivers, their engineers as well, all trying to make those decisions around the rain. And there's a bit of both that's got to work together, right? You need the science in the strategy of, right, this is the lap where we want to come in fuel-wise. Maybe they've got a specific lap time in terms of the crossover that they're trying to hit. But then there's also that art of the driver behind the wheel, the feel that they have as well. Do they think it's worth coming down pit lane? Speaking of, I just heard the klaxon go off. Didn't think that was anyone necessarily due for a pit stop before the rain came out. That's one of the cars that's actually down in 35th position rather. So a laps machine, but something to keep in mind is if it does start to rain suddenly, who scampers for pit lane with 47 starters left down now to just 37 cars left running. The traffic definitely not as bad as it could have been as well, Will.
Indeed, and I think that, again, mention it 1,000 times, and I will make sure that I continue to mention this because I think it's important. Driving standards have been great. We've seen very, very, very high driving standards across the entire 24-hour, or I should say 12-hour period so far. And I think that traffic in general has played fair. You know, there's no obligation in iRacing to move out the way on a blue flag. A blue flag is just an indication of a faster car behind you. It just potentially suggests that you should be aware of that car behind and not defend or do anything dramatic. You're riding on board with the fiercely forward yellow car, which is quite purple, but with yellow accents. You know, you'll see the real power of the Mercedes here. Ducking out of the slipstream in order to delay the run that they get up Eau Rouge. You do not want to be reaching your opponent's car in the middle of that corner, because you'll ruin a lot of your momentum, and especially if that's on a hill of yours, you'll be losing a bit of time. Delays that run, gets a nice go up the inside, and will be making his way forward into 25th position right about now.
Still climbing all the way to the top of the braking zone. There was a chop behind as well, as I believe that was Miguel San Martin making a move of his own to pass one of the other BMWs. Still quite hard to tell who is who as the sun just continues to rise, but you know, a couple of little moves towards the tail end of the field from those still out there, and putting in a nice little shift to try and salvage whatever result that they can. Very easy to get your head down if you get involved in an incident early stages of this race, to retire early and maybe jump into one of the other time slots, but always great to see people who persevere and stick out there as long as they can. So Verstappen now within 1.5 of Thompson. So those two almost ready to start linking up once again. Battle for third is linked up as well, with BMW M-Team BS Plus competition car now being chased once again by Sven Haase in the virtual coach entry. Jonas Ruten's lost a little bit more time, and so now this is going to be interesting. Well, suns are going to begin to rise. Temperatures might begin to rise as well. Yes, I know we've got that rain to think about too. The balance of the car. Who's going to get stronger the closer to the end of the race we get?
Indeed, and I think that when you look towards teams that have been fast, Sven being in that car now is something quite important for this race. I think Sven's pace has been a step above anyone else in his car. A shout out at least to Andruti, who looked to at least get close to matching Sven in terms of pace. And it's an interesting aspect because Grid and Go have definitely took the idea of all we're doing is making the hour. We do not care about trying to extend to some fantasy rain stint, which may never come, at least in the middle. They've got a clear time now fixated on stating that we will get rain at least at 7:45 a.m. because we've got a 100% chance, which, you know, must mean 100%, must mean we're getting rain sometime. Yeah, I think that it's an interesting dynamic that they're obviously seeing when that time is. They've got an idea of that. They're not trying to outsmart the rain, outsmart the weather. They're just going hell for leather. Third place.
A little bit of a switch, and there goes Sven Haase, climbs up into a podium spot. And as the rain forecast updates and officially any chance and any hopes of rain in the next couple of minutes have dissipated, the precipitation chance down to a measly 2%, it would show. I think these drivers recognize that now then looking forward to that next period of rain, which really would indicate to ramp up in intensity in around 2 hours time, and maybe to last for as long as an hour and a half, depending on how things shake forward from here. And so that's going to be right around when Will's getting back into the booth. So you might miss some of the rain, but you get, I think, the very last bit, and you'll get the fun part of it, Will, which is when it's drying up, when it's changing, and so you're really seeing the best drivers figure out where the grip is lap after lap after lap.
It is so hard to do that, by the way. Like, the difference in the transition between wet and dry is such a critical moment in the race, and it's so hard to drive on a thin, dry line. Imagine, not to get the viewers excited or anything, but just imagine driving up Eau Rouge on a thin, dry line. It must be so difficult to do, and I can only imagine that some drivers are looking forward to that opportunity, but also dreading that chance. But I know that a lot of these cars will have designated rain drivers, people that have generally spent more of the week preparing for rain, have shown that they are faster in the rain than what would be anticipated from maybe the other drivers. And I think I know who they are for most of the cars, at least.
Yeah, but you've got to have some flexibility as well, right? Because let's say worst case scenario, you end up, remember Alessandro Bico was having some issues with his pedals at the start. Let's say that he's no longer able to jump in and he was your designated rain driver. You better hope that you're not putting someone in to the car with absolutely no preparation in the rain. So keep that in mind as well. 15 minutes to go to the top of the hour. Officially now Verstappen closed by Josh Thompson in the drafting range, and the bump draft likely to resume once again. And last lap, Verstappen responded to the pace, Sven Haase responding to the pace of those in front, actually gained 1.4 seconds on your race leader. I get the sneaking suspicion this morning part of the race, watch for that virtual coach by Grid and Go machine. It's going to try and close up to the Redline teammates up front.
I think Sven is the clear opposition here to Redline. I think that whenever we've seen him in the car, he's been that extra step, that extra amount of pace, and if anyone's going to be able to catch Redline, it will be Sven Haase today. That's how I feel like this race is going. But let's not kid ourselves. Max is holding off pace. He's waiting to link up with his best buddy Josh Thompson, as it has been for these last 3 hours. And they're going to start pushing again. And to match the pace of cars that are pushing and working together is an exceptionally hard thing to do.
It's something I've been thinking about over this entire year, because Redline in particular have very clinically been working together in this GT3 class. Is there a benefit as Thompson does go a bit deep into the corner? That's going to back him off slightly after doing all that hard work. Is there a benefit to the likes of, Virtual Coach and BMW M Team BS Compositions, coordinating the background, Will, and saying, you know what, those two are working so well up front, we maybe can't close on them unless we work together as well. So let's try. Let's do something together and see what happens until maybe the final couple of hours of the race.
I think the way that you've got to look at it, right, I think it's a strategy, I don't want to say pioneered by the Apex Racing team, but they, of course, they prepared for the Daytona race in 2023, I believe, in a manner which I don't think had been quite seen before, and definitely opened up the eyes to slightly bigger teams that can always field two cars. They literally prepared that race as in, we are preparing to bump draft and race as efficiently as possible and as close to each other as possible. They didn't prepare like a regular race. They really looked into the strategy of just bump drafting in the perfect way. And that's kind of what these drivers are doing right now. They're not just bump drafting each other. They are strategically driving and speeding up, slowing down at certain sections of the track to maximize the effect of diffuser stall and the physical push from the car behind.
And it's something that you're right. I hadn't thought about it. It was Apex. It started at the end of 22 in the final round of the IMSA Esports Championship, where they pumped each other almost like clear by an entire lap in a 2 hour and 40-minute race. They were so efficient in working together. But you're right, it changed the tone for how these teams, I think, prepare and plan out for the races. I guess it also changes something you've already brought up, changes how they think about the race at the end. At what point do you tell, Thompson, who went fastest in qualifying, as potentially being one of the fastest drivers today as well, in a car that might be the fastest at the end of the day, when do you tell him it's time to start fighting and that BMW M Team Redline car has to start defending a little bit more from its teammate?
I think in a world of where everyone's very media trained and very corporate and very good for the sponsor, I wonder who the villains are in this real scenario. Like, are we ever going to get a situation where the team orders have been given not to pass and the driver behind passes? And that's the sort of thing that really gets you sitting on the edge of your seat. I'd love to, as much as I would love to be in the position. Right? I think Sven Haas is a clear.
No.
Yeah, well, he
inside the Redline camp, I'm thinking now. You were singing his praises slightly earlier.
Josh?
Andre.
Andre's the villain.
Yeah, Andre's not allowed to tell the teammates to not fight. Instead, Andre's got to start telling them to fight sooner rather than later.
I guess you could try and... Ultimately, Andre's very performance focused, and if he feels like there's a risk, he's going to tell them not to fight. Trust me, I'll tell you that for free. But yeah, I think it was an interesting point actually brought up by Luke Crane himself, who's obviously doing a mammoth 24-hour stint in that Team Redline stream, coordinating and hosting that maybe sim racing does need a few more villains from time to time. Maybe that's what we need, and I think someone like a Sven does kind of portray that from time, and I think we should applaud that in a way, because it does definitely create some really interesting dynamics.
We need characters, we need stories, we need people that other people want to watch at the end of the day, and so I agree. Maybe not villains, maybe doesn't describe it the best, but take a look at IndyCar, right? All this Joseph Newgarden's become like the heel character, to steal a wrestling term, right? He's gone full down his villain arc right now, and maybe alienating himself from some. Then you've got all of the drama that happened amongst some of the other mid-pack teams over the course of the summer with some fierce fighting. There's been plenty of bad blood and rivalries being shaken up there. On board with the number 23 World Sim Racing car that's in 12th position on the back of Corin Tengunes. That Ford Mustang that started inside of the top 10 and just about holding on to 11th right now.
Indeed, and I think that this Sim RC car has been a nice addition to this race. I think they're doing really well, to be honest. Sim RC, to me, do not define themselves as a particularly clinical GT3 team. With all respect to them, I think they have a lot of strengths in maybe the sort of minor classes, if you could say, like the pace that SimRC can show in a TCR entry at the Nordschleife or any series with a serious TCR competition is insane. They are so quick. Kieran Harrison and Corentin Guinness, some exceptionally good drivers in GT4, TCR, and I think that they're doing really well. And a bit of a almost a slightly underdog team basis between WSR and SimRC at the moment. I think between those two teams, I think it's quite an interesting dynamic to see who can come out on top.
Keep an eye on them. Might just be on the lead lap at the end of this race, but does seem as though they are trending to be one lap down. And indeed, majority of the field, everyone outside of the top 10, trending to be one lap down come the drop of the checkered flag in about 12 hours and 7 minutes time. Still a long way to go here. Across the line once again in this fight. It's lap 303 officially done for them. What's the estimate that you're still thinking about, Will? Come on, tell me.
610. 610 is the number I was given.
Okay.
Whether that accounted for more rain or less rain, I'm not sure. But 610 is the number I was given, and I trust the people that give me my estimates, so I will say 610.
You sound very confident. Just as confident I sound in saying that if you're sitting at home watching on Twitch, don't have to click a button. Coverage continues uninterrupted. Just a reminder, if you are watching on YouTube, on the RaceSpotTV YouTube channel, in about 7 minutes time, you're going to need to click over to part 3. Those watching on the iRacing YouTube channel have already, I think, had to make their switch over to the third part of the live stream. One more switch coming on YouTube for part 4. But winding our way to the closing stages of this race. Will, did you watch the iRacing 4th annual MS charity race this year?
I caught a glimpse of it. I saw that people were getting drive-thrus, which I found quite funny.
It was a great race. More than $40,000 raised so far for a great cause as well. But I guess the thing that I didn't get to catch too much of was, traditionally this is an event where we find out surprises, right? New things that might be coming. I'm not sure if you were aware of anything new that we should be keeping an eye on.
Me? Oh,
yes,
well,
you.
I know things, but I don't want to say those things.
I also know things, but I don't want to say those things either, so don't get me in trouble.
So you're trying to throw me under the bus?
Yes, but
well, we've got a new spa coming. We've got a new spa. We've got Croft. I think it's coming. I think that's been stated. I remember it being stated. I'm pretty sure. Anyway, they're adding a lot more British tracks, which, of course, for me being British and I'm biased, and it's the middle of the night, and I'm going off my head a little bit. I'm very happy to see that. You know, and Thruxton. I think there was scans of Thruxton shown, which is a super interesting. Imagine having LMDHs at Thruxton.
Oh, are you really going to suggest that?
What a combination.
You're trying to crash some race cars, aren't you?
Oh, Cadwell Park. Do you understand how tight Cadwell Park is? Can you just picture a GTP in the middle of the forest section at Cadwell Park? I don't know if you're familiar.
Again, you're trying to wreck some race cars here, aren't you?
They're so big, and the track is like a car width wide. You know, you can just about fit 2 Mazda MX-5s side by side through that section. I work in that. That's my units in my head.
So again, Will Chadwick wants to wreck some race cars. Got it.
Well, why not? I mean, there's some great circuits. Being shown to iRacing, and I think that it'll further help bring these series out. And I think one thing for iRacing, it isn't just how they have loads of circuits for everyone to try and be able to experience and simulate, but also how these series like Porsche Esports Great Britain and other more specific series can better represent the calendars that they want to do, therefore making it better for the businesses and series that want to run esports championships, and being able to make it a little bit more faithful to reality, which is not always you're able to do.
But you mentioned some of those other championships. Something I've been thinking about a bit more recently in the world of sim racing. There's a lot going on. Drivers talk about it as well. What we need is less but more, if you see what I'm saying.
I'm sure if you pitched the idea to esports drivers of less championships but more money on the line, they would very much take that.
Less racing, but more attention, more money. Maybe that's the way that it needs to go, because let's be honest, sim racers genuinely are having to do something basically every week, if not multiple major races a week. So yeah, let's try and stretch things out a little bit more, space it out, focus on stuff, and yeah, it's going to be weird this coming winter with just a handful of major endurance championships, Will, for these teams to really sink their teeth into.
Yeah, and I certainly look forward to a series that is very close to your heart later in the year, and hopefully we'll see some interesting racing there. And I look forward to maybe participating. Hopefully,
are you going to try and qualify for MC Esports?
I don't know. It depends if you're doing some. Can we get an exclusive here at 2 AM? Are we going to have some more classes? No. Okay. No. I tried.
It's already been announced. You know, we got the GTP, the GTDs. We've got the Ford Mustang, the Chevy Corvette that have joined the fun.
That's like the most obvious thing you could ever state.
I know, but I've got to still state it, you know, for the record.
Yeah. But will we get an IMSA round at Cadwell Park?
No.
Oh.
No. Promise you that now. Now, I have made the pitch for some races in Europe. I'll let you think about what I would pitch about. But no, right now we're sticking with IMSA tracks.
Okay. Well, all I'm saying is that the comment that Lorenzo's put in our chat for our commentary booth is very true, and I would like that to happen. But I know I won't get a word out of you. Yeah,
I have to read what Lorenzo said, which I've got 2 minutes to go. I'll let David Haynes and Lorenzo Bonder chat about, I'm sure. I think I know where that thread must be going. Will, it's been fun. Time's flown past, and well, you've got a 3-hour break, and you're hoping to come back to some rain, right?
Rain, please give me rain. I would love some rain. It would be great.
One thing we know you'll have is sunrise, because look how bright it has gotten now. We are very much in the morning here. Very short, let's be honest, night here in the 24 hours of Spa. We've got 12 hours of daylight running still left to come. Right, so as we just continue to watch SimRC and World Sim Racing Esports continuing to rumble their way around, let's give you a quick recap of where we sit right now. 60 seconds to go to the halfway mark of this third and final iRacing 24-hour special event of the year. It is Team Redline silver special liveries for them for this race, and it's running them quite well up front with Max Verstappen, BMW M Team Redline, leading from the sister car, the Ford Mustang for Team Redline by a good 10.5 seconds. Sven is trying to bring down that margin, push as much as he can. Last lap was basically matching Verstappen's lap time to the 1,000th. Behind him, bit of a gap now opened up to the Zebra, to the BMW M Team BS Plus competition number 89. And of course, looking for try and make it 2 wins in a row at this race for BS competition. Falken Sim Racing then in 5th before you find a bit more of a gap back to the likes of the Williams Esports Racing Prodigy car, Marlow Racing Team, the Apex Racing Team, and then Williams Gaming Club and Williams Esports Pit Fit. There is one Ford Mustang inside of the top 10. Outside of that, it's BMW domination here. Half the race complete, half left to go. Time for Will Chadwick and myself, Arjuna Kankiparty, to step aside. Time for David Haynes and Lorenzo Bond to take over.
Thanks, Arjuna. Thanks, Will. Thanks, Ewan, who I thanked last time and wasn't even here. Great.